Chapter 1: The World's Number One Idiot. Ding! The host Lu Fan has been deceived 10,000 times, and has successfully activated the system that will never be deceived, earning him the title of the number one idiot in the world. From now on, any words that deceive the host will come true due to the system's bugs. From now on, every time the host is cheated, 1 point will be added. When the points reach 10, a random draw can be started. Activate the system to unlock the gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Enlightenment Pill. Enlightenment Pill. Taking it can clear your mind and improve your IQ. It is very effective for people with dull brains. Since the host is hopelessly stupid, the system has proactively administered the Enlightenment Pill to the host. The mechanical sound in his mind made Lu Fan confused, and then a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Lu Fan's muddled mind instantly became clear, and his misty eyes regained their alertness. Before, Lu Fan had always been a slow-witted person, which resulted in all of his huge inheritance being swindled away by his uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. His classmates at school also teamed up to swindle him of money. At least 6 levels of students from the entire Long University had borrowed money from him. It can be said that Lu Fan is the public ATM of Longda University and a walking mobile currency. Those students with bad consciences come to him for money from time to time. The current scene is this situation. A male classmate ran to Lu Fan crying, saying that his father, who had raised him with great difficulty, broke his waist while working and urgently needed money to save his life. So the stupid Lu Fan directly transferred all the 2,132 yuan in WeChat to him. Lu Fan held his cell phone in his hand and stared blankly at his classmate, whose expression changed instantly after receiving the money. His mind was now extremely clear, and he thought of his countless stupid behaviors before. The expression on his face was as colorful as that in a shopping mall selling bikinis. Student Lu Fan, my father needs money to save his life, so I'm leaving now. I'll pay you back later. Goodbye. The classmate who borrowed the money proudly held up his mobile phone to show off to the classmates around him, saying, "Look, this is how fast I make money. I don't have to ask my family for a penny in a month, so naturally there will be fools to support me." Damn it, Qin Shoshing got there first. Who said it wasn't? If I had known that idiot Lu Fan was going to collect his living expenses today, I would have been the first one to rush over no matter what. Oh. I missed out on $2,132. I've already made up my story, but I'm late. Voices of pity and regret came from the classmates who were watching all around, and not a single one sympathized with Lu Fan, who had been deceived. Just as the male classmate who got the money was about to leave, Lu Fan actually called him. Wait. What? Is there anything else? Qin Shoshing had a sarcastic expression on his face, and there was no trace of gratitude on his face that should have been shown for borrowing the money. Classmate, are you saying that your father broke his waist while working? Lu Fan had a strange look in his eyes, and his mind was still recalling the prompt sound that had sounded before. Yes, classmate Lu Fan, my dad is anxiously waiting for this money to save his life. Bye. Wait, you'll pay me back the money you borrowed from me, right? Lu Fan shouted again at Qin Shoshing's back. Of course. I'll pay you back within a week. Qin Shoshing's perfunctory voice came from a distance. He turned around and sneered, pay back the money? Who in the whole Longda has ever paid back this idiot? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Seeing that the excitement was over, the classmates around him dispersed, and Lu Fan sat alone on a chair by the roadside in a daze. The students passing by are no longer surprised by his weird and stupid behavior. This guy can sit on the side of the road in a daze for 2 hours. He will never get up unless he is thirsty, hungry, or has to urinate or defecate urgently. The scene changed, and Qin Shoshing received a transfer of more than 2,000 yuan from Lu Fan, and ran to the food stalls in front of the school with his 3 roommates. I picked up more than $2,000 for free, so of course I have to celebrate. Just as the 4 of them arrived at the food stall and were talking loudly and laughing at the idiot, Qin Shoshing's phone suddenly rang. Qin Shoshing saw that it was a call from his mother, but he didn't pay much attention and answered the call. What's wrong, Mom? What? My dad broke his back while working? The medical bills are 80,000? Qin Shoshing's face changed instantly and he stood up. The other 3 students were stunned at first, and then looked at each other with strange expressions. Isn't this the excuse that Lao Qin used to deceive that fool just now? Lu Fan sat on the side of the road for more than half an hour before he finally figured out the purpose of his awakening system. Damn it, was I this stupid before? Being cheated 10,000 times is probably a world record, right? And this title of the world's #1 idiot system, are you sure you're not trying to humiliate me? There was a rumbling sound from his stomach, and Lu Fan then remembered that he hadn't eaten anything in the morning. It was already noon, and he was so stupid that he even forgot to eat. Recalling the direction of the cafeteria, Lu Fan was about to go to the cafeteria to eat something when he heard the sound of a supercar and a sudden brake sounded behind him. Scared Lu Fan so much that he twisted his body and quickly hid to the side. Looking back, he saw a big red Ferrari supercar parked behind him. A pretty and charming little head popped out from the Ferrari's cab. It was none other than Long University's campus beauty Lu Ruyan. "Get away from me, you idiot. If I hit you to death, I won't have the money to compensate you." Lu Fan subconsciously stepped back. Lu Ruyan drove the Ferrari supercar and rushed past him. Lu Fan saw a beautiful girl sitting in the passenger seat. It was not until the Ferrari drove away that Lu Fan's thoughts returned to reality. He stared at the taillights of the receding car with hatred, because the supercar was the one he lost in a bet with Lu Ruyan. Let me think, why did I lose the Ferrari in the bet? Oh, right. Lu Ruyan asked me to compare whose breasts are bigger. I'll circle you and cross you. Lu Ruyan, just wait for me. Recalling the experience of making a bet with Lu Ruyan, Lu Fan felt as if 10,000 crows were flying over his head. He couldn't help but slap himself twice. Oh my god. This idiot is not only stupid, but now he's crazy. He's even started to hurt himself. Everyone stay away from him. He can hurt himself, and maybe he can hurt others. He is a fool, and it is not against the law for him to hit someone. The screams from the classmates next to him made Lu Fan's face turn black, and he lowered his head and ran towards the cafeteria. Although I lost a Ferrari to Lu Ruyan in the bet, the headlights of Lu Ruyan's campus beauty are really big and white. When we arrived at the cafeteria, many students were already queuing up for food. Lu Fan ignored the strange looks from all around him and cut in line to the front of the food window. I'm hungry, eat. Lu Fan subconsciously uttered the word tiger, and then he remembered that he was acting like an idiot. Faced with his queue cutting, none of the students behind him had any objections. They all looked as if they were used to it. Who would bother with a fool? The lady serving the food had a face full of fat. When she saw Lu Fan coming, she looked disgusted. She took out a plate, scooped out a spoonful of cabbage and rice and handed it to him. Chapter 2 No Pianzi? Take it and eat it, you idiot. In the past, Lu Fan would basically pick up the plate and leave without saying a word, but now he has returned to normal, and he cannot tolerate such extreme humiliation. But Lu Fan remembered that his meal card was in the hands of this auntie. His aunt would top up a lot of money into the meal card every month. The reason he gave the meal card to her was because he was afraid that his meal card would be cheated away by his classmates. His aunt was afraid that he would go hungry, so she paid more for his food every month than any other student, and he could eat freely at any of the canteens serving counters. Thinking of this, Lu Fan instantly became furious, grabbed the plate in his hand and smashed it directly on the glass at the food outlet. In an instant, the cabbage and rice were all over the glass, and the noise attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. My aunt tops up 5,000 yuan for food expenses every month, and you only give me these? Where's my meal card? Did you embezzle it for me every month? Lu Fan's furious roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. The expression of the middle-aged woman serving food changed. She suppressed her anger, picked up the plate and served him another hearty meal. This time, because there was meat, the portion was larger than anyone else's. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The money in your meal card has been spent by you. It has nothing to do with me. You're talking nonsense. The materials in our school are 2 yuan each, and the rice is 1 yuan each. You feed me these every day, so you are just greedy for the money. The aunt who was serving the food could not have imagined that Lu Fan had become a different person today, and he kept holding on to this matter. The plate with a big face that looked like a braised pig could no longer hold. Don't frame a good person, you stupid fool. I want to embezzle your money so that my daughter-in-law can give birth to a skinless swallow. You really didn't embezzle? Lu Fan was stunned, remembering his system bug, and wondered if this sentence was considered deceiving himself. Of course I didn't embezzle anything. You ate all 3 meals here every day, and you used up all the money on the meal card. Oh. I believe you. It turns out that I spent all the money on the meal card myself. Lu Fan nodded seriously, picked up his plate and left. Mainly because he was too hungry to bear it any longer. Not only did he not eat breakfast, but he only had a bowl of porridge with a few pickles last night. The students around who were just watching the show were disappointed. They had all moved their stools and prepared melon seeds, ready to enjoy the wonderful show of the fool making a scene in the cafeteria. However, the fool acted stupidly again at the critical moment and was fooled away by just one sentence. Lu Fan found a random seat and sat down. The classmates around him all moved away as if they had seen the plague god. All the classmates know that this idiot is not honest when eating and often throws food everywhere. Who dares to sit and eat with him? Lu Fan didn't care what others thought. The food was in front of him and he was already too hungry to bear it. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. The aunt who was serving food received a ring in her cell phone. Seeing it was her son calling, she did not think much about it and simply pressed the hands-free button and continued serving food while chatting with her son. "What's the matter, son? Mom is busy right now." "Mom, Shayan gave birth, she gave birth." "What? Isn't it only 7 months? The doctor said it was premature birth, and my son's organs were not fully developed due to premature birth, and he didn't even have a pelvic floor. The doctor said he had to have surgery to open it up, otherwise your grandson won't live more than a month." "What?" The lady who was serving the food was stunned and the spoon in her hand fell to the ground. The students outside the window were also stunned. Giving birth to a son without a skin swallow? Is there really such a weird thing in the world? Even the other auntie who was serving food nearby stopped what she was doing in shock, and everyone looked at her stupidly. Lu Fan was eating with a stupid look on his face, which once again caused him to be laughed at by his classmates. He's so handsome and has a rich family, but he's just a fool. Who says he isn't? If he weren't stupid, I'd be willing to give birth to a baby for him. Li Gang, can you please stop saying things like that while eating? You are a man, right? TSK, maybe she likes boys? The big manly Gang who was speaking stretched out his hand and gestured with the finger pointing up at a flower. His unshaven but charming expression made the students around him feel nauseous. This is really ridiculous. Aunt Lee's son called me when I got lunch. His daughter-in-law gave birth to a son, but there was no pansy. I guess she's done too many bad things. Every time Aunt Lee gets food, she acts like she has Parkinson's disease and wants to shake out all the oil in the dishes. Otherwise, why would her classmates at school nickname her the dryer? She can even dry out the moisture in clothes. Hearing this, Lu Fan's body trembled, and his never-be-cheated system came to his mind. He checked the system panel in his mind with a dazed expression. This time I saw the difference. Host, Lu Fan. Title, The World's #1 Idiot. Number of times cheated, 2 times. Points, 2 points. He clearly remembered that the data he saw on the roadside before were all 0, which means that the data increased by 2 points during the time he was eating. Recalling his previous experience, he instantly understood the trick. It seems that Qin Shoshing and the lady serving food both deceived me, so the score increased by 2 points. Then I have a bug that prevents me from being deceived, so the oath that Aunt Lu deceived me into making came true. Thinking of all this, Lu Fan felt excited. He had lived a muddled life in the past 20 years. His parents passed away and he was cheated out of all his inheritance. His sister turned against him, and only his aunt had been taking care of him wholeheartedly. Now that he has returned to normal and there is such a heaven-defying system, those who have deceived me before, just wait for me. Lu Fan finished a whole plate of food in one go and was burping. He stood up and got another bowl of soup. Unexpectedly, when I came back, there was a very beautiful girl sitting opposite me. The girl was wearing a white long dress and a simple high ponytail, which made her neck look very thin and long like a white swan. Her delicate facial features make her look like a fairy walking out of a painting, and her eating movements are extremely elegant and charming. The girl's body was curvy as she sat, her bulging chest looked like it was stuffed with a few big buns, and the skin on her arms was as white as milk. The girl looked as if she was glowing all over when she sat there. Lu Fan was slightly stunned. He recognized this girl. It could be said that there was no one in the entire Long University who didn't know her. Lu Menggran, the most beautiful girl on campus at Long University, and Lu Ruyan are collectively known as the 2 most beautiful girls of the Lu family. Although Lu Menggran and Lu Ruyan have the same surname, they actually don't know each other. Moreover, since both of them are on the school beauty list, Lu Ruyan has always disliked Lu Menggran, who is more famous than her. Lu Fan sat directly opposite Lu Menggran, staring at the most beautiful girl on campus at Long University. As expected of the top school beauty, with such skin, such a pretty face, such a slim waist, and such a fierce As Lu Fan watched, he actually started drooling, and this scene happened to be seen by Lu Mengran, who was standing opposite him. A fool looking at himself drooling would make anyone look unhappy. Lu Mengran glared at him fiercely in shame and anger. "What are you looking at, you idiot? Get away from me." Chapter 3: Kiss, Hug, Sleep. In fact, although Lu Mengran didn't like this fool before, she would never bully him intentionally. She was in a really bad mood today. In the morning, she received a call from home saying that her father had another heart attack and had to go to the hospital for a bypass surgery. They are just an ordinary family and cannot afford the expense of such a major operation. She borrowed money from all her relatives, but there was still a shortfall of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Her mother called her crying this morning. "But I am just a student still in school, how can I help share the burden of my family?" She ate a mouthful of food in annoyance, and when she looked up, she saw the idiot from school sitting opposite her, drooling at her. She immediately directed all her anger and resentment at Lu Fan. "School beauty Lu, are you having irregular menstruation or hemorrhoids? Is my soup bothering you?" Although the school belle is pretty, Lu Fan still has to maintain his dignity. He just glanced at her. "Is it necessary to curse her? You have irregular menstruation. Your whole family has irregular menstruation." Lu Mengran was scolded by a fool and instantly turned into a furious hen, pointing at Lu Fan and starting to beat him up. She is worthy of being the school beauty. She looks so pretty even when she scolds people. If I could sleep with her. Lu Fan looked at the absolutely gorgeous school beauty exploding in front of him. His mind was filled with lewd fantasies, and subconsciously a look of dementia appeared on his face as he thought about it. The truth is that he had been stupid for 20 years, and the expressions on his face had become muscle memory. Lu Mengran cursed for a while before realizing something was wrong, as there were so many classmates watching them. Besides, what happened in your own family? It's no use venting your anger on a fool. After her heart calmed down, Lu Mengran suddenly thought of an idea. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at the fool in front of her. Although this fool is stupid, he is one of the richest second generation in Beijing. Although all his property was cheated away, he has an aunt who loves him very much. Lu Fan's aunt is the principal of Long University, otherwise Long University would not allow a fool to study here. Moreover, Lu Fan's aunt would give him pocket money every few days. Although most of this money was cheated away by his classmates, Lu Fan's identity was there, so it was definitely not difficult for him to get tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking of this, an idea that went against her principles suddenly came to her mind. How about borrowing a few tens of thousands of dollars from this idiot? That bad woman Lu Ruyan cheated him out of a supercar, so it shouldn't be a big deal if I only borrow a few tens of thousands of dollars. Seeing Lu Fan leaving the restaurant after eating and drinking, Lu Mengran dropped her chopsticks and quickly followed him. Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked back at Lu Mengran behind him in confusion. Is this campus beauty from Lu University so petty? It's fine that she scolded me in the restaurant, but now she's chasing me out and scolding me again? However, Lu Mengran's next words made him realize that he was overthinking. Lu Fan, my dad needs 40,000 or 50,000 yuan for surgery. Can you lend it to me? Borrow money? Lu Fan's first reaction was that another liar had come to his door, but when he looked at Lu Mengran's beautiful face and sexy figure, his eyes rolled and a sinister idea came to his mind. Borrow 50,000? I don't have that much money. But I can ask my aunt for it. She has a lot of money. When Lu Mengran heard this, her brows lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your trouble, Lu Fan. I will definitely pay you back when I make money in the future. Lu Fan looked at Lu Mengran, who was looking grateful, and felt disgusted. Isn't it obvious that you have no intention of returning it when you said that? You are only a sophomore now, and it will take at least 3 or 4 years for you to earn 50,000. You want to swindle 50,000 yuan out of me with just these empty words. Do you really think I'm still the fool I used to be? I can lend you the money, but you have to be my girlfriend. My aunt said that she will find me a beautiful girlfriend and marry me when I graduate. Lu Fan now knows that his character as a fool is very useful, so he just continues to pretend to be stupid, and even his tone of voice is a bit silly. What? Lu Fan, you? Lu Mengran was furious. When someone asked you to borrow money, you took out your phone and transferred the money. But when I asked you to borrow money, I made such an impolite request. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Thinking of this, Lu Mengran turned around and wanted to leave, but thinking of her father lying on the hospital bed, she stopped again and faced Lu Fan. This idiot is mentally ill. He probably said that just because I'm pretty. He looks so stupid that he probably doesn't know what a boyfriend or girlfriend is, let alone the things between men and women. I can deal with him first, but for safety's sake I'd better sound him out first. Lu Fan, do you know what boyfriends and girlfriends should do? Lu Mengran looked at Lu Fan, who had a dazed expression, and asked in a low voice. Lu Fan almost instantly understood what she was thinking. Of course I know. Boyfriends and girlfriends just kiss and cuddle and go to sleep together. My aunt taught me that. Seeing Lu Mengran's face turn ugly, Lu Fan quickly pretended to be stupid again. You'll be my girlfriend and you'll have to coax me to sleep. I'm scared to sleep alone in a big room. Just coaxing her to sleep, nothing else? Lu Mengran asked again in a low voice. What else can I do? Lu Fan asked back with a silly look on his face, which instantly made her let down her guard, but she didn't know that Lu Fan was already laughing so hard that he almost choked. He now feels more and more that this fool's identity is too useful. It will be so satisfying to cheat people in the future. It seems that his stupid brain does not understand the relationship between men and women at all. It's just a simple kiss and hug, and I can bear it for a while. What's more, Lu Fan is just a little stupid, and he looks very handsome. I am not at a disadvantage. For the sake of the 50,000 yuan, Lu Mengran could only comfort herself in this way. Then Lu Fan, when can you give me the money? My father is anxiously waiting for surgery. I'm going to my aunt's house to ask for money now, but from now on you are my girlfriend. Seeing Lu Mengran nod, Lu Fan was already smiling in his heart. Kissing, hugging and sleeping were all fine, so the next step would naturally be a logical progression. Lu Fan will use practical actions to make Lu Mengran, the #1 campus beauty, understand one thing: a man's words can lie, even if the man is a fool. Lu Fan walked up to Lu Mengran and hugged her slender waist. The waist was soft and boneless, and the feel of the hand was so high that it could reach the sky. Then, smelling the body fragrance of the goddess, Lu Fan, this fool, felt like he was floating on the sky. Ah! Lu Fan, you! Lu Mengran pushed him away with a red face, but unfortunately, as a weak woman, she was no match for Lu Fan. What's wrong? Didn't I say you're my girlfriend from now on? Let's go get the money. Lu Fan's dazed expression once again made Lu Mengran let down her guard. He just gave her a simple hug. I could bear it. As a result, a magnitude 12 earthquake broke out in Lon University. The school beauty Lu Mengran was unexpectedly held in the arms of the idiot Lu Fan. Looking at their intimate postures, they looked no different from a young couple. The news of the explosion spread throughout Lon University in an instant, and heartbreaking sounds suddenly rang out across the campus. Chapter 4: Auntie gives money. Lu Fan came to the office of the president of Lon University alone. As for Lu Mengran, she didn't dare to come up at all. She knew that Aunt Lu Fan loved her nephew the most. If she knew that she was plotting against Lu Fan, she would probably be in trouble. Lu Fanghua was woken up while taking a lunch break. If it were someone else, she would have been angry and had a dark face. But if this person is Lu Fan, the result will be completely different. Xiao Fan, have you eaten? Have you spent all your money? How have you been recently? Have you made any good friends? Lu Fanghua, who was wearing a white collar dress, held Lu Fan's hand affectionately and asked about his well-being. Since his parents died, his aunt has been his only support. If it weren't for this aunt, Lu Fan might have starved to death on the street. Lu Fan looked with red eyes at the woman closest to him in the world. Lu Fanghua was about 40 years old and was in very good condition. The Lu family's excellent genes make her exude a dignified and mature feminine charm. Her face is somewhat similar to Lu Fan, proving the blood relationship between the two. Aunt, thank you for your hard work over the years. Lu Fan took a step forward and hugged the woman closest to him tightly. Lu Fenghua's body trembled, and an expression of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Xiao Fan, you. Aunt, I'm fine now. My mind is very clear now. I have never been so clear in my life. Lu Fanghua held Lu Fan's shoulders and looked into his extremely clear eyes. This was not the look a stupid person should have. That's great. God bless you, Xiao Fan, you are finally well. Lu Fanghua was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Lu Fan as excitedly as a little girl. Lu Fan's eyes also were red the whole time. The two of them sat on the sofa for half an hour. Lu Fan's performance made her no longer wary. He spoke clearly, his eyes were bright and clear, and his words and actions were more normal than any normal person. Auntie, I have no money, please give me some money. You want money? Has your money been borrowed by someone again? When the matter of money was mentioned, Lu Fanghua instantly changed into a different person. As the president of Long University, how could she not know what happened to her nephew? Those young people really think that the money from my Lu family is so easy to get. When I was hanging out in society, you guys didn't even know where to play in the mud. Ha ha. Auntie, you also said that the money was lent out, and I have the transfer records on WeChat. By the way, I remember that my aunt's best friend, Sister Lu, runs a law firm, right? I'm free these 2 days, so I'll go get close to Sister Lu and talk about getting those people to pay back the money. Forehead. Lu Fanghua froze in place for a moment. Lu Fan didn't look like a fool who had just recovered. He was clearly more cunning and treacherous than anyone else. I have been transferring money to Lu Fan through WeChat, and I actually had this in mind secretly. I didn't expect that he would think of this at an instant. Xiao Fan, you have indeed grown up. Just tell your aunt whatever you want to do in the future. Your aunt will always be your strongest supporter. I was thinking that the little bit of money you were cheated by your classmates would be settled when they were about to graduate. Now that you have recovered, I will let you deal with it yourself. Well, aunt, please give me the money. The school beauty Lu Mengran is waiting for money downstairs. Lu Mengran? She's a good girl. Xiaofan, try your best to win her over. I'll transfer 1 million to you first. The money will be transferred directly to your card. In front of Lu Fan, Lu Fanghua opened his laptop and transferred 1 million yuan to his Longhua bank account. In her eyes, this 1 million is probably about the same as 100 yuan. You have to know that during the most glorious period of Lua's history, the assets of the company amounted to hundreds of billions. Before his death, Lu Fan's father had already paved the way for his son's safety. The cash he had with Lu Fanghua alone was enough for him to squander the rest of his life, so this 1 million was just a drop in the bucket. Thank you, Auntie. I'm leaving now. Let's have dinner together this weekend. Yeah, come on, Xiaofan. I'll make you braised pork this weekend. Watching Lu Fan leave, Lu Fanghua suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. Only she knew how much suffering and grievances she had endured in order to protect this silly nephew over the years. Brother and sister-in-law, you can rest in peace in heaven. Xiaofan has finally returned to normal. Lu Fan came downstairs and saw the campus beauty Lu Mengran still waiting anxiously. When she saw him come out, she quickly ran over. The beauty threw herself into his arms, and Lu Fan, adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of an opportunity, stepped forward and hugged Lu Mengran's delicate body. Ah! Lu Fan, let me go. Mengran baby, I got the money. Now come back to my dormitory and let me sleep? Now. Lu Mengran glanced at the blazing sun above her head. Why was she sleeping in the broad daylight? However, considering that the money was in place, she gave up struggling and let Lu Fan hold her tightly. I just had a full meal, so I naturally need to have a good sleep. Lu Fan tried his best to make himself look more stupid and idiotic so that Lu Mengran would let down her guard, and sure enough, Lu Mengran compromised again. Okay. But when will you transfer the money to me, Lu Fan? Let's go back to my dormitory first, and I'll transfer the money to you when we get back. For the sake of money, Lu Mengran gritted her teeth and endured it. Lu Fan turned his head with a cunning smile on his face. He didn't expect that the most beautiful girl in Long University was so innocent. With Long University's #1 campus beauty in his arms, Lu Fan walked with his head tilted up, afraid that others wouldn't see him. Lu Mengran was so ashamed that she didn't even raise her face. The eyes of her classmates on the street seemed to pierce her like needles. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold her head up in Long University from now on. I don't know how many boys' hearts were broken along the way, and the photo of the two of them leaning on each other spread throughout the school in an instant. As the #1 fool in Long University, Lu Fan enjoys professor-level treatment and occupies a dormitory all by himself, which is a teacher's dormitory. The accommodation conditions are the best among all Long University students. Of course, this was naturally the work of the principal, Lu Fanghua, otherwise Lu Fan would have been bullied to death if he had shared a dormitory with others. Just as Lu Fan was walking to the door of his dormitory with his arm around Lu Mengran's slender waist, a tall boy with an angry look on his face stood in front of the two of them. Lu Mengran. Why are you with this idiot? The boy pointed at Lu Mengran with trembling body. Lu Mengran's pretty face turned pale and she stammered, not knowing how to answer. Lu Fan looked at the boy with a smile on his face. He also knew this guy, Yukai, a member of the school basketball team and a loyal pursuer of Lu Mengran. There was a rumor going around that Lu Mengran and Yukai were together. Does this count as stealing someone's love? Lu Fan held Lu Mengran's big hands tightly again, and their bodies almost merged together. Yukai's eyes were blazing with fire after seeing this scene. He clenched his fists and was ready to step forward and take action. Lu Fan screamed in fright and hid directly behind Lu Mengran. My wife, protect me. This big idiot wants to beat me up. Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran's slender waist and pressed his whole body against her, which made Yukai on the opposite side so angry that he roared and was about to attack. Chapter 5, Stop at red light and go at green light. Stop. Although Lu Mengran disdains Lu Fan's cowardly behavior, his life is now at stake for her father, and she absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to him. Yukai, you should know who Lu Fan's aunt is. If you dare to hit him, I guarantee that there is a high chance that you will drop out of school early. Have you forgotten what happened to the person who hit Lu Fan before? You. Yukai's eyes were bloodshot, and he hesitated for a long time before he reluctantly put down his outstretched hand. Lu Mengran, why? When you rejected me last time, didn't you say you had no intention of falling in love? Why would you rather be with a fool? Am I not even as good as a fool? Yukai, you are indeed better than Lu Fan in every way, but my father is in the hospital and needs 50,000 yuan for surgery. Can you afford it? Lu Mengran's words pierced Yukai's heart like a needle. Yukai's face flushed and he was unable to answer. More than 90% of the people in this world are ordinary people, especially students of their age. How many of them can come up with 50,000 yuan? Honey, I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep. Lu Fan deliberately whispered something in Lu Mengran's ear. Lu Mengran only felt her body tighten and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her neck. Thinking that her father was still lying in the hospital and urgently waiting for money, Lu Mengran gritted her teeth and took the initiative to pull Lu Fan towards his dormitory building. Lu Fan clearly heard the sound of something breaking behind him, which was very crisp and pleasant. When Lu Mengran opened the door of the dormitory, she was stunned. The four of them were squeezed into a small dormitory, but Lu Fan occupied an apartment with one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom by himself, and the decoration was so luxurious that it was countless times better than her home. The living room has everything you need including sofas, coffee tables, refrigerators, washing machines and air conditioners. This is in Beijing, where every inch of land is valuable. Wife, I'm so hungry, let's go to bed. Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran's delicate body with excitement. Lu Mengran's body stiffened, and she suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. This idiot doesn't really understand the relationship between men and women, does he? The next second, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone, added Lu Mengran's WeChat number, and then transferred 50,000 yuan directly. Wife, now you can rest assured, let's go to bed. Lu Fan's voice was trembling as he spoke. This was the most beautiful girl on campus at Long University. He never thought that he would be able to win her over on the first day he woke up. Wait a moment. Lu Mengran stretched out her hand to block Lu Fan's outstretched hand, took out her cell phone to transfer the money again, and then called her mother in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan watched her operation throughout the whole process, with a confused expression on his face. This woman, could it be that my father is really seriously ill? The next second, Lu Mengran's words confirmed his guess. Mom, I borrowed 50,000 from a classmate. You can do the surgery for my dad first, and we'll pay him back when we have money in the future. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mengran looked at Lu Fan's silly expression, thinking that he was being stupid again, and she felt relieved immediately. Lu Fan, aren't you sleepy? I'll coax you to sleep, but you have to promise not to bully me, okay? Although I can't pay you back the money I owe you right now, Lu Mengran, will always remember it. As long as I save enough, I will pay you back as soon as possible. Lu Mengran's words made Lu Fan's hot heart turn cold in an instant. He thought that Lu Mengran was cheating him of his money like others, so it was natural for him to sleep with her. But the scene before me is completely different from what I expected, and now I feel like I'm threatening someone. Lu Fan! Lu Mengran shouted softly, waking up the dazed Lu Fan, and walked into the bedroom first with a red face. Looking at the alluring back of Belle Lu, Lu Fan rushed up to her in a rush. Belle Lu didn't mind, so why should he mind? Lu Mengran sat on the big bed in the bedroom and gently took off her sandals, revealing a pair of beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. The whole movement was elegant and seductive, coupled with the shyness on her expression. Lu Fan only felt his head getting hot, and a surge of evil fire rushed to his forehead. Lu Fan, we agreed that we were just going to sleep together. You need to behave yourself and not bully me. Okay. I won't bully you, I will only care about you and love you. Lu Fan's face once again showed a silly and obsessed expression. This time he was not pretending. Instead, he was completely seduced by the beautiful scene in front of him. Lu Fan quickly took off his shoes and rushed forward at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint. He hugged Lu Mengran's delicate body and wouldn't let go. There was not a single honest spot on his body. Lu Mengran was shocked and didn't know where to cover her with her hands. She was so embarrassed that she kept shouting no. Longda Forum. Breaking news, the most explosive news in Long University, the most beautiful girl in school is together with the most fool. Yukai of the basketball team lost to the fool and retired sadly. The pinned post instantly ignited the forum, with countless Long University students leaving messages below. The post even included photos of Lu Fan hugging Lu Mengran, and even the conversation between Yukai and Lu Fan was secretly photographed. It's over. The emerald cabbage has been eaten by a pig, and it's a wild boar. I want to do that too, even in my dreams. The one upstairs, dreaming +1. Hey! What position do you think the beauty of Lu University is in now? You are so disgusting upstairs. Lu Mengran is my goddess. If you dare to humiliate my goddess, I will never let you go. My goddess has such a flexible body, she should be able to do the splits. Put. You guys upstairs are not a good guy either, but have you forgotten that Lu Fan is a fool? Fuck. You think that idiot can't even play poker? Lu Fan was not aware of the popularity of the school forum, and he never paid attention to those gossips. At this moment, Lu Fan was sleeping soundly with Lu Mengran in his arms. Originally, he wanted to win the school beauty Lu with a shameless attitude, but unfortunately, he encountered a red light. Suddenly, a basin of cold water was poured from head to toe, and Lu Fan became quiet, wanting to cry but unable to do so. Lu Mengran was even more miserable. She thought she was just trying to coax the idiot to sleep, but it turned out that her strength was not enough to stop the idiot's actions. As a result, she lost all her defenses and was taken advantage of by a fool. If it weren't for that band-aid, she would probably be kneeling down and singing Conquer now. Lu Mengran wiped her tears and looked at the idiot who was sleeping peacefully while hugging her tightly. She wished she could beat him to death with a brick. The ordeal just now had exhausted all her strength, and Lu Mengran fell asleep in a daze. Lu Fan had a dream. In the dream, he was so hungry that he came to a steamed bun shop. I ordered 2 big white buns and was enjoying eating them when someone slapped me on the head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a pretty face with an embarrassed look on its face. When I looked down again, I realized that this was not a bun at all, it was clearly Lu Fan, you bastard. You promised not to bully me, but you didn't keep your word, what? Lu Mengran covered her face and burst into tears. Lu Fan tried to coax her, but Lu Mengran ignored him. The irritated Lu Fan pounced on her and pressed the campus beauty Lu under him again, continuing his sweet dream that had not ended just now. Ah. No. Chapter 6, Earn 800 yuan with 1 cut. Can we talk now? If you keep crying, we can continue. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Fan smacked his lips, stood up, put on his clothes, and threw Lu Mengran's skirt on her. Lu Mengran was so frightened by his words that her pretty face turned pale. She grabbed her skirt and put it on, then curled up in the corner of the bed. The delicate little face was full of tear marks, and she looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. In fact, she had indeed suffered a great injustice. She had never thought that she would be taken advantage of by a fool and almost lose her virginity. Lu Mengran, we agreed to kiss and cuddle before going to bed. Do you think I went too far? We just kissed and cuddled before going to bed together. You are shameless. I almost got. Lu Mengran was so angry that her body was shaking. It's not like it didn't happen. They are still very contractual. Lu Mengran, from now on you are my woman. I will love you, care about you, and treat you well. Now that the bullying was over, Lu Fan naturally had to step forward and comfort them. Holding Lu Mengran's fragrant body in his arms, Lu Fan's mind was still recalling the wonderful scene before. The lewd expression on his face made Lu Mengran feel embarrassed and annoyed, so she stretched out her fingers and pinched his waist hard. Who wants to be the woman of a fool like you? Hey! That's not right. Lu Mengran was truly shocked then and realized that the Lu Fan in front of her didn't look like a fool at all. He used his foolish appearance to lower her guard, and then tricked her into coming to his dormitory and almost took advantage of her. Now she felt like she was the biggest idiot. Lu Fan, are you not stupid anymore? Ha, it just happened today. I didn't expect that I would be able to win the top campus beauty of Longda University on the first day of recovery. I am so awesome. Ah! Lu Fan! Give me back my innocence. Seeing that Lu Mengran was still going to make trouble, Lu Fan glared at her and reached out to pull her skirt again. The girl was so scared that she quickly shut up and covered her mouth, looking at Lu Fan with a pleading look. Girls will fall in love sooner or later. What's wrong with you and me? Look, I'm not bad looking, I have money, and my aunt is the president of Longda University. Just think about it, following me will definitely change your life tremendously, and you won't have to worry about anything related to money anymore. Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran into his arms again and tried to make his tone gentle. Lu Mengran was stunned and lowered his head to think. What Lu Fan said was not without reason. He was tall and strong, with handsome features. It was only the silly look in his eyes that obscured his handsome appearance. Now Lu Fan's eyes are clear and he exudes a shrewd and sunny feeling. He is indeed a good boyfriend. The most important thing is that what Lu Fan said just now was the truth. If you follow him, not only will you not have to worry about money, you won't even have to worry about your future job, and your parents will also be able to live a good life. Moreover, he had just taken advantage of her. Girls have this kind of mentality that men's first experience is always extremely impressive. Come on, baby, you must be hungry now, I'll take you out for dinner. Seeing that she was somewhat moved, Lu Fan knew that she was persuaded by him, but was just too embarrassed to agree due to her girlish modesty. So he changed his strategy directly, and the two of them started by dating to develop their relationship. A few minutes later, Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran and walked out of the dormitory again. The intelligence team waiting outside the door immediately took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Oops. Lu Mengran, who had just walked out of the door, let out a cry and fell into Lu Fan's arms. What's wrong? My legs are numb. You pressed them for several hours. Lu Mengran glared at him in shame and anger, not knowing that this scene broke the hearts of the classmates who were secretly filming from a distance. It's over. The campus beauty of Lu University has lost her first blood. God, please send down thunder to kill that fool. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan and Lu Mengran appeared in a Western restaurant outside Long University. Since it was a date, they naturally could not eat in the school cafeteria. After ordering 2 steak sets for couples, Lu Fan took out his cell phone to check while waiting for the food to be served. There hasn't been a single message on his phone for such a long time, which shows how miserable his life is. However, a lot of messages popped up on the Pink 6E app on his mobile phone, and one of them, which offered a discount of 800 yuan, attracted his attention. This guy is obviously a liar, but we now have a system bug that will never let us get scammed. How about giving it a try? Lu Fan did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly clicked on the software and entered the Kenyato interface. At the same time, I checked the situation on the system panel in my mind. Host, Lu Fan. Title, The World's #1 Idiot. Number of times cheated, 2 times. Points, 2 points. The number of times she was cheated and the points she received have not changed, which proves that what Lu Mengran said was true, including her words about paying back the money in the future, which she meant sincerely. Lu Fan, what era is this? You don't still believe that you can get 800 yuan for just 1 cut, do you? Lu Mengran on the opposite side saw what Lu Fan did with her own eyes and gave him a speechless look. Maybe a miracle will happen. I'm a fool. I believe everything anyone says. Lu Fan clicked a few times, and finally a sharing link popped up on the interface. He could get a red envelope of 800 yuan by inviting his friends to make a cut. Lu Fan directly sent the link to Lu Mengran and asked her to help him cut it. Lu Fan, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? My chopping will be useless. It is true that some people were able to bargain down to 800 yuan, but, how is this possible? Lu Mengran was so shocked by the scene in front of her that she cried out, and her beautiful eyes widened into the size of copper bells. Just now, she just clicked the cut button without any hope, and the result was that the cut was successful was directly displayed on Lu Fan's mobile phone interface, and the red envelope was immediately credited to his account. Bite. The wonderful sound of WeChat red envelopes arriving is something that absolutely everyone is very familiar with. Lu Fan clicked on the account arrival interface and looked at the big red envelope with 800 yuan in it. His mouth was crooked with smile. He didn't care about the $800, but he once again confirmed the bug that he would never be cheated. Honey, we have more money than we can spend on food now. If you help me bargain a few more times, we can use the time we have to eat to earn some money for shopping later. Lu Fan showed off the amount of money he had received in front of Lu Mengran. Lu Mengran opened her mouth with an expression of disbelief on her face. Seeing that Lu Fan sent her the same link again, Lu Mengran looked at herself in confusion. Lu Fan, what just happened was probably a bug in Pink Sixie's backend. How can the same thing happen repeatedly? Oh my god. Even the gentle and beautiful Lu University student couldn't help but swear, because she just clicked on the link casually, and Lu Fan suddenly received a prompt that the connection was successful again, and then another 800 yuan was deposited into the account. This is crazy. This is definitely crazy. This doesn't make sense. Lu Mengran was still muttering in shock when Lu Fan's third slash came over again. She clicked it subconsciously, and another 800 yuan was directly deposited into Lu Fan's account. 10 minutes later, the waiter brought the couple's meal, and Lu Fan had no idea how many 800 yuan had been deposited into his account. Lu Mengran on the opposite side was already numb. She concluded that there must be a huge bug in the backend of Pink Sixie, otherwise how could such a bizarre thing happen? Chapter 7, Successful Cutting is My Skill. Lu Mengran took out her mobile phone and applied for a cut as well, but strangely, Lu Fan's help for her had no effect. This is her normal operation. The purpose of Pink Sixie is to let you attract as many people as possible. You can get 800 yuan with the last drop of effort, but it is stuck at those 3 cents. When you gather enough people to collect 2 cents, the last cent must be exchanged for gold coins. You can only get a few gold coins for each chop, so you have to collect 100 gold coins to exchange for that 1 cent. There are even more disgusting routines later, which make you always feel that you are just one step away from success, but in the end there are always new routines waiting for you. Many big anchors have tested this before, and they pulled hundreds of people together to make a profit, but in the end they still failed to get the 800 yuan. Lu Fan, I guess Pink Sixie has discovered the backend bug and fixed it. Look, I haven't succeeded yet. Then Mengran, let's make a bet. If I succeed again, you will come to my dormitory and help me wash clothes for a month. If I fail, I can agree to any request you make. Lu Fan had figured it out. This was definitely not a bug fix, but a system bug that only he had. Everything that lied to him would come true. Since the advertisement said that he could cash out after cutting the price, then he could definitely cash out. If others don't have a system, it is naturally impossible for them to succeed. I won't bet with you. You might be harboring some evil intentions, or you were just being honest when you were stupid before. She had already suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Fan, so how could she be fooled again? Now it's time for a date and dinner, so Lu Fan naturally cannot waste all his energy on making money. The most important thing is to have dinner with school beauty Lu. The two of them enjoyed the steak. Lu Mengran stuffed the steak into her mouth while thinking about what happened today. This day was like a dream to her, and the plot was full of ups and downs. Lu Fan, how many times did you withdraw cash just now? I think it should be 20 to 30 times. With so much money, people will definitely give you trouble. Lu Mengran gracefully stuffed a piece of steak into her mouth and asked curiously. 34 times, that's $27,000. You contributed half of it. Let's go back and withdraw the money tonight and split it in half. Who would bother me for such a small amount of money? Pink Sixie should have some dignity, right? It was my ability that I succeeded in bargaining. I don't want your money. The 50,000 yuan I borrowed from you. I will definitely pay you back when I save enough money. Lu Mengran was still a little moved, but her girlish modesty made her say things against her will. Earning 27,000 yuan in just a short period of time is extremely incredible to ordinary people. Even if she couldn't withdraw the money later, half of the 27,000 was still more than 13,000, which was definitely a huge sum of money for a girl from an ordinary family like her. With this money she can improve her life and buy some things she had long wanted but could not afford. Mengran, you are my girlfriend now. My money is your money. It's just 50,000 yuan. Don't mention it from now on. How could I have gotten these 20,000 yuan without your help? I can't have done it alone, so it's only right that you take half. It's settled. Let's go shopping at a nearby mall later, and then we'll go to my dorm to bargain for more money. You can take half of all the money. There was a cunning gleam in Lu Fan's eyes when he said this, but unfortunately the simple Lu Mengran had already fallen into the fantasy of getting rich quickly and shopping, and did not notice anything wrong at all. After dinner. After paying the bill, Lu Fan put his arms around the goddess' slender waist again, took a taxi and drove to a nearby shopping mall. Thinking of his Ferrari worth more than 4 million yuan still in the hands of Lu Ruyan, a sneer appeared on Lu Fan's face. Lu Ruyan, just wait for me. My things are not so easy to take. Although the vehicle was transferred to Lu Ruyan had absolutely no legal basis to defend herself. Because Lu Fan is a fool and has medical certificates issued by several large hospitals, this situation involves suspected fraud of huge amounts of property assets. He just needs to find a lawyer and the matter can be resolved perfectly. By then, Lu Ruyan will be in his hands and can be manipulated by him at will. Lu Fan would never be nice to Lu Ruyan, the scheming woman, and such a woman would not be as well behaved and virtuous as Lu Mengran. The taxi stopped at a square. There are several universities around here, so the square is usually filled with students at night. The level of the mall is not particularly high. After all, the mainstream consumer group is students, and there are definitely not many wealthy students. When you go to a mall, you naturally have to shop, which is why Lu Mengran did not refuse. She is not a saint and she also likes beautiful clothes and exquisite gifts. Lu Fan didn't know much about the tricks to pick up girls, but he still had a lot of memories in his mind. The shopping spree of the rich second generation is always the most effective weapon. From a 3-year-old girl to an 80-year-old lady, absolutely no one doesn't like it. Lu Fan didn't even ask for the opinion of the campus beauty Lu University, and hugged her and went straight to the clothing area. Lu Fan, let's go to another one. This one is too expensive. Lu Mengran's words immediately made Lu Fan like her very much. What a nice girl. She even knew how to save money for her boyfriend when shopping. If it were another woman, she would kill you and it would be unfair to her for having come such a long way. My Mengran is the most beautiful girl in Lon University. She can wear any brand of clothes. Don't worry, your man is rich. Lu Fan put his arm around the goddess' slender waist and walked into the Chanel area in front of him. As the top luxury brand in Longhua, although Chanel is not the best, it has the widest audience. Moreover, its clothing design is very much in line with the aesthetic taste of the Chinese people, especially Chinese women. Lu Mengran was just a girl from an ordinary family. She had seen her classmates wearing Chanel clothes before, but the price was so high that she could only fantasize about it in her dreams. I didn't expect that I would walk into a Chanel store, and Lu Fan had already picked up a skirt of her favorite style and started trying it on herself. Mengran, you have fair skin and a perfect figure. You are definitely a standard clothes hanger. We just need to pick out some styles we like. Lu Mengran nodded with a red face. She wanted to refuse but felt it was too hypocritical because she really wanted the skirt. Go try it on. If it fits, put it on and don't take it off. Aha! Lu Mengran lowered her head and walked into the locker room obediently. When she came out a few minutes later, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a white dress with dragon-style embroidery and irregular high and low beveled edges on the hem. When the tall and sexy Lu Mengran puts on this dress, it feels like it was tailor-made for her. Does it look good? Lu Mengran had already seen the answer from Lu Fan's astonished eyes, but she still asked. Take it off, and the waiter will just issue the bill, and we won't take it off. The waitress at the side smiled so hard that her eyebrows curved. Just now she thought that the two were just two poor students who came to join in the fun. I didn't expect that she would place an order within minutes of entering the store. She is much more generous than many rich ladies. Sir, you have a really good eye. This skirt is a new model of Chanel and it has only been on sale in our store for more than 10 days. When your girlfriend wears it, it looks like it was tailor-made for her. Even a girl like me is moved by it. The price of this skirt is 8,600 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Chapter 8 Relatives Gone. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the Chanel store, and the waiter behind them bent over and walked them a long way away before going back. Lu Mengran's face was always red, and she did not hide the joy in her heart at all. She was wearing a dress worth more than 8,000 yuan, holding a Chanel summer suit worth more than 6,000 yuan in her hand, and a fashionable small bag worth more than 30,000 yuan on her shoulder. She was wearing her newly bought Chanel high heels. The money she spent in just these 10 minutes was more than the total amount she had spent on clothes since she could remember. She is also a girl, so naturally she likes nice clothes, bags, and shoes very much. In the past, she could not afford to ask for these things due to her poor family background, and she always kept herself clean and refused the courtship and gifts from those boys. Someone once said that a man who spends money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man who is unwilling to spend money on you definitely does not love you. Lu Mengran was still immersed in extreme joy, and Lu Fan pulled her directly into another shop. Lu Mengran reacted only after entering the room. When she saw the dazzling array of stockings, her pretty face immediately turned red with shame. Lu Fan, what are we doing here? Hee, you're here to buy stockings. Your legs are so slender and white. Wearing nice stockings will definitely make you more charming. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a perfect pair of gun mounts. No. Long legs. Lu Fan's words made her so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Lu Fan didn't care about that. The clothes just now were worn by Lu Mengran, and the stockings now were her own benefit. The waiter brought my girlfriend 4 sets of black stockings, 4 sets of white stockings, and 4 sets of flesh-colored stockings, each with a different style. The waiter in the store burst into laughter, but Lu Mengran was too embarrassed to raise her head. Lu Fan didn't care about it. He took the styles selected by the waiter and directly selected 12 sets that he liked. It was 2 hours after they walked out of the mall. Since Lu Mengran was wearing high heels, they walked for a while and Lu Fan asked to stop and rest. Lu Mengran was very touched by his thoughtfulness. Lu Fan, let's go back to school. We bought too many things and we can't carry them all. Besides, we are tired. Lu Mengran's face has been red all night, with excitement and shyness. She is not a naive person. Lu Fan bought so many things for her. According to the normal procedure, she has searched a lot on the internet about what to do next. Okay, back to school. Lu Fan took all the bags from Lu Mengran's hands and picked them up, and the two took a taxi back to Long University again. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Mengran kept his head down the whole time and did not mention going back to his dormitory at all. Seeing her like this, Lu Fan could guess what she was thinking, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After returning to Lu Fan's dormitory, Lu Mengran was pushed into the bathroom by Lu Fan to take a shower. Lu Mengran was as obedient as a little lamb. She picked up the newly bought underwear and walked in very obediently. Watching the goddess walk into the bathroom, Lu Fan was so excited that he wanted to howl to the sky. The relatives of the campus beauty of Lu University have all left. Is it tonight? Thinking of this, Lu Fan felt the blood in his body boiling. He quickly ran to the bed to clean up and tidy up all the messy things. While anxiously waiting, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone again and started playing the Chop It game. He was holding 2 mobile phones and he successfully chopped hundreds of times in a short while. Although he doesn't care about this little money, the feeling of making money is simply too good to be true. By the time Lu Mengran came out, Lu Fan had already withdrawn 800 yuan more than 150 times, and directly got back all the money he had just spent. Lu Fan, I'm done washing. Lu Mengran had her wet hair loose, and her whole body exuded a strong scent of shower gel. She was wearing a newly bought skirt, her face was frighteningly red, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Fan's fiery eyes. Mengran, blow dry your hair first, I'll wash it right away. Lu Fan simply tore off his clothes and rushed into the bathroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Lu Mengran's heart was beating fast. Just as she was about to get a hairdryer, she found her cell phone on the coffee table. She subconsciously opened Lu Fan's WeChat, and the endless record of deposits scared her so much that she screamed. When I looked at the total amount in the account, it turned out to be more than 120,000. Oh my god! How is this possible? Glancing at Lu Fan's hazy figure in the bathroom, Lu Mengran picked up Lu Fan's mobile phone and started operating it. Unexpectedly, she was able to succeed in shopping with her own mobile phone. But she couldn't share the link using her mobile phone, which puzzled her. Lu Mengran took Lu Fan's mobile phone and operated it excitedly. Lu Fan only took 3 or 4 minutes to take a shower. He basically washed his hair, rinsed it casually, and ran out in a bathrobe. But in just a short period of time, Lu Mengran had withdrawn cash more than 10 times using his mobile phone and earned more than 10,000 yuan. Lu Fan. This money came too quickly. I'm a little worried. Baby, I don't think now is the time to be fussing about this. Lu Fan looked directly at Lu Mengran with fiery eyes, reached out to pick up the phone in her hand and threw it on the sofa with disgust. Lu Mengran was captivated by his fiery gaze, and her little heart began beating violently again. Lu Fan, will you be nice to me from now on? It was obvious to Lu Fan that the goddess was already prepared. Of course, honey, can't you see my sincerity towards you today? It's getting late, you should coax me to sleep. Lu Fan took a step forward, bent down, and picked up the goddess' delicate body. Lu Mengran cried out softly and buried her head in his arms, not daring to show her head. He walked a few steps into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with his foot. At night, the crying of the campus beauty of Lu University lasted for a long time before it stopped. I don't know how many boys of Long University suffered from insomnia that night. The news that the school beauty Lu Mengran was living with Lu Fan spread like wildfire, and those boys who had a crush on her heard the sound of their hearts breaking. At this time, the campus beauty of Lu University was held in Lu Fan's arms with tears on her face. The skin on her shoulders exposed outside the thin blanket was as white as milk. Lu Fan, are we moving too fast? You don't think I'm an indecent girl, do you? Lu Fan had a lewd expression on his face, and his wandering mind returned to reality. Thinking back to the wonderful scene just now, he still felt like a dream. Meng Ran, you are the #1 goddess of Long University. To have you is the blessing I have accumulated by digging up so many ancestral graves in my previous lives. Don't worry, from now on, as long as I, Lu Fan, have something to eat, you will never starve. The alluring body in his arms and the touch of the silky skin in his hands made him feel like he was dreaming. Lu Fan checked the system panel in his mind and found that the number of times he was cheated and the points he had accumulated had increased to 3 points. It seems that Lu Mengran didn't provide any points at all, which means she didn't deceive me at all. Then this extra point can naturally be obtained by withdrawing the money. However, I withdrew the money so many times but only got 1 point. It seems that the way I thought of before to earn points is not feasible. I have to walk around the campus again tomorrow and get cheated a few more times, otherwise when will my points reach 10? I don't know what I can win in the lottery. At this time, the Magic City thousands of miles away. Wang Tao, the director of Pink Sixie's technical department, was having dinner with his wife when the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Chapter 9, 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. What did you say? An account withdrew nearly 200,000 yuan today through a hack? Where are the people on duty? Are you guys eating shit? Wang Tao's expression changed instantly and he stood up and roared loudly. Immediately fix all the bug loopholes and block the withdrawal function of that person. No. Directly block the withdrawal link of that account. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Mengran in front of her. Lu Mengran opened her mouth several times but couldn't bear to say no. She has been using her mobile phone for 3 years and has not been willing to replace it. This money is just enough to buy a new one. Meng Ran, from now on, you should spend the money as you see fit. Don't save it for me. You can see that it's easy for me to make money. Just a few clicks will earn you money. Puff. Lu Fan, stop dreaming. The withdrawal issue must have been caused by a glitch in Pink Sixie's backend. Do you think you'll be able to encounter such a good thing in the future? Lu Mengran changed into a comfortable position in Lu Fan's arms, looking at his handsome profile with a smile on her face. However, when she turned over, her brows suddenly frowned and she covered her lower abdomen in pain. Don't doubt me, I can succeed with a single blow anytime I want. Lu Fan hugged the campus beauty Lu with one hand and took out his cell phone with the other hand and started operating it again. Unfortunately, when he opened his phone, he found that the link for the Kenny Dao withdrawal activity had disappeared. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Lu Fan opened Lu Mengran's phone again and found that her activity was still there, but the activity on his own phone had disappeared. Did the authorities find out and restrict my account? Lu Fan, I said there must be a malfunction. Now that it has been repaired, you naturally can't bring it up here. Lu Fan did not respond to her. After thinking for a few seconds, he searched Pink Sixie again in disbelief. Hey! Here they are selling a Fruit 16 mobile phone for 9.9 yuan. If you can't withdraw cash, it's better to withdraw the phone. Fruit 16 is very valuable. Lu Fan directly clicked on the link of the mobile phone with Kenyida, and then shared it with her in front of Lu Mengran. Mengran, baby, you are mine now. How about we make a bet on whether we can successfully hack the phone? What's the bet? This time Lu Mengran didn't refuse much. The two of them had even done the most intimate thing, so what's wrong with a small bet? If you fail to cut it, I promise you one thing. If you succeed, you have to wear the stockings I bought today to complete an elegant deed. Lu Fan, please explain clearly first, What is this elegant thing? Lu Mengran raised her head cautiously, her beautiful face showing a silly and cute expression, but she did not notice the smirk on Lu Fan's face. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. What's the next line? Next sentence? If it's not a beauty, how can I teach her? Oh. Lu Fan, you big bad guy. Lu Mengran's face turned red instantly and she punched Lu Fan's chest in embarrassment and anger. With the internet so developed now, how could she not understand these dirty jokes? He. Mengran baby, it's settled. Click on the link and try it out. Lu Fan, don't be so naive. The fault has been fixed, and you still think, what's going on? Lu Mengran suddenly screamed and sat up in shock, forgetting to cover her own exposed body. She looked at the prompt on Lu Fan's phone with a shocked face, which said the cut was successful and the goods will be shipped immediately. Ha ha ha. Mengran, I see your phone is old, so I'll give you a new one. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lu Mengran muttered to herself with a stupid look on her face. Everyone knew Pink Sixie's routine, but only Lu Fan, a fool, took it seriously. However, this guy successfully received the phone by chopping it with a knife in front of her. Such a bizarre thing actually happened in front of her. Mengran, keep going. I'm going to give Pin Cici a beating today. Lu Fan held his phone and kept clicking on the link that said get a free phone with one cut. In just a few minutes, he successfully cut 10 fruit 16 phones. This scene made Lu Mengran, who was standing next to her, twitch her lips. This was too weird. Her brain, a school beauty and a top student, could no longer keep up. When Lu Fan was about to buy the 11th mobile phone, the system prompted that the stock was out of stock. Gone? Only 10 in stock. You're really stingy. Lu Fan complained and threw his phone on the bedside table. Lu Fan, just be content. You got more than 200,000 yuan and a mobile phone from Pink Sixie today. An ordinary person would have to work hard for 2 years to earn this much money. As Lu Mengran spoke, she felt something was wrong and her voice gradually became smaller, but she found that Lu Fan was looking at her with a lustful expression. Mengran baby, you lost the bet just now. Bah! Lu Fan, you are a big bad guy. You were silly and cute before, but now that your brain is normal, you have become a bad person. So you're going to default on your debt, right? Don't think you can default on your debt just because you're the school belle. If you don't come, I'll have to force you. You. Lu Mengran's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't do anything to Lu Fan. After hesitating for a long time, she responded in a low voice. Lu Fan, then you, close your eyes. Ah. Lu Fan howled excitedly and closed his eyes obediently. Lu Mengran's face was already red. She glanced at him secretly for a few times before slowly crawling into the thin blanket. The next morning, Lu Mengran dragged her exhausted body to get up and go to class. As for Lu Fan, have you ever seen a fool in class? Lu Fan has privileges in Long University. He can attend anyone's class he wants to attend, and no teacher can interfere if he doesn't want to go. Mengran, how about I ask my aunt to ask for a leave for you? If you don't feel well today, don't go to class. I feel uncomfortable because of you. You are a bastard like a cow. Do you think everyone lives as carefree as you? If you don't attend class, I will deduct credits. But I only have one class, so I went back to the dormitory to rest after it. Okay, remember to come back and rest after class. Lu Fan, you're dreaming. Don't contact me in the next few days. Let me have a good rest. Lu Mengran pinched him in embarrassment, but didn't want to use any force. She turned around, picked up the underwear on the ground and started putting it on. Lu Fan just held his head with his hands and watched the campus beauty of Lu University changing her clothes. The process of her transforming from a little white sheep into a fairy was extremely erotic and beautiful. After getting dressed, Lu Mengran rushed into the living room, took a pair of scissors and walked into the bedroom. Lu Fan was so scared that he shrank into the corner, covering his legs tightly with his hands. Mengran, what are you doing? I'm just cutting the sheets, why are you so scared? Lu Mengran was stunned for a moment before she realized Lu Fan's idea. She giggled and made a scissors gesture towards his legs. If you bully me again, I will get up in the middle of the night to find a pair of scissors and separate you two brothers. Lu Mengran lifted the thin quilt and carefully cut off the piece of cloth in the middle of the sheet. That was the proof of her transformation from a girl to a woman, so naturally she had to keep it as a souvenir. Lu Fan watched as the campus beauty Lu folded the bloody sheet and stuffed it into her newly bought bag, and a lewd grin appeared on his face again. "Mengran, I'll contact you to pick up the fruit phone when it arrives. You should have a good rest these few days, and don't spread the news that I've recovered." "I know." Lu Mengran rolled her eyes at him and wanted to leave, but Lu Fan grabbed her wrist. After 2 seconds of silence, Lu Mengran kissed him again and Lu Fan let her go. The beauty is gone, but her fragrance still lingers in the room. Thinking of the bizarre events that happened yesterday, Lu Fan felt like he was dreaming. This is the life I should live. From now on, I will enjoy my life. Chapter 10. A beautiful day starts with being cheated. Shanghai Pink 6E headquarters. When Wang Tao entered the office at work, a staff member on night shift came over and told him a shocking news. Manager Wang, the guy who was banned from using Kenyido to withdraw 200,000 yuan last night, he clicked on Kenyido and successfully placed an order for 9.9 yuan fruit on his mobile phone. What? Success again? Have you checked all the vulnerabilities and bugs? Wang Tao sat on the chair with a frown on his face, but he didn't look very concerned. For such a big company, this loss was nothing. Manager Wang, we have checked countless times and have not found any loopholes or bugs. In addition, that person took away all 10 fruit 16ths at once, but he paid a total of 99 yuan. What? All were cut successfully? Was the other party the anchor? How many cuts did he make? One knife. The other party just found a person and chopped him with the knife and succeeded directly. And it was the same person 10 times. Wang Tao's eyes widened instantly and he opened his mouth to curse, but then he remembered that he was the one who took the lead in creating the chopping program. Was he going to scold himself? Damn it, why didn't you inform me earlier? There must be a loophole that you haven't discovered. I'll go to the technical department to check it out first. Wang Tao left in a hurry. After more than an hour of examination, no problems were found. Manager Wang, are we going to ship the fruit phone? Or should we just block his account and not ship it to him? An employee's reminder came from behind. Wang Tao's mind was in a mess. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. No, it would damage our reputation if we, as a company this big, refused to pay tens of thousands of dollars for a mobile phone. Ship the goods. But lock that person's mobile phone account for me. Don't send him any links to Kenyido in the future. He must have discovered some unknown loophole in Kenyido. Lu Fan slept until after 10 in the morning. If he hadn't been unable to sleep anymore, he wouldn't have wanted to get up. I opened my phone and sent a message to the campus beauty Lu, then checked my Pink 6E account, only to find that all 10 Fruit 16 machines had been shipped. That's what I said. How could such a big company bother me about a few tens of thousands of dollars? Pink 6E still has a big picture. Just when he opened Kenyido to spend some money for breakfast, he found that all the Kenyido activities in his Pin CC were gone, and the interface was so clean that he suspected that his phone was infected with a virus. Not only the activity of cutting costs to get cash, but also the link for cutting costs to get a fruit phone for 9.9 yuan is gone. Damn it, I take back what I said. I just gave you over 200,000. Do you think you should treat my account specially? Seeing that there was no chance of getting the free lunch, Lu Fan glanced at the system panel in his mind. The system had previously indicated that one could enter the lottery when the points reached 10. Now he has 3 points, and he has to be cheated 7 times before he can enter the lottery. While I still have the reputation of being a fool, I should go around the school quickly. Maybe I can get the full 10 points. In anticipation of the lucky draw, Lu Fan quickly got up and washed. Aunt Lu Fanghua was afraid that her nephew could not take care of himself, so she stuffed his closet with clothes and shoes, and then asked him to throw his dirty clothes into a big basket. Every weekend, classmates who worked part-time would come to help him wash his clothes and clean up. The washed and dried clothes and shoes would be put away for him again, so that the residence of a fool like him would not be so messy. After getting dressed neatly and looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Lu Fan nodded proudly. A good day starts with being cheated. As soon as he entered the campus, Lu Fan saw 2 girls walking past him, talking and laughing, with a bunch of food in their hands. This guy blocked the 2 people's way without saying a word, and directly reached into the bag and took out a box of bread and a bottle of AD calcium milk. Amid the confused expressions of the 2 girls, Lu Fan gave them a silly smile and turned away. "Enin, this bastard stole our food." "Forget it, he is that idiot Lu Fan, a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk are not worth much money." I read on the forum that Qin Shoshing from the computer department cheated him of all his money. He must have been starving and had no money to buy food. In fact, he is still very conscientious. Look at all the snacks in my bag, but he only took bread and milk. He is not greedy at all. Compared to those who cheated him out of all his money, his character is already very good. Enin, what you said is true. I heard that Qin Shiguang cheated him out of more than 2,000 yuan yesterday, and even took away the few yuan in change. That person is really a bad guy. Compared with him, this fool is really a good person. Lu Fan, who had not walked far, had a big smile on his face. He himself could not have imagined that this fool's identity could be so useful. He stole other people's food, and the two girls actually praised him. Just as he walked a short distance, a tall boy with his arm around a girl blocked his way. Lu Fan looked up and subconsciously a silly smile appeared on his face. Isn't this the first order of business? I had the impression that this guy's name was Lu something. I had borrowed money from him a few times before. This guy was blocking my way now, most likely because he met me and wanted to get some information. Student Lu Fan, has your aunt given you living expenses again? My mother's diabetes has relapsed and she needs a lot of money to maintain it every day. I haven't eaten for 3 days. If you have money, please lend me some. The classmate let go of his girlfriend and stood in front of Lu Fan to play the victim, but the sly smile on his face didn't match the words he said. His girlfriend behind him had an expression of being used to it, and when she glanced at Lu Fan, her eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. Lu Fan showed his signature silly smile on his face, and he was very happy in his heart. This was the right plot. If no one came to borrow money, how could he get 10 points? Borrow money? But, my aunt just transferred 2,000 to me, and this is all I have. Just transferred 2,000? Student Lu's eyes lit up, he turned around and pinched himself hard, causing tears to come out of his eyes, then he looked at Lu Fan pitifully. Student Lu Fan, I haven't eaten for 3 days and I'm really starving. My mother's diabetes has gotten worse again. She has to go to the hospital for treatment every few days. Our family really can't afford it. As a classmate, shouldn't you show some love and help me? Well, we should help each other, since we are classmates. Lu Fan tried his best not to laugh, and even if he laughed, he wanted to look stupid and silly. Yes, we are all classmates. Classmate Lu Fan, please lend me the money quickly. Student Lu impatiently took out the QR code on his mobile phone, and his girlfriend behind him walked up to him with a smile on her face. Lu Fan's eyes were instantly fixed on the girl's pair of headlights. Fuck, does this girl's family raise dairy cows? His eyes rolled and a sinister idea came to his mind. Classmate, my aunt just told me that I can't lend money to classmates easily. If I want to borrow money, I have to exchange it for something. Lu Fan put away the phone that he was about to scan the code with, and covered the payment interface with a stupid look on his face. Student Lu saw the duck that was about to be caught fly away, and he was so anxious that he wanted to curse. Student Lu Fan, what do you want to exchange? All my money has been used to treat my mother. I don't have anything valuable. Forehead. Lu Fan's eyes moved around and finally locked on his girlfriend's chest. I want to eat steamed buns made of white flour. Ah. Where the hell are you looking, you idiot? The girl was locked in Lu Fan's gaze, and she covered her chest in frustration and started cursing. Student Lu's face instantly turned dark. Chapter 11, Broken Leg by a Pig. I have only been dating this girlfriend for half a month, and they have only developed to the point where they have just eaten buns. They haven't even reached the last step yet. How can I let this fool get away with it? You're not allowed to eat? Then forget it. Lu Fan licked his lips with a look of regret, then was about to leave with his phone. Now Lu was anxious. This fool was not so difficult to talk to before. He just said a few words to fool him and the money was deposited into his account. This time he actually knew to make conditions. He must have been cheated so many times that his aunt taught him this specifically. Xiaoyu, why don't you just sacrifice yourself? This idiot doesn't know anything anyway. Lu Gang, what are you talking about? I'm your girlfriend, don't you have any sense of responsibility as a man? The fierce girl looked at her boyfriend in disbelief, a hint of disappointment appearing on her face. Xiaoyu, think about it. This idiot will be defrauded of $2,000 by others in a blink of an eye. If we act too late, we will miss the $2,000. You will suffer a little loss. Anyway, he is a fool and doesn't understand anything. Lu Fan walked slowly on purpose to give the two people behind him time to discuss. In fact, his face was full of a cunning smile, and he was trying hard not to laugh. The fierce girl's expression changed, and finally she nodded and agreed, but she put forward a condition. Lu Gang should use that money to buy me the dress I liked yesterday. Okay, auntie, let's go buy that skirt later. Lu Gang calculated in his mind. The skirt cost 800 yuan, so he had 1200 yuan left. He and his wife could enjoy themselves for a few days, and they would have enough money to book a hotel. Maybe he could find a chance to win Xiaoyu over. Student Lu Fan, come back. I promise you can touch the buns, but you can't eat them. After you touch them, you have to lend me money. Okay, it would be nice to touch the buns too. Lu Fan rushed towards the fierce girl with a silly smile on his face. Xiaoyu was so scared that her face turned pale and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Wait. There are too many people here. Come with me to the woods nearby, idiot. Lu Gang, keep an eye on me. If someone sees us, I will be too ashamed to live. Xiaoyu turned and walked into the grove, and Lu Fan followed her in with a silly smile on his face. Seeing his girlfriend, whom he hadn't gotten yet, running into the woods with another man, Lu Gang felt so angry just by imagining the scene. Ah! You idiot, you said you wouldn't bite me. Ah, don't bite me. The screams of a fierce girl were heard in the woods. Lu Gang's eyes turned red and he was about to rush in, but he took a step and then stepped back. For the sake of the $2,000, I put up with it. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Fan came out with a satisfied look on his face. Especially when he saw classmate Lu with a gloomy face, he was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. The buns are delicious. I'll lend you some money, Lu. By the way, when will you pay me back? My aunt said that if you borrow money, you have to tell her when you'll pay it back. I'll return it to you in half a month. Lu Gang gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone. Lu Fan directly scanned 2,000 yuan and successfully paid with a facial scan. It was not until Lu Fan walked a long way away that the fierce girl with tears on her face came out pitifully. Lu Gang, you bastard. You are not a man. You let your girlfriend be bullied by another man just for 2,000 yuan. That stupid idiot bit and scratched me until I was swollen. He pulled off my skirt. Lu Gang, I finally see your true character now. We are done. The fierce girl was so aggrieved that she cried. She turned around and ran in another direction. What? That idiot took off your skirt? Lu Gang's eyes turned red and he turned around to find trouble with Lu Fan, but since his girlfriend had run away, he had to go and coax her, otherwise all his efforts for so long would be in vain. After considering for a few seconds, this guy still felt that it was more important to coax his girlfriend first. He also understood that even if he caught up with Lu Fan, he couldn't do anything to him, and he would not be in the right even if the matter was taken to court. What's more, Lu Fan is a fool and has an extremely powerful backer. What's more, he has cheated Lu Fan of money several times before. Hitting that idiot, this actually happened before, but the person who did it ended up in an extremely miserable way. A slap directly ruined his future. He studied hard for more than 10 years before being admitted to Long University, but in the end he didn't even have the chance to get a diploma. Lu Fan walked to a chair, and as he thought about it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the past few minutes, he climbed up the high ground and led directly to the canyon, rushing around in Summoner's Rift. Although the girl had an average face, she had a hot body. This guy adhered to the principle of not taking advantage of an opportunity, so he did not show any mercy. I opened the system panel in my mind and saw that my points had indeed increased to 4 points, which brought me one step closer to the 10-point draw. That stupid guy is laughing so happily, could it be that he has money again? An annoying voice sounded. Lu Fan raised his head, and a silly smile instantly appeared on his face. He was already sleepy and someone was sending him a pillow. 3 tall guys wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts and holding basketballs stood in front of him. The 3 of them blocked the sunlight in front of him. Lu Fan's mind raced and a plan came to his mind. With the silly expression on his face, no one would have thought that he would scheme against others. My aunt didn't let me tell anyone else. She just transferred 6,000 yuan to me. Sure enough, when the 3 heard this, they looked at each other excitedly. 6,000 yuan, exactly 2,000 per person. The 3 of them didn't say a word, but just a few glances made the decision. Oh. Classmate Lu Fan, you don't know how hard it is for the 3 of us. One of the tall guys sat down next to Lu Fan and wiped away his tears hypocritically. What's wrong? Aren't you three fine? Lu Fan asked with a stupid look on his face. The three of us are on the school basketball team, and I accidentally broke my leg during training this morning. I was almost scared to death when I went to the hospital for a checkup just now. Guess what? There is a crack here, which means my bone is broken. After the tall man finished speaking, a trace of pain appeared on his face, and he pointed at his long legs covered with black hair that were exposed. Lu Fan took a look and a huge chimpanzee instantly appeared in his mind. All three of you have broken bones? Lu Fan looked at the three men's long legs that were stronger than the telephone poles next to them and said, "Are you stupid or am I stupid? Can't we just play the whole game and make up a decent excuse? Do you have any professional ethics in fraud?" All three of us did have broken bones. The tall man quickly winked at his two brothers, and they finally reacted. They collapsed in front of Lu Fan and groaned in pain at the same time. Fuck. You guys. I can catch a wild boar in the mountains better than you guys. But for the sake of 3 points, I'll put up with it. Lu Fan had a speechless expression on his face. These three idiots were just rubbing their IQs on the ground. It would be difficult to cheat for candy in the kindergarten class. You three all broke bones at the same time? Could it be that you all bumped into a pig? I heard that the cafeteria purchased a live pig and ran away. Yes. We were not paying attention during training and accidentally bumped into a running pig, so my leg was broken. The three of them probably weren't very smart and didn't realize the insulting meaning in Lu Fan's words. Then you are really pitiful. I heard that the pig finally hit a tree and killed itself. The three of you bumped into the pig, and the pig bumped into the tree. What a coincidence, huh? Now, even the dumbest person could tell that Lu Fan was cursing, but the three of them endured it for the sake of the 6,000 yuan. Student Lu Fan, as a classmate, we are so seriously injured, shouldn't you help us? Your aunt should have taught you to be friendly and caring to your classmates, right? I care about your grandma's legs. Lu Fan cursed in his heart. He hated it most when someone used moral kidnapping. If it wasn't for the 3 points, he would have scolded you until you cried. As classmates, we have to help each other, but I only have 6,000 yuan. It's okay, that's enough. The three of us have just enough for 2,000 each to go and see the legs. Isn't that right? 3 people, 2,000 each, shouldn't that be exactly 5,000? Lu Fan stretched out his left hand and counted his fingers. He had only 5 fingers on his left hand, and no matter how he counted, the final result was 5,000. The 3 tall men were stunned by this scene. Fuck. I thought he was getting smarter, but he's getting dumber. One of the smart ones stretched out a finger and placed it next to Lu Fan's palm. Lu Fan counted again, and this time it finally matched. You are really smart. You actually know that 2,000 equals 6,000. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and transferred 2,000 to each of the 3 people amidst their ecstatic expressions. 3 points were credited to their accounts instantly, which was a big step forward towards the 10-point lottery. Chapter 12, A Finger of Gold. At this time, Lu Fan's points increased to 7 points. He only needed 3 more points to enter the lottery. This guy continued to wander around the campus, looking for his next victim. No. He should be a scammer. On the other side, the 3 people who had picked up 2,000 yuan for nothing laughed out loud with joy. There is an idiom called getting carried away by success, another idiom called extreme joy leads to sorrow, and another idiom called coincidence. The 3 of them huddled together, discussing which restaurant to go to for dinner in the evening. Just as I walked out of the school gate, a huge fat pig suddenly jumped off a truck transporting live pigs. The pig had finally escaped from the butcher's knife, so it naturally ran like crazy, scaring the pedestrians around it to hide away. Some students from Long University saw this scene and quickly hid in the corner and took out their mobile phones to record it. The chance of seeing a live pig on the streets of Beijing is as low as meeting your first love abroad. The crazy pig brother knocked over so many things that he caused chaos on the street. Just as the 3 tall brothers walked out of the school gate, Pig Brother couldn't stop his car and crashed into them directly. The 3 of them were instantly thrown to the ground, rolled twice in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Pig? I was hit by a pig at the gate of Longda University? An absurd thought flashed through the minds of the 3 people who fell to the ground. The next second, severe pain swept through their bodies, and the 3 people felt a sharp pain as if their legs were broken. When he turned his head, his heart sank to the bottom. His legs were obviously twisted. Even a fool would know that they were broken. After knocking down 3 tall guys, the pig brother failed to brake and crashed into a big tree on the side of the road, with his limbs kicked out, and he died. A few minutes later, a high-definition video was posted on the Longa forum and instantly topped the list, squeezing out the incident between Lu Fan and the campus beauty of Liuda. Extra. Real-life version of a man hitting a pig, and the pig hitting a tree. There is a high-definition video to prove that the 3 idiots on the basketball team had their legs broken by a pig at the gate of Longda University. And the 3 of them were hit in the same exact position. And that pig brother crashed into a tree and died after hitting the 3 guys. The 3 idiots on the basketball team have been sent away by ambulance. From now on, Longda University has another legend that is difficult to surpass. This video instantly received over 10,000 hits, and some students who work in self-media even edited it and posted it online. As soon as the video was released, it became an instant hit. Various weird comments were rated as great reviews. If heaven hadn't given us 3 idiots, we would have been happy to bump into pigs and trees. Don't you see Brother Pig coming from the sky, running to Dragon and never coming back? 3 people go together, there must be my teacher. In fact, the 3 of them had a study of life with Brother Pig's wife on a moonlit night, so Brother Pig conspired to come and avenge his wife's capture. However, out of fear of the majesty of the law, he had no choice but to commit suicide. Is this the annihilation of humanity or the decline of morality? What is wrong with Brother Pig taking up the knife for love? Brother Pig's righteousness will be remembered forever. You are all wrong. In fact, the pig is a female, and she is doing special work. The incident happened because the 3 people took advantage of her without paying, so the pig girl chased them all the way to the gate of Longda and used her ultimate move. Lu Fan wandered around the campus for a whole morning, and finally got 10 points by being deceived 3 times by using himself as bait. The host's points have reached 10 points. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The long-lost voice sounded again, and Lu Fan suddenly became excited. He had shouted it in his mind several times before, but the system just didn't respond like an idiot. It was even less reliable than when he was stupid at the beginning. If he hadn't been able to see the system panel in his mind, he would have thought that the system had found a new love. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first lottery. The winner of this lottery is worth a fortune. The host can enjoy another chance to draw the lottery next time when his points reach 30 points. What do you mean? Are you going to reward me with something that can turn my finger into gold? Lu Fan asked back in confusion, but unfortunately the system probably went home to find its mother, and no one answered. Lu Fan quickly checked the system panel in his mind, and indeed saw a clue. Host, Lu Fan. Title, The World's #1 Idiot. Number of times cheated, 10 times. Points, 10 points. Ability, a finger worth a ton of gold. Note, the dirty finger can be used 3 times a day. The host only needs to extend any finger to aim at the target and shot the dirty finger as a fortune in his mind, and the target will uncontrollably empty all the oligay in his body. After reading this obscene introduction, Lu Fan was completely dumbfounded. This is completely different from the high-end skills he had imagined. He thought that the 10,000 taels of gold referred to real gold. Wouldn't that mean he had a golden finger that could turn stone into gold? Then what else did he need a bicycle for? After all this time, this rubbish skill turned out to be a skill that controls shit. System, do you dare to come out and practice? I'll throw all these skills at you. Also, shouldn't the lottery points be 20 points per draw? How come it jumped to 30 points? Lu Fan was standing on the side of the road in a daze when a big red Ferrari supercar suddenly braked and stopped next to him. Is that fool Lu daydreaming again? A teasing voice sounded, and Lu Fan's consciousness returned to reality. He turned his head and suddenly became furious. The Ferrari that he lost to Lu Ruyan was actually driven by a tall and handsome boy, while Lu Ruyan was sitting in the passenger seat with a cool look on her face. He knew this boy, who was a second-generation rich man from an average family in Beijing, and he always pretended to be cool in school. The reason why he and Lu Ruyan got together was because the scheming woman Lu Ruyan wanted to use his connections to get in touch with higher-level circles. This guy has a weird name, Zhu Yichun, and the master who understands him applauded. Zhu Yichun is just a humble lackey in front of the top second generation in Beijing, but he still has some capital to show off in front of ordinary people. The scheming woman Lu Ruyan tried hard to change her destiny by crossing classes, and thus the slutty and bitchy duo was born. Whenever Zhu Yichun attends any high-end gatherings, he usually brings Lu Ruyan with him. However, the two are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and outsiders are not aware of the inside story. I heard that you, Lu Dasha, lent out a lot of money again today. Have you eaten yet? Otherwise, if you lick the soles of my shoes clean, I will give you 100 to buy delicious food. Zhu Yichun opened the door of the Ferrari with a proud look on his face, stretched out his left foot and placed it on the ground in front of Lu Fan. Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and she didn't even bother to turn her face towards the side, as if she was afraid that one look at Lu Fan would cause her foundation to fall off. Lu Fan forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew that if he got angry at this moment, he would fall into the lower level. So it's Lu Damantu and a group of pigs, licking the soles of shoes, right? Lu Fan grinned foolishly, crushed a rotten banana on the ground with his big foot, and then stepped directly on Zhu Yichun's shiny leather shoes. Lu Fan lifted his foot. Zhu Yichun's leather shoes were covered with brown-yellow objects. The brown-yellow rotten bananas looked like rotten aioli gay and emitted a strong stench. Lu Fan, you are looking for death. Zhu Yichun's old face turned red as liver, and he pulled the handbrake and was about to get out of the car. Kun, don't pay attention to this idiot. That would lower your status. And you, Lu Fan, don't call me Lu Damantu from now on. Okay, Lu Damantu, your buns are really big, and they're white. You. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger, snorted coldly and turned her head to the side. This Ferrari was obtained by her through conspiracy and trickery. She shamelessly dragged Lu Fan to compete with him to see who was more powerful. Although she was taken advantage of by this fool in the process, the result was wonderful. She owned this Ferrari supercar without spending a penny. Chapter 13, One Finger Explodes. Humph, starved to death, you fool. Zhu Yichun only dared to talk back. If he were asked to hit Lu Fan, he wouldn't dare. Someone had done something violent before, and the next day Lu Fanghua sent him to jail on charges of college bullying. Not only did he lose his academic qualifications, he also had to work a sewing machine. Lu Fan is a recognized fool. Normally, it's okay for people to cheat him, but if anyone dares to hit someone, then the situation will be different. As a top student at Lon University, he beat up a fool. Even if the matter is reported to the sky, he would not be in the right. Seeing that more and more people were gathering to watch the show, Zhu Yichun took out a tissue to wipe the rotten banana off his leather shoes, then closed the car door and was about to leave. Lu Fan glanced at the rotten bananas on the ground that looked like the ones in the picture, and suddenly he remembered the skill he had just acquired, the dirty finger. How about giving it a try? Lu Fan pointed his finger at Zhu Yichun and shouted in his mind, "A finger of yours is worth a fortune." Pointing at your mother, you idiot. There was no change in Zhu Yichun's expression, and a hint of disappointment also appeared on Lu Fan's face. The Ferrari drove away a few meters with a deafening roar of the accelerator, and suddenly stopped with an emergency brake. The door of the cab opened, and the terrified screams of Zhu Yichun and Lu Ruyan were heard from inside. The next second, Zhu Yichun crawled out of the Ferrari, covering his but with a pale face, looking around in panic, and then rushed to the nearest grove. On the other side of the Ferrari, Lu Ruyan ran away in horror, looking at her beloved car as if she had seen some ferocious beast. Ah! Zhu Yichun screamed in the distance, and a layer of brown-yellow color instantly seeped into the back of his white casual pants. A strong stench filled the area within a radius of dozens of meters nearby. Looking closely at the road Zhu Yichun walked, the ground was covered with dirt. The crowds around him dodged to the side like crazy. Many onlookers took out their mobile phones to record this beautiful scene. I'm so tired. This skill is so fucking effective. This is a magical skill. Lu Fan roared excitedly in his heart. He had felt that this skill was rubbish before, but it seemed that he was just too superficial. If someone were to be treated like this at a banquet in the spotlight of everyone, it would be so sour and refreshing that he got excited just thinking about it. The crowd around were in an uproar, everyone was holding up their phones to take pictures, and some were so shameless that they followed directly into the woods. Zhu Yichun is really brave to poop in front of hundreds of students from Longda University. Did you notice? This guy even pooped in Lu Ruyan's car. Look how dark Lu Ruyan's face turned. It seems that Zhu Yichun is going to change his nickname again. From now on, we will just call him Pula Group. Lu Fan's face was full of smiles. He rolled his eyes and walked straight to Lu Ruyan. Lu Damantu, I want to eat mantu. Lu Ruyan took 2 steps back with a look of disgust on her face and simply ignored Lu Fan's attempts to chat up her. By the way, my aunt has a good friend named Lu Shayan. She runs a law firm and manages more than 30 lawyers. Get lost, Lu Fan, don't talk to me, you disgusting thing. Lu Ruyan took 2 steps back again with a look of disgust on her face. He. Why didn't you think I was disgusting when you undressed in front of me? I think I even took a couple of bites, right? It tasted really good. By the way, I haven't finished what I said just now. My aunt is going to contact lawyer Lu Xiaoyan to sue you. Especially for someone like you, who defrauded a fool of more than 2 million in cash and a Ferrari supercar worth more than 4 million, I guess you don't even need to graduate to enjoy the treatment of a lifetime civil servant. What did you say? Lu Ruyan's voice instantly rose several dozen decibels, and she looked at Lu Fan in shock with her eyes wide open. Lu Fan, do you still have any shame? You gave me those things voluntarily, and you also voluntarily transferred the car to my name. I'm sorry, I'm a fool. Why should a fool have a face? Legally, your behavior is called fraud. You can consult your law students. Ask how many years you will be sentenced for taking so much money. Oh, I'm hungry again. I have to go eat. I will go to Xiaoyan Law Firm in the afternoon and provide them with all the fraud records on my phone. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he raised his head and walked towards the cafeteria. Lu Ruyan's pretty face behind him turned pale in an instant. If what Lu Fan said just now was true, then she might never get out of this place for the rest of her life. Lu Ruyan thought for a long time with a grim expression, and finally took out her cell phone and contacted a male classmate who studied law. When campus beauty Lu called, the male student was extremely excited. However, when hearing Lu Ruyan's question, the person on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Li Quan, please speak up. In my case, he voluntarily transferred the money to me, and the car was also transferred to my name. It has nothing to do with him. Do I need to bear legal responsibility? Student Lu Ruyan, this matter is very serious. Let's talk about the money first. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, your gratuitous gift itself is not in compliance with the law. He has the right to take it back. Although the car has been transferred to your name, you are untenable on one point. Lu Fan is a fool, and fools do not have the ability to make independent decisions. Legally, this is malicious fraud. Moreover, it is a malicious fraud of a very serious nature and involving a huge amount of money. If the other party really holds you accountable through legal means, you will definitely not be able to get out of this for the rest of your life. Our country's laws clearly stipulate that the maximum penalty for fraud exceeding 5 million is life imprisonment. And the Xiaoyan Law Firm you just mentioned is one of the top 3 law firms in Beijing. To be honest, even my mentor dare not compete with them for the orders they receive. The words from the other end of the phone hit Lu Ruyan's head like thunder, causing her body to tremble. She didn't even have time to react until the phone in her hand fell to the ground. Life imprisonment. No. I'm still young and beautiful, I'm the campus beauty of Longda University, I can't go to jail. Lu Ruyan quickly picked up the phone on the ground, which was still on a call. Li Quan, you must help me. I have no other choice now. You are a law student, you can help me, right? If you don't let me go to jail, I am willing to be your girlfriend. Lu Ruyan, you think too highly of me. I really want a school beauty as my girlfriend, but I'm only a senior in college and I haven't even passed the bar exam. There is only one solution to this problem, and that is to prevent the other party from suing you. Once the other party sues you, it will be useless no matter which lawyer you hire, because you will definitely lose the case. Yes. I can't let Lu Fan sue me. I can find Lu Fan. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She even abandoned her supercar and started chasing in the direction of Lu Fan. Lu Fan came to the cafeteria and also cut in line in front of all the classmates. This time, Aunt Li, who was serving food, no longer had her usual arrogance. She looked pale and listless. When he saw Lu Fan coming over, he just filled his plate with food obediently. When he took the tray to his seat, he understood what had happened. Aunt Li is usually mean and sarcastic, and has a very bad reputation. Every time she serves food to her classmates, she shakes off all the meat and oil with her hands, so her classmates nicknamed her the human dryer. The news that her daughter-in-law was born without skin yesterday spread directly in Longda and her hometown. Her husband called her and started to scold her crazily, saying that she did nothing but bad things. Now they are getting their retribution, and all the retribution has fallen on their innocent grandson, making her husband unable to even raise his head in his hometown. The most common curse people use to curse someone is be careful not to do bad things or you will give birth to a son with a skinless swallow. No one would have thought that this would actually come true. Aunt Leah's husband is threatening to divorce her. If she dares to go home, he will beat her to death, you evil woman. That's why Aunt Lee looked like this today. Even her hands when serving food to the students were as steady as an old dog. This means that Lu Fan inadvertently did a good thing for all the students in the school. Chapter 14, School Beauty Dinner. It seems that this system is not bad. It actually has the ability to turn people back to the right path. It's a pity for the innocent child. But I heard that surgery can save the child. Let's teach this old lady a lesson. When Lu Fan, who was eating, looked up, he saw a beautiful figure walking towards him with a tray of food. Lu Mengran blushed when she saw Lu Fan. She was with her roommate at the moment, so she didn't have the nerve to say hello to him. This little girl is so thin-skinned. Lu Fan didn't know what shamelessness was. He took his plate and walked directly to Lu Mengran's side and sat down, pressing closely against her delicate body. Why didn't Mengran come to me for dinner? Lu Fan, you dead man, what are you doing here? Lu Mengran looked at the three roommates sitting opposite and beside her. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. But Lu Fan followed her without even noticing anything. Of course I'm here to accompany my girlfriend. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? There's a spicy hot pot restaurant outside the school gate. It tastes pretty good. Lu Fan's words shocked her three roommates. Mengran, are you guys really together? So you like idiots? A thin girl opposite looked at the two of them in shock. After she said it, she realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She lowered her head and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Who wants to have dinner with you? Don't contact me these few days. I'm busy with schoolwork and don't have time to take care of you. That won't do. I'm a hot-blooded man, and countless girls approach me every day. What if I can't resist the temptation? Bah! You're such a fool. Those who approach you are all here to borrow money. Who would be interested in you? Lu Mengran's three roommates looked at the two flirting with shock. This was clearly an affair. Just now they were asking where Lu Mengran's Chanel clothes and bags came from, and now they have the answer. But Lu Mengran refused with so many suitors and actually agreed to be with a fool. What were you thinking? At this moment, a beautiful figure with a slim figure rushed into the restaurant door. It was Lu Ruyan who came in a hurry. She had come here just now, but the school security asked her to move the car away, which delayed her for a while. She then contacted the school's cleaning staff, gave her 50 yuan, and asked her to clean the dirt in the car. Lu Ruyan seldom came to the cafeteria. She always felt that she was superior to others because she was beautiful. How could she eat in the cafeteria like ordinary students? Lu Ruyan looked around anxiously, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Fan sitting with Lu Mengran. She hurried to Lu Fan, but suddenly she didn't know how to start the conversation. After all, there are so many classmates here, and she is not stupid enough to expose the private affairs between them. Lu Fan glanced at her and instantly guessed what she was thinking. Lu Ruyan was an extremely smart and courageous woman, otherwise she would not have cheated so much money and a car from him. Mengran, look, this woman has chased me all the way here. If you don't keep an eye on me, I might go get a room with her tonight. Lu Fan, don't talk nonsense. Maybe Lu Ruyan wants to talk to you about something? Lu Mengran has a gentle and kind personality. She has no ill feelings towards Lu Ruyan, the school beauty who has the same surname as her. Lu Fan. I have something to talk to you about. Can we talk alone? Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and tried to lower her voice to make herself look more gentle. Don't you have good eyesight? Can't you see that I'm eating? There's something waiting for me. Lu Fan didn't treat her well at all. This woman didn't deserve his good attitude. Fortunately, our campus beauty Mengran was gentle in nature. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red and tears filled her eyes after being scolded by him. She was the campus belle of Lon University. Normally, everyone who saw her would praise her highly. She had never been treated like this before. Lu Fan, don't do this. Lu Mengran couldn't bear it and scolded him in a low voice. Let's eat first. We can talk about her mess after dinner. Mengran, you really won't accompany me for dinner tonight? If you don't care about me, I will go to get a room with Lu Ruyan tonight. TSK, if you have the ability then go ahead, do you think everyone will look up to you? Lu Mengran was somewhat disdainful of his words and lowered her head to finish the food in front of her. Lu Ruyan's face turned red and blue, especially with so many classmates looking at her, which made Lu Ruyan, who was very proud, even more embarrassed. But what shocked her even more was that Lu Mengran, the school beauty who was prettier than herself, was actually having an affair with that idiot Lu Fan. Amid the shocked expressions of all the classmates, the two campus beauties of Long University finished their lunch with a fool. Mengran, I'm full. Lu Ruyan and I will go to the hotel to book a room tonight and won't be back. You know the password of my room. The washing machine, refrigerator and other things inside are all in good condition. Lu Fan kissed Lu Mengran on her pretty face, stood up and hugged Lu Ruyan's waist in front of Lu Mengran. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, and her first reaction was to break free. However, looking at Lu Fan's cold gaze, Lu Ruyan lowered her head and gave up struggling. Behind him, Lu Mengran's mouth opened into an O shape, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Everyone in Longdan knows Lu Ruyan's personality. She is arrogant and has very high standards. Her standard for choosing a partner is just one word: rich, and very rich. A fool like Lu Fan would never appear on her menu, because no matter how much money a fool has, he cannot be kept. Lu Ruyan didn't speak until they walked out of the cafeteria. Lu Fan, what do you want? How am I? Ha, follow me somewhere and you'll understand. Lu Fan was not polite to Lu Ruyan at all. His big hands, which were around her slender waist, kept moving around. Lu Ruyan blushed and held his naughty hands tightly with her small hands. Don't. Lu Fan, you. Stop talking nonsense and drive me to Shaoyan Law Firm. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled. The word Shaoyan Law Firm scared her directly. Lu Fan, I am willing to do anything, please don't hire a lawyer. Don't flatter yourself. I had over 100 million in cash before, but you bastards swindled me out of it. Now I want to get it all back through legal means. As for you, how you deal with it depends on my mood. Lu Ruyan was controlled by his big hands and didn't even dare to struggle until they arrived at the school parking lot. She finally calmed down and then remembered something. She looked at Lu Fan, who was hugging her, with a shocked face. No. Lu Fan, you are not stupid now? Ha, who said I'm not stupid anymore? I'm still a fool now. Lu Fan smiled lightly and sat directly in the passenger seat of the Ferrari. Lu Ruyan stood beside the car, hesitating for a long time with a complicated expression, before she sat in the driver's seat with a reluctant look on her face. The interior of the car had been cleaned and obviously sprayed with perfume, and the whole car was filled with the strong scent of gardenia. Chapter 15. Are you really going to sue me? As soon as Lu Ruyan fastened her seatbelt, the co-pilot Lu Fan placed his big hand on her thigh, which was covered with flesh-colored stockings. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and put on a pitiful expression, hoping that Lu Fan would let her go. She grabbed his big hand with her small hand to prevent him from going any deeper. Don't. Lu Fan. Please. What kind of innocent are you? I've known Lu Ruyan for so long, but I still don't know who you are. Lu Fan's eyes widened, and he used his other hand to forcefully pry open Lu Ruyan's small hand that was blocking his hand. No. Lu Fan, I'm still a virgin. Please don't. Lu Fan's body trembled, and he looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. This woman had been to high-end banquets with Zhu Yichun countless times, but she still retained her virginity. It was simply a miracle. However, Lu Fan guessed her intention in a blink of an eye. That thing was her stepping stone to enter the wealthy family. Those rich second generations might look at her a few more times through the plastic film. This woman's scheming and endurance are so terrifying. Drive. Shaoyan Law Firm. Lu Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari rushed out with a deafening roar. As for Lu Fan beside her, she had never looked at him straight in the eye before. She, Lu Ruyan, knew very well what she wanted. A fool like Lu Fan was passed by her in the first wave of auditions. But at this moment, she, who was so proud, did not even have a trace of dignity in front of him. She, Lu Ruyan, had always been cautious in her life, but she did not expect to be controlled by a fool. Ferrari is driving on the streets of Beijing. This car is considered a top luxury car even in Beijing. Lu Fan didn't say another word. He looked out the car window at the busy streets outside, and the figures of his parents and sister appeared in his mind. My parents are gone, but my sister is still here. However, she is very disappointed with me and has gone to live in Shanghai. Thinking about it now, Lu Fan did not blame his sister. His parents put all the shares and countless assets of the huge Lu Group into his name. But later on, all his uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters were cheated out of all their money. For a cunning and crafty businessman, it was too easy to cheat a fool out of his shares and property. My dear relatives, wait for me. I will repay you 100-fold. Lu Fan whispered with cold eyes. Half an hour later, the Ferrari stopped in the basement of a building. His target this time, Shaoyan Law Firm, was located above this office building. Lu Ruyan followed Lu Fan trembling with fear and came to Shaoyan Law Firm on the 8th floor. Although the name of Shaoyan Law Firm was very rustic, it was the most famous in the whole capital. The orders that Shaoyan Law Firm takes are all highly difficult lawsuits, and they simply don't bother to take on ordinary cases. Lu Fan, are you really going to sue me? Looking at the sign of Shaoyan Law Firm in front of her, Lu Ruyan almost collapsed to the ground. Li Quan's words were still echoing in her ears. She was involved in a serious fraud, and the amount exceeded 5 million. She would face life imprisonment. She had no doubt that Lu Fan had the ability to get her in jail. After all, the boy who had slapped her before was still operating a sewing machine in there. Lu Ruyan, don't think too highly of yourself. To be honest, I don't care about the little money you have. I came to the law firm because of the 100 million that was defrauded of me. More than 60% of my classmates in school have borrowed money from me, and some have even graduated and entered the society. It is only natural to repay a debt. Do you really think my money is so easy to take? I have saved all the transfer records on my phone, so none of those who have borrowed money can escape. As for you. Lu Fan stared at Lu Ruyan, who was shocked, with cold eyes. What happens to you depends on my mood. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I won't hold you responsible. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the elevator and walked towards the front desk of Shaoyan Law Firm. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled slightly, and the expression on her face was extremely complicated. With her cleverness, how could she not understand the meaning of Lu Fan's words? It was obvious that Lu Fan's mind had returned to normal. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality, and she was a sexy and beautiful campus beauty. She used her newly done manicure to think and knew what would happen. But she had no choice at this moment. Her life was in Lu Fan's hands. Even if she returned the money and the car to him, she would not be able to escape the crime of serious fraud. What's more, she had already squandered all the money, so how could she come up with so much money? Lu Fan knocked on the door of an office, and Lu Ruyan took a few quick steps and followed him in. She could only take one step at a time now and see how Lu Fan would treat her. The first time he opened the office door, Lu Fan's eyes were fixed on a mature woman in a black suit behind the desk. Although Lu Shaoyan's name sounds rustic, her appearance is definitely not rustic. The tight little suit brought out her voluptuous figure to the extreme, and a pair of headlights were suspended in violation of the laws of physics, and they were 2 sizes larger than Lu Ruyan's. It's just that his facial features are a little cold and stern, but aren't lawyers generally like this? How can you scare people without some imposing presence? The young woman raised her head and looked at Lu Fan. The next second, a smile appeared on her cold expression, as if she had guessed Lu Fan's identity. Lu Fan? He. Hello, Sister Lu. My aunt introduced me here. I didn't expect Sister Lu to be such a beautiful lady. If I had known, I would have come to visit you earlier. Lu Fan walked forward in a familiar manner, pulled over a chair and sat opposite Lu Shaoyan. As for Lu Ruyan behind him, she was free to do whatever she wanted. Lu Fan, I am your aunt's best friend. According to seniority, you should call me aunt. Sister Lu, do you want me to call you aunt or sister? Lu Fan looked at the mature woman in front of him with a smile. This woman was simply a ripe peach, the kind that would squeeze out juice if you squeezed it all over her body. Lu Shaoyan didn't care about Lu Fan's glance. She knew her own abilities better than anyone else and was accustomed to men's strange looks. He. Sister Lu has always said that you are a fool, but I think you are smarter than anyone else. Just with your cute little mouth, you can coax away many naive girls. Lu Shaoyan's eyes swept over Lu Ruyan meaningfully, and she couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the girl in front of her. This girl was indeed too delicate and beautiful, and she knew how to dress herself up very well. Sister Lu, I know your time is precious, so let's not waste your time and get straight to the point. I think Sister Lu already knows why I'm here. This phone contains all my transfer records. I need Sister Lu to print them all out as evidence. I want those who cheated me out of my money to pay the price. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and placed it in front of Lu Shaoyan. Lu Shaoyan flipped through the transfer records on her phone. The money she had transferred out could have built several temples, but now she hadn't received any return. Chapter 16 Is stealing shit illegal? Lu Fan, to be honest, we are too disdainful to take on such a simple lawsuit. For a fraud like yours with transfer records, any lawyer can easily handle it. Although Lu Xiaoyan said this, she still called a technician and took Lu Fan's phone to copy the data. Sister Lu, you said that a girl pulled me to see who was more ferocious, then cheated me out of a supercar worth more than 4 million yuan, and then cheated me out of more than 2 million yuan in cash. I want to investigate this matter. What price will the other party have to pay? When Lu Fan said this, he glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the sofa next to him. Lu Ruyan's body trembled and a trace of nervousness appeared on her face. Pulling you is more fierce? Lu Xiaoyan stared at Lu Fan's chest in amazement. With a size comparable to that of a tablet computer, any adult woman should be able to beat you. By the way, Lu Fan, you. Yes, Sister Lu, I was a real fool before, that's why I was cheated out of everything. But, I'm fine now. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Ruyan. With her shrewdness, how could she not see the nervousness of the girl in front of her? She understood something in an instant. Lu Fan, I remember that you have certificates issued by several authoritative hospitals, which means that the law recognizes that you are a fool. The laws of our dragon country will make your case even more serious. That girl used such despicable means to defraud millions of dollars from you. This crime is really serious. If you sue this girl, I am 100% sure that she will be sent to prison. It is hard to say how many years she will be sentenced to. This depends on many factors, but the minimum is 10 years, and there is a high probability that it will be life imprisonment. Ah! Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the sofa, screamed, and her delicate and beautiful face turned pale in an instant, so pale that even the foundation on her face could not cover it. Ha ha ha! Seeing her like this, Lu Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is what they call good and evil will be rewarded in the end. If you hadn't cheated me of my money first, how could I have caught you? Sister Lu, I'll give you a list. You should sue the people on this list first. These people not only cheated me of my money, but also humiliated me, insulted me, and bullied me. This is not only malicious fraud, but also school bullying. These people are also a cancer when they enter society. I think it would be better to send them to prison to work on sewing machines for a few years as a form of labor education. Lu Fan picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote down a string of names. These people were as bad as Ju Yichun, and he had no intention of giving them any chance. Moreover, these people were just being killed as an example to scare the monkeys. Presumably, the remaining people didn't need him to say anything and would come to beg for mercy on their own initiative. He. Don't worry, brother Lu Fan. Just because you call me sister, I will definitely do everything you ask me to do beautifully. Lu Xiaoyan took the list and stuffed it into the folder in front of her, looking at Lu Fan with interest. She was very curious about how a fool who could not be cured in any hospital in the world suddenly recovered. Sister Lu, I heard from my aunt that you are divorced. Are you attracted by my handsomeness? But you are my aunt's best friend, so we still have to stick to some bottom lines. But, Sister Lu, if you really can't help it, I can relax my bottom line a little. Puff. Cluck, cluck. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Lu Fan talking nonsense in a serious manner and suddenly couldn't help laughing. How long has it been since someone dared to say such things in front of her? 10 years or 20 years? Lu Fan, I think you are quite interesting. You can join me when Sister Lu and I get together in the future. Let's put aside the party, Sister Lu. I have an alternative legal question that I would like to consult you on. A smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. He was looking forward to how wonderful Lu Xiaoyan's expression would be when she heard what he was going to say next. Sister Lu, I don't really understand the boundaries of the law. Is stealing shit illegal? What did you say? Lu Xiaoyan suspected that she had heard it wrong and asked in a daze. Sister Lu, you know that I used to be a fool, so the things I think about may be boring and childish. Brother Lu Fan, you are really interesting. Since you asked, I will discuss it with you from a legal perspective. Lu Xiaoyan sat up straight, and the expression on her face instantly returned to its cold and serious look. This scene made Lu Fan suspect for a moment that this young woman had learned the essence of changing her face. First of all, since the word stealing has the word steal in it, it means you were unaware of it. Taking shit without asking is stealing, and it is illegal. But this can be divided into many situations. For example, if you take a shit and don't flush it, and someone sneaks into your house and steals it, it's suspected of burglary. But there are many different types of burglary. If he has a shovel in his hand and shovels your shit away, this is called burglary and carrying a weapon. It's a serious crime and can be sentenced. The specific sentence will depend on the judge. If he took your shit with his bare hands, the crime is relatively minor, usually resulting in detention or control, and no fine. Lu Fan stared in amazement at Lu Xiaoyan's serious nonsense. He couldn't imagine that such a charming and attractive mature woman could say such outrageous words. However, Lu Xiaoyan's next words were like thunder hitting his forehead, making his head buzz. Then there are many situations for stealing feces. For example, if you take a shit outside and the clip is broken, then the feces are considered as your discarded property, and it is not illegal for others to pick it up. But if you don't cut off the feces after you poop, it becomes your private property. If someone else takes it away, it is theft and illegal. There is another situation where you don't flush the shit away after you poop. You might keep it to eat, but someone else comes and eats it. That way you can find someone to measure the value of the shit, and then sue him for damages. Stealing food is also considered robbery, and the specific punishment depends on the value of the shit. Then you have to determine whether the person who stole your shit has accomplices, whether it was a team or a single person, and whether it was a premeditated theft or a spur-of-the-moment act. If it was a premeditated gang crime, then the matter is serious and has violated our country's criminal law. If he was a lone criminal, and just wanted to eat your shit because he was so hungry, then it's understandable, and he can be let off after a general education. So whether stealing feces is illegal or not depends on many factors, such as the value of the feces, the motive for the crime, and the tools used to commit the crime. For example, if your shit contains valuables, and the amount exceeds 3,000, this is a violation of the criminal law. For example, your poop is extremely delicious and valuable, and can be classified as a precious treasure. This is suspected of stealing a valuable treasure, which is also a violation of the criminal law. At this time, not only Lu Fan was dumbfounded, but Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to him, was even more shocked by these shocking words, and her eyes were blank and stunned. Two lunatics, how could any good person discuss shit in a serious manner? Brother Lu Fan, if you feel that my explanation is not good enough, I can continue to supplement it. I promise that I will not repeat myself until dark on this topic. Don't. Sister Lu, I give in. My shit is worthless. Can we change the subject? A black line appeared on Lu Fan's forehead. He just asked a stupid question casually, but this woman made him talk like a thesis. Chapter 17, Is it free to go to a hotel? Sister Lu is indeed worthy of her reputation. I hope you can forget about this topic when you have dinner tonight. Lu Fan said something with a conflicted look on his face, then stood up and was about to leave. With a quick glance, he saw an open folder on Lu Xiaoyan's desk, and he saw the word fraud at a glance. He is now extremely sensitive to the word fraud, and it has almost become a conditioned reflex. Sister Lu, what is this case? Lu Fan subconsciously reached out and picked up the folder. Lu Xiaoyan wanted to stop him, but gave up after thinking about it. This lawsuit was very difficult and she had no way to deal with it. Since Lu Fan was curious and wanted to take a look, she let him take a look. Lu Fan realized that it was an internet fraud case. Seeing that he was interested, Lu Xiaoyan began to introduce the case. Brother Lu Fan, do you know about the scam in northern Myanmar? This case is a victim who entrusted us to recover the 600,000 yuan that he was defrauded of, but we didn't plan to take this case. Because this is a transnational online fraud case, the fraudster is hiding in the industrial park in northern Myanmar, and we can't do anything to him. Lu Fan glanced at the information and thought that the victim actually deserved it. Have you ever seen anyone who participated in online gambling have a good ending? This guy played with a beautiful dealer dealing cards on the spot. During the game, the beautiful dealer kept chatting with him on voice, telling him that deposits and withdrawals would be credited to his account within seconds and that she guaranteed a win. Even an idiot wouldn't believe it, but this guy actually lost 600,000. Moreover, this guy also provided a website address in the information, and Lu Fan immediately became interested. The technician had just printed out the information and returned the phone, so Lu Fan took a photo of the website address directly. Brother Lu Fan, you are not interested in this, are you? These things are definitely scams. Once you fall into them, you will be bankrupt no matter how much money you have. Their backstage can change the data. They can make you win or lose as they wish. Lu Xiaoyan frowned and glared at Lu Fan. After all, this guy was the nephew of her best friend. If anything happened to him because of her, it would be her responsibility. Don't worry, Sister Lu. Do you think I look like a fool? Lu Fan smiled and pointed at his handsome face, but Lu Xiaoyan's next words made his face turn black. You are a fool, so how can you say it's similar or not? Wow. Sister Lu, you broke my heart. Please give me a hug and comfort me. Lu Fan glanced at Lu Xiaoyan's headlights, which were 2 sizes bigger than Lu Ruyan's. He stretched out his hands and wanted to step forward. However, when he met her sharp gaze, he instantly got scared. This was the #1 lawyer in Beijing. If she sued him for sexual harassment, he would be finished. Sister Lu, I'm leaving first. Please notify me when you have sorted out the information and evidence. I will sue them when I find a good opportunity. Lu Fan gave some instructions before leading the campus beauty Lu Ruyan away. Behind him, Lu Xiaoyan watched him leave with a smile and did not stand up to see him off. The idiot who had been stupid for 20 years has recovered. This is quite interesting. The reason why Lu Fan wanted to find a time to take action was naturally to make a lot of points before the news of his recovery spread. After all, that skill of one finger was really amazing. From now on, if I don't like someone, I will do that to him and make him lose face and go to hell. Lu Fan, please don't sue me, okay? I'm still young, I don't want to ruin it. After getting in the car, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Lu Fan pitifully and begged for mercy. After what had just happened, she was really scared. Now it can be said that her fate is completely in Lu Fan's hands. With just one word from Lu Fan, she will have to spend the rest of her life sewing on a sewing machine. She was scared just thinking about that scene. If she really went in, she might as well die. Lu Fan's eyes swept over her body with an evil look. Although Lu Ruyan's character was not very good, her appearance was absolutely impeccable. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the recognized campus beauty of Lon University. The reason why she was outshined by Lu Mengran was simply because Lu Mengran was gentle, virtuous, and more down to earth. But Lu Ruyan was arrogant and cunning. She would not even glance at any man who spoke to her. Lu Fan's gaze made her feel uncomfortable. She had seen too many looks from men like this. Moreover, she had been dealing with those rich young men for more than a year, and she had developed a keen mind. She understood Lu Fan's look instantly. Lu Fan, if you like, I can accompany you. As long as you don't send me in. At this moment, Lu Ruyan no longer looked like the arrogant school beauty. Her pitiful and charming appearance could definitely make any man fall in love with her. Lu Ruyan, stop it. There's no point pretending to be pitiful. Listen to me, from today on, you are mine. You are not allowed to go to those so-called high-class parties again, and you are not allowed to flirt with any man. If you make me angry, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and gently lifted Lu Ruyan's smooth, delicate, and fair face. The words that came out of his mouth made Lu Ruyan's body tremble and her eyes burst into tears. She knew that she was finished from this moment on. All the connections and relationships she had painstakingly built up over the past year were shattered by Lu Fan's words. But the situation is stronger than people, and all the initiative is in Lu Fan's hands. She doesn't even have the capital to resist. Lu Fan's big hand gently stroked her face and neck, and was about to slide down. Lu Ruyan suddenly turned pale and looked pleading. Please don't. Lu Fan, can we go to the hotel? Not here. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was not pretending. Her tears were all from the heart. The reason why she still retains her innocence is so that she can rely on her innocence to marry into a wealthy family. In order to maintain this innocence, God knows how many crises and humiliations she has suffered. Lu Fan put his palm on the tip of his nose, and an enticing fragrance came to his nose. Lu Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes and look very enjoyable. Let's go to your house. I know you have a house outside the school. Why are we going to a hotel? Isn't it free to go to a hotel? Okay. Lu Ruyan had no capital to resist and could only resign herself to her fate and drive the car out of the basement. The Ferrari was driving on the busy streets of Beijing. Lu Ruyan looked uneasy, but Lu Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was in a very happy mood. He pushed Lu Mengran yesterday, and he is going to push Lu Ruyan again today. This is the kind of life that young Master Lu deserves. Thinking back to the 20 years I had spent in a daze, could this be God's compensation for me, sending me a system that could change my fate? Chapter 18. A lean camel is bigger than a monkey. Lu Ruyan does have a house in Beijing, and she bought it in full. Regardless of whether she was lying or not, the fact that she could buy a house in Beijing from an ordinary family was enough to prove her ability. Although it is just a small one-bedroom apartment, in this capital city where every inch of land is valuable, it is definitely something that countless people can only dream of but cannot achieve in their lifetime. Lu Fan walked around the small apartment of less than 50 square meters with satisfaction. Although the apartment was small, it was decorated very exquisitely. In addition, Lu Ruyan had good taste, and all the decorations were top-notch. As soon as this guy entered the house, he asked Lu Ruyan to record his fingerprints so that he could live in this house at any time in the future. At that time, I would take Lu Mengran to my apartment at school, and take her to Lu Ruyan's apartment outside the school. Living in 2 apartments alternately, that life would be absolutely wonderful. The small living room is specially set up as a cloakroom, and the cabinets are filled with all kinds of luxury clothes, bags, and shoes. As the campus belle of Long University, Lu Ruyan made perfect use of her advantages. All these things were contributed to her by wealthy men, and she did not spend a penny herself. What this fool Lu Fan doesn't realize is that he deserves most of the credit for this house. At the beginning, he had more than 2 million in cash, but Lu Ruyan used various reasons to cheat him out of it, which led to the appearance of this apartment. "Come here and take off your shoes for me." Lu Fan sat on the sofa carelessly and stretched out his hand to hook his finger at the nervous Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She didn't dare to resist at all, half knelt forward, stretched out her hand and tremblingly took off Lu Fan's shoes. "Get some hot water and help me wash my feet." Lu Fan, please don't humiliate me." Lu Ruyan raised her head sadly, hoping that Lu Fan would spare her because of her pitiful appearance. "I am humiliating your sister. Is washing her feet considered humiliating? How did you treat me in the beginning? Do you need me to help you recall it? You've deceived me 10 or 20 times? You deceived and humiliated me time and time again in front of all my classmates, and you even hired someone to film it and post it online. It was you, Lu Ruyan, who started it all. All the students in the school found a way to make money, and then they caught me one by one and tried to fleece me. I've been cheated so many times that it could be made into a TV series with thousands of episodes. The culprit behind all this is you, Lu Ruyan. You are pretending to be pitiful now, but was there anyone who stood up and pitied me at the beginning? Do you know how much money I was defrauded of at school? Over 20 million. At school alone, I was defrauded of over 20 million in cash by you guys, and countless other valuables. You still have the nerve to cry to me? I should be the one crying, right?" Lu Fan became angrier and angrier as he spoke, his mind filled with images of himself being defrauded of his money time and again. Those who cheated him out of money were all his classmates. They were even more despicable than people outside the school. When he went out to buy food, the takeaway merchants had never cheated him. "I'm sorry, Lu Fan." Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and lowered her head, took a basin of hot water and started washing Lu Fan's feet. It's a pity that the campus beauty Lu University has never done such a thing. Her long nails scratched the corners of Lu Fan's mouth. In the end, he couldn't help it and washed himself a few times and asked Lu Ruyan to wipe it clean before begging. "Come on, go inside." Lu Fan walked into the bedroom first. The moment that decided her fate had arrived. Lu Ruyan's delicate body was trembling slightly, and her extremely exquisite and beautiful face turned pale. After hesitating for a minute, she followed him into the bedroom. At this time, Lu Fan was sitting on her pink sheets, looking at her with fiery eyes. "Lu Fan, how about, let's eat something first? It's already past 4 in the afternoon, and it's not dark yet. Lu Ruyan, what kind of food do you think is as delicious to me now? Is there any difference between day and night when sleeping with a school beauty?" Lu Fan's evil gaze swept across Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan only felt that an invisible big hand was touching her delicate body, making her tremble uncontrollably. "Come here. Don't tell me you don't know how to serve a man. I know your mind better than anyone else. Although you are innocent, you definitely did a lot of other things. Come over." Lu Fan's words were like an irresistible imperial decree. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, resigned herself to her fate and knelt down in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan gave all his gentleness to Lu Mengran, but the dark side of his heart was all thrown on Lu Ruyan. When it came to Lu Ruyan, he didn't need to hide any dark side of his heart, and he just took it out on her in complete revenge. Lu Ruyan's eyes were blank as she sobbed quietly, her delicate makeup was ruined by tears. However, Lu Fan looked up with a lewd look on his face, staring at the chandelier above his head with unfocused eyes. But when he looked down at the miserable appearance of Lu Ruyan in his arms, he suddenly felt a little bit of pity. No matter what, it was he who took this woman's virginity, and she must be feeling bad at this moment. Her innocent body was her trump card to rise to the top. She would definitely not be willing to see something she had defended for so long destroyed by herself. Lu Ruyan, why are you crying? Is it so unfair to be with me? You have always wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Now that you are with me, although you cannot be my principal wife, being a kept mistress is not bad either. I'm not bad looking, and I'm not short of money. Do you think I'm a loser just because you cheated me of all my money? How naive. Although my father is gone, the backup plan he left behind by my aunt is enough for me to spend the rest of my life without worries. There's a saying that a lean camel is bigger than a monkey. Although I, Lu Fan, have fallen a little, I was once one of the most powerful families in Beijing. Now that I have returned to normal, I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. From now on, you will be my little woman behind me, but you are not allowed to be petty with me. Lu Fan said a lot only to realize that he was talking to a deaf ear. Lu Ruyan was still sobbing quietly with her eyes blank, as if she didn't hear what he said. His stomach growled, and Lu Fan remembered that they hadn't eaten yet. He picked up his phone and ordered a bunch of takeout. Just as he was about to hug the campus beauty Lu for a while, he suddenly remembered the online fraud case he had seen from Lu Xiaoyan before. After finding the website address, Lu Fan logged in directly with his mobile phone. As soon as Lu Fan opened the webpage, he was shocked by the pictures on it. What with the money-making online entertainment videos, the finest domestic products and the like, it simply dazzled him. Out of curiosity, he randomly clicked on a section, which contained some restricted scenes, which made Lu Fan furious and he wanted to have another conversation with Lu Ruyan. Chapter 19, I'll be gentler next time. Fuck. Is it so exciting? Lu Fan found the section where Lu Xiaoyan's employer was cheated, which was the money-making and entertainment section. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was full of online gambling such as Golden Flower, Fish Hunt, Nyonyo, and Sangong. Moreover, all the cards are dealt on the spot by real beautiful dealers. However, few people would really believe this childish scam, except for those idiots who want to get rich at the first sign of anger. Lu Fan clicked on a dice and entered it, because he didn't know how to roll the others. The dice was the method he remembered using when his cousins cheated him out of money. Looking at the virtual table in front of me, there is a scantily clad beautiful dealer and several players around her, and I don't know if they are agents or not. Lu Fanhao rushed in 10,000 yuan without hesitation. The beautiful woman in front of him instantly brightened up her eyes. Wasn't this definitely a good way to deliver sales? Brother Fan is so powerful and majestic, try your luck, I guarantee you will win. Lu Fan typed on the public screen and asked, is it a sure win? Is it guaranteed that the cash can be withdrawn instantly? The beautiful dealer used her eloquence without hesitation to deceive Lu Fan, throwing all kinds of sweet words at him without paying any attention. Brother Fan, you have recharged 10,000 and have automatically become our VIP member. You can use voice to speak. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he pressed the voice button and asked, what will the beauty open next? Brother Fan, you are joking. We are all fair and just on the spot. But if you want to win big, you can buy leopard points. The payout is 36 times. Besides, you are a newcomer. Newcomers are usually blessed with luck, so your chances of winning are very high. Lu Fan was waiting for her to say, I'll stop you from lying. You can win anything you want by withdrawing the money. Without hesitation, he bet all his 10,000 on the leopard with 3 ones. The beautiful dealer couldn't help smiling, and Lu Fan's action also attracted Lu Ruyan's attention. The woman stopped crying now, and stared at Lu Fan's handsome face as if he was an idiot. I thought you had gotten smarter, but it turns out you're still as dumb as before. You could even fall for such a childish trick. You are so boastful. A skinny camel is bigger than a monkey. If you play a few rounds of online gambling, you will lose all your camel hair. Lu Fan had no idea of Lu Ruyan's little thoughts. His eyes were fixed on the beautiful dealer on the screen of his mobile phone because she had stopped after shaking the machine for a few rounds. Buy it and leave it alone. The moment the dice cup was opened, the corners of Lu Fan's mouth instantly rose up, and a smile of as expected appeared on his face. The image of 3 ones froze, and this scene not only stunned Lu Ruyan, but also the beautiful dealer opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. The beautiful dealer's eyes were wandering, probably she was exchanging glances with the management. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that this was definitely their routine. They would give you a taste of the sweetness first, and then trap you step by step. She could guess this tactic even with her toes. However, the outcome of the matter far exceeded her expectations. It should be said that it had nothing to do with what she had expected. "Thank you for your reminder, beautiful lady. I won a big prize. Please transfer the money to me as soon as possible." Lu Fan smiled and said something into the phone. The beautiful dealer's face looked as ugly as if she had eaten feces, but in the end, she must have received an order from her leader and transferred the money to Lu Fan. Looking at the 360,000 yuan that came into his account, Lu Fan's mouth was crooked with a smile. Yesterday, he worked hard for so long to earn more than 200,000 yuan, and now 360,000 yuan came into his account all at once. It turned out that the illegal ways of making money were faster, but this method only worked for him. "Beauty, I still have to accompany my girlfriend to dinner. I'll come and play with you next time I have the chance." Lu Fan said something and clicked the button to withdraw all the money. Lu Ruyan next to him looked at him like an idiot. "Do you really think that people are giving you money as charity? It would be strange if you could cash it out." At this time, thousands of miles away in Myanmar, Ling Fong looked at the manager Chen Jiang opposite her with a pale face. Just now she shook out 3 ones on a leopard and lost a huge sum of 360,000 yuan in one go. They were all forcibly abducted to commit telecom fraud, and their performance is directly linked to their treatment. Their general routine is to give some sweet benefits to novice players, but the sweet benefits are capped at only 1,800 yuan. But due to a technical error, she actually lost 360,000. Manager Chen Jiang meant to compensate him first, but to lock his account and not allow him to withdraw cash. Manager Chen applied to withdraw all the money. Manager Chen successfully withdrew all the money. Didn't the technical department lock his account? What? How is that possible? Manager Chen Jiang exclaimed, and the next second he turned and ran to the technical department office behind him. The clerk of the technical department was looking at the computer screen in front of him with a pale face and trembling body. The 360,000 shown on it had been transferred more than 10 seconds ago. Assholes! What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to lock his account? Chen Jiang punched the table angrily. A cactus on the table suddenly jumped up under his huge force and embedded itself directly into his face. Chen Jiang's face was instantly covered with sharp thorns. "Ah! Bastard! Bastard!" A few minutes later, with the help of a beautiful dealer, Chen Jiang finally cleaned the lint on his face. Upon checking, he found that there was a technical failure in the computer, which led to the withdrawal of the 360,000 yuan. "Hurry up and fix this problem for me. Never let this happen again, otherwise we will all be beaten by the boss. And you, Ling Fong. That guy won money from you this time. He will definitely come again next time. Keep an eye on him. Contact me as soon as he comes online. Ling Fong, next time you add him on WeChat, if you don't take all his money, my last name is not Chen. And your technical department, check carefully. There must not be any loopholes in the dice remote control in the future." If Lu Fan heard these words, he would probably jump up and curse. Even the dice are remote controlled. It would be strange if the player could win. At this time, Lu Ruyan stupidly watched Lu Fan click on the bank card deposit information and saw with her own eyes that 360,000 was deposited into the account in 1 second. She was completely dumbfounded and she didn't even notice Lu Fan's big hand touching her heartbeat. "Ha, I've got 360,000 already. I really am the son of destiny." Lu Fan looked at the payment notification on his phone and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Fan, stop scratching, it hurts." It was probably because Lu Fan was too excited and used too much strength in his hands. Lu Ruyan screamed and stretched out her hand to block Lu Fan's big hand from harassing her. I'm sorry for getting carried away. I'll be gentler next time." Lu Ruyan nodded with a red face. She had been completely taken advantage of by Lu Fan now, and she would never be able to escape from his clutches in the future. She could only accept her fate. Chapter 20. Who was the good guy delivering food live? The doorbell rang, and Lu Fan instantly remembered the takeaway he had just ordered. He jumped up, got out of bed and ran straight to the door, but he didn't notice Lu Ruyan's outstretched hand behind him. "Lu Fan, you haven't put on yet." Unfortunately, Lu Fan, who was too proud of himself, rushed out of the bedroom, went to the front door and opened it. Ah. Pervert. A young female delivery girl at the door with her cell phone on her shoulder screamed and covered her face shyly. Lu Fan's old face turned embarrassed, and then he remembered that he was still naked. He waved his hand and took a scarf of Lu Ruyan from the shelf next to him and put it on himself. Excuse me, beautiful lady. I'm in a hurry to pick up the takeaway, sorry. You're crazy. My live broadcast, it's over. You crazy person, closed my live broadcast room. Live broadcast? Was I just being broadcast live? Lu Fan's face was filled with excitement. He stretched his head and saw that there were more than 3,000 people watching the female writer's live broadcast room. However, the room was covered with a blackboard, which showed that it was obviously blocked. Seeing this, Lu Fan felt an inexplicable anger rushing to his head, and he pointed at the female delivery man and started to curse. You're the one with a mental problem. You're not delivering food properly, and you're not doing live streaming properly. Why are you doing live streaming and delivering food? You're going to step on shit and fall to death when you go out. You're a young female food delivery girl, and you're dressed like this. You're just trying to dress like a uniform. You deserve to have your live stream blocked. I'll block you forever so you can show off. Lu Fan snatched the plastic bag from the female writer with a dark face and slammed the door shut. The female writer's face darkened, and she took advantage of the moment the door closed to start cursing. Why don't you kill yourself when you go out, you idiot? He. Lu Ruyan, who was wrapped in the bedsheet in the room, saw Lu Fan's embarrassing look and felt inexplicably happy in her heart. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. What the hell? Come here and eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to work. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed in shock, her face instantly turning pale with fear at the thought that this idiot was going to bully her again. She couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Ruyan is a sexy, cold, and proud goddess. Now that she is shedding tears, she looks so pitiful that people can't help but want to hold her in their arms and love her. Lu Fan also realized that he had been a little too harsh on her. Although this woman was cunning and calculating, she had given him the most precious thing after all. Okay, come and eat. You've worked so hard just now. Eat more delicious food to replenish your body. At most, I can work less later. Lu Fan's voice became gentler. Lu Ruyan then wiped her tears, got up, put on her clothes, and sat opposite Lu Fan to finish the food in front of her. Lu Fan put on Lu Ruyan's bathrobe. Although it looked a bit out of place, it at least covered his naked body. Otherwise, if someone else comes, I will make a fool of myself. Lu Fan thought about the nude show he had just performed in front of 3,000 people in the live broadcast room, and he felt sick as if he had eaten shit. My innocence of 20 years. No. I gave my innocence to Lu Mengran yesterday. Forget it, it's already happened. There's no point in overthinking it. There shouldn't be anyone recording the live broadcast just now. Lu Fan comforted himself, then pulled Lu Ruyan, who had put on her clothes, to sit down and start eating. The takeout he ordered were all luxurious seafood feasts. Even with Lu Ruyan's conditions, it was impossible for her to eat such feasts every day. Plus, she was really tired and exhausted just now, so she couldn't stop eating. After Lu Fan had eaten, he sat there drinking an ice-cold beer. Although the weather in May was not too hot, it was already a little warm. He ate some barbecue and drank some beer, while admiring the school beauty in front of him. Lu Fan suddenly felt that his life now was so beautiful. As Lu Fan was thinking, a silly smile appeared on his face again unconsciously. Lu Ruyan was startled when she saw it. She thought that this guy must be full and was probably thinking of some bad ideas to mess with her. She subconsciously dodged to the side. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and glared at her unhappily. Why are you hiding? The room is so small, can you hide outside the wall? Lu Fan, you men are all the same. When you see a pretty girl, all you think about is having sex with her. Nonsense. Lu Fan slammed the table and glared at Lu Ruyan, feeling that his personality had been greatly insulted. Lu Ruyan, how can you compare me with them? They see you and want to sleep with you, but I'm different. I'm not picky about places. I can accept any place. Lu Fan's words left Lu Ruyan speechless. She rolled her eyes and glared at him. You are so shameless. A pleasant ringtone rang out, and Lu Ruyan glanced at her mobile phone. The expression on her face suddenly became nervous. She glanced at Lu Fan guiltily and quickly turned on the silent mode of her phone. How could her actions escape Lu Fan's gaze? Lu Fan instantly guessed who was calling. Is it a call from a group of pigs? His name is Zhu Yichun. Lu Ruyan knew she couldn't hide it, so she admitted it very straightforwardly. The name doesn't matter, it's all the same. From now on you cut off all ties with a bunch of pigs, and you are not allowed to go to those so-called high-class banquets anymore. Your so-called high-class banquets, in my opinion, are just a bunch of rubbish where men, women, and thieves bully and cheat each other. Who would go to such a place if they were truly wealthy? They hold this so-called luxury banquet to lure girls like you who want to get promoted. You've been to so many high-class banquets, but have you ever seen a girl get promoted? Don't be naive. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Lu Fan's words were not very profound, but the last sentence woke her up like a thunderclap. Thinking about it, she had attended so many banquets and almost lost her virginity sometimes. She had seen many girls with the same thoughts as herself, but she had never heard of or seen any girl succeed in getting the upper hand. Am I really too naive? Lu Ruyan began to doubt her own worldview. Looking at the flashing light on Lu Ruyan's phone, Lu Fan reached out, took the phone and pressed the answer button. It was too late for Lu Ruyan to stop him. Ruyan, why haven't you answered the phone? I've been waiting for you for almost 2 hours. Master Feng asked you to accompany him tonight. If you stand him up today, neither of us will be in this circle anymore. Mr. Feng was really angry just now and insisted that I contact you. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhu Yichun's anxious roar was heard. Lu Fan scratched his ear in disgust and put the phone aside. After he finished speaking, he put the phone back to his ear. Chapter 21: The Seven Gourd Brothers. A bunch of pigs. I'm very curious about your performance of spraying shit in front of hundreds of students from Longda today. I wonder if it will stop now. Lu Fan's question was originally a very serious one, and he was indeed curious about how long his obscene finger could last. But when Zhu Yichun heard Lu Fan's voice, he immediately got furious. Lu Fan. You are a fool, Lu Fan. Why are you holding Ruyan's phone? The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. I regret to inform you, a bunch of pigs, that from today on, Lu Ruyan will no longer be friends with you. I will block your phone number in WeChat in a moment. You stupid idiot, what right do you have to make decisions for Lu Ruyan? You stole Ruyan's phone, I'll call the police to arrest you. Zhu Yichun on the opposite side hadn't realized what was happening yet and was still shouting arrogantly. TSK. Listen to me, you bunch of pigs. Lu Ruyan suddenly became clear-headed today and realized that I, Lu Fan, am the most handsome and greatest man in the world. She has offered herself to me and we are sleeping together in her apartment right now. When Lu Fan said this, Lu Ruyan next to him was speechless. How could a person be so shameless? Not only do you brag shamelessly, but you also turned the threat against me into my voluntary sacrifice. God, please send down a thunderbolt and kill this bastard. You're talking nonsense, you idiot. Don't believe it? Come on, baby, let me talk. With an attitude of wanting to piss someone off to death, Lu Fan turned on the speakerphone on his phone. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds before she resigned herself to her fate and spoke. Kun, what Lu Fan said is true. Let's not contact each other from now on. From today on, I belong to Lu Fan. Goodbye. Lu Ruyan reached out to hang up the phone, but Zhu Yichun's unbelievable roar came from the other end. Ruyan, I don't believe it. Your dream is to marry into a top wealthy family. You are about to succeed. How could you give up? Master Feng is already angry. I will take him to find you now. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone when he said the last word and looked at Lu Fan opposite her with a frown. Lu Fan, since Zhu Yichun said he would bring young Master Feng to find me, they will definitely find here in 10 minutes at most. Are you worried about me? Lu Fan smiled and stretched out his finger to lightly lift Lu Ruyan's chin. This woman was indeed beautiful. Her face and skin were more beautiful than those big stars he had seen on TV. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to resist his teasing and could only close her eyes in humiliation. This posture was like a girl asking for a kiss. Lu Fan unceremoniously put his arms around her neck and started to nibble on her. Lu Fan, don't. Zhu Yichun and the others will definitely come here, especially that Feng Xiao. He has been obsessed with me recently, and he will definitely find his way here. Lu Ruyan blushed as she stopped Lu Fan's mischievous hand. Lu Fan took his hand back, put it to his nose and sniffed it obsessively. You did well. Let's go back to the school dormitory. My apartment is no worse than yours. Lu Fan stood up and started to put on his clothes. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, turned back to the room and changed into a short skirt. Her pair of long, beautiful legs were very eye-catching. It is now impossible for her to escape from Lu Fan's control. She can only survive better by obeying Lu Fan's wishes. She can only be free if Lu Fan gets tired of her and drives her away. Lu Ruyan has completely let go of everything at this moment. Who once said that life is like being strong? Since you can't resist, you might as well close your eyes and try to enjoy it. Looking at the youthful and beautiful Lu Ruyan, Lu Fan couldn't help but whistled, causing Lu Ruyan to roll her eyes. The two of them pushed open the door and stepped into the elevator together. Just as they entered the basement, 4 cool supercars suddenly braked and stopped side by side in front of them. Lu Ruyan's expression changed and a trace of fear flashed across her face. She couldn't afford to offend any of these people, and since they were outnumbered, Lu Fan would probably suffer a loss. To be honest, she would be very happy if Lu Fan was beaten up, but she would be worried if Lu Fan took out all his anger on her afterwards. Lu Fan, run! There are so many of them. What surprised her was that Lu Fan looked at the 8 people who got off the car with a silly smile on his face, and he had no intention of running away at all. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of trash. I don't take them seriously. Lu Fan actually felt a little guilty, but he did something so shameful as to run away in front of the woman he had just married. It's not like he doesn't have any trump cards. He only used his dirty finger once today. If he doesn't use the other 2 times, it would be wasted. Lu Fan reached out and pushed Lu Ruyan behind him, pretending to be calm and looking directly at the 8 young men who surrounded him. These people obviously looked at him unfriendly, which made him even more uneasy. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Lu Fan's back. This idiot actually stood in front of her and faced 8 people. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Lu Fan's appearance became much more pleasing to the eye. Ruyan, you are actually with this idiot. Zhu Yichun in the crowd still had a pale face, and his dark eye sockets looked like he hadn't slept for several days. He pointed at Lu Ruyan and roared in disbelief. Especially the young man with dyed blonde hair standing next to him, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The young man's gaze was fixed on Lu Fan in confusion, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. Are you the idiot Lu Fan from the Lu family? Who are you? Lu Fan glanced at the guy, but unfortunately he couldn't find any information about this person after searching through his memory. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who dared to snatch my woman. Turns out it's you, a fool. When your Lu family was at its peak, I could only watch you from afar. Now your Lu family is falling apart, and your parents died early. It's not easy for a fool like you to survive until now. Damn it, a stupid idiot actually dared to steal my woman. And you, Lu Ruyan, I think too highly of you. Why did you choose to be with a fool? Could it be that you like role-playing games recently and you treat this fool as your son? Ha ha ha. Feng Xiao pointed at Lu Fan and the other man arrogantly and laughed wildly. The young people around him obviously followed him and also laughed wildly. I'm laughing at your mother. Look at your hair dyed in all kinds of colors, just like the 7 Gord brothers. Especially you, don't look at me, I'm pointing at you, idiot, you look like a combination of pig kidney and sheep penis, and you still have the nerve to think about my girl. With your appearance, you don't even need to put on makeup when you go out on Ghost Festival. Just act as yourself. Who gave you the confidence to go out when you're so ugly? Lu Fan pointed at Feng Xiao, who laughed the loudest, and started to scold him. This scene shocked everyone present. Especially Lu Ruyan's face looks dazed. There are 8 people there. Are you stupid again? He doesn't even act like a grandson at this time, but dares to take the initiative to provoke. Isn't this just asking for a beating? You dare to scold me? Feng Xiao was also a little confused, because there were 8 people on his side. However, he felt relieved when he thought that this guy was a fool. Do you still expect a fool to do normal things? Chapter 22 Continuous Explosion. Damn it, you dare to scold me, brothers, beat him up. Feng Xiao roared with a dark face, and several young men who had been ready to fight pulled out weapons such as steel pipes and sticks from the supercars and rushed towards Lu Fan. Fuck! Lu Fan was so scared that he took a step back. Seeing that these people were about to rush over, he could only put all his hopes on that obscene finger. Lu Fan quickly pointed his finger at a young man in the front holding a steel pipe, and silently said in his heart that a single finger is worth a fortune. When the young man saw that Lu Fan dared to point his finger at him at this time, he was immediately furious. Damn it, you dare to point at me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, ah. He was halfway through his words when he suddenly covered his stomach in pain, and the expression on his face became distorted and complicated. His companions behind him were a little confused, but Zhu Yichun suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Ah! The man who was pointed at by Lu Fan in an obscene way screamed, and the next second a burst of explosive sound suddenly broke out from behind his butt, and an extremely foul smell instantly filled the space within a radius of dozens of meters. Especially since there was no wind in the basement, the stench lingered in the area and could not be dissipated. The faces of the companions around him were more interesting than each other. No one mentioned the fight anymore. They covered their noses and hid aside, looking at the young man who was shitting with disgust. The thing that was exploding never stopped, and the bombardment lasted for more than a minute and was still going on. His flashy white casual pants had turned brown from between his legs to his feet, with clumps of dirt spilling onto the ground between his trouser legs. The whole scene was comparable to an S-level disaster scene. The power was so strong that everyone covered their noses and ran away. Zhu Yichun was dumbfounded when he saw his companion who also shit. His last name was just Zhu, but his IQ had nothing to do with that of a pig. How could he not see that it was Lu Fan who was behind this? Before he defecated at noon, Lu Fan pointed at him in a strange way, and then he emptied his intestines in front of hundreds of his classmates from Long University. The weeds in the grove have not been cleared away yet. If the trees could grow flowers, they would definitely thank him for his loving fertilizer. Just now he clearly saw that Lu Fan pointed at his companion again, and then his companion started to attack wildly in an instant. Thinking of this, Zhu Yichun looked at Lu Fan with horror in his eyes, which was even more frightening than seeing an evil ghost in broad daylight. At this time, not only Zhu Yichun understood something, but Lu Ruyan, who had also experienced it twice, also widened her eyes in shock. There were 2 shit explosions in one day, and both times Lu Fan pointed at them for no apparent reason. Doesn't this scene explain something? After looking at the young man who was exhausted from gushing out energy on the ground, and then looking at Lu Fan who was standing beside him with a smug look on his face, Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Damn, this skill is so lethal that I thought it was useless before. However, this skill does not distinguish between friend and foe. It is as disgusting as a 5-star skill. Moreover, the damage value covers the entire map, and it strikes all personnel 3 times from the perspective of vision, smell, and spirit. Lu Fan couldn't stand the suffocation any longer, and he held his nose until his face turned red. Now every breath he took was like being bombarded by poisonous gas. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Lu Fan wailed and pulled Lu Ruyan into the Ferrari supercar. If he stayed any longer, he was worried that he would suffocate to death. Only after getting in the car did he dare to breathe in deep air, glancing at the victim out of the corner of his eye. The guy was now exhausted and collapsed on the ground, but the bombardment behind him had never stopped. His body twitched from time to time, and a surge of aioli surged out from behind him again. Hurry up and leave. The faint stench could be smelled inside the car. Lu Fan really couldn't bear it anymore, and Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned pale. She was bombarded twice today. The first time, Zhu Yichun directly defecated into her car. She didn't even need to watch the scene. Just by thinking about it once, she could feel her stomach churning in protest. Lu Ruyan stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari rushed out with a deafening roar. Stop that idiot! Feng Xiao, who was in the distance, saw that Lu Fan was about to run away, so he led his 5 brothers to block Ferrari's way again. Why 5? Because one of the victims was so frightened that Zhu Yichun hid behind a pillar 50 meters away. He didn't even have the courage to get close, fearing that Lu Fan would point a finger at him again. As for those companions who rushed towards the Ferrari, I admire your courage. If you want me to go up, it will be impossible in this lifetime. Lu Ruyan braked slammingly with an ugly look on her face. She didn't dare to hit these people. If anything happened to any one of them, she would be in huge trouble. You dare to block my way, you're asking for trouble. Lu Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, cursed angrily, opened the car window, and pointed a finger directly at Feng Xiao, who was jumping the most happily. Here we go again. Zhu Yichun, who was 50 meters away, trembled and roared madly in his heart. Lu Fan really stretched out his finger again. Lu Ruyan in the driver's seat also widened her eyes. She was now confirming her guess. Ah! Feng Xiao, who was sitting in front of the Ferrari, suddenly had a changed expression, then he screamed, clamped his legs together and covered his butt. The familiar scene was played out again, and the 5 companions around Feng Xiao were dumbfounded. Even if they were dumb, they could see something. Lu Fan pointed at people twice without any intention of hiding anything, and he pointed at people in front of everyone. Puff! The deafening roar directly drowned out the sound of the Ferrari's engine, and Feng Xiao screamed and began to bombard indiscriminately. His 5 companions screamed and turned around and ran for their lives. I was wrong, forgive me, I won't dare to do it again, Mr. Lu, please forgive me. Feng Xiao on the ground was not an idiot. He had obviously guessed that this was Lu Fan's masterpiece. While bombarding wildly, he desperately begged for mercy from Lu Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari. He looked extremely miserable. Drive quickly, do you still want to smell it for a while? Lu Fan covered his nose and glared at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to say a word. She turned the steering wheel sharply and stepped on the accelerator. The Ferrari drove past Feng Xiao. When the Ferrari turned a corner, Lu Fan found one of Feng Xiao's companions standing in front of him. He thought that this guy was here to block him, so he simply rolled down the window and pointed his finger at him. Oh my god! I don't want to play anymore. The young man who was pointed at by Lu Fan let out a scream and ran away. Look at his speed, it is obvious that he has exerted his physical limit. Even if the world's fastest man comes, he can fight for 2 rounds. You're smart. Lu Fan then withdrew his finger with satisfaction. He had used up all 3 chances today. He was just trying to scare the guy, but he didn't expect him to be so cooperative. Chapter 23 My pigs can't eat so much. The next morning, Lu Ruyan dragged her exhausted body out of bed. Not everyone can sleep until they wake up naturally like Lu Fan without having to attend classes. Lu Ruyan glanced at Lu Fan, who was sleeping in an indecent posture on the bed, scratched her hair irritably, then lifted the quilt and started looking for her clothes. Same scene, different time. Yesterday morning, Lu Mengran limped out of the apartment in this way, and today, Lu Ruyan also stepped out of the door in the same posture. Last night, when the 2 of them were escaping from the shit explosion scene, Lu Ruyan simply opened the window of the Ferrari and ran 100 yards before she cleaned up the stench in the car. Then he returned to Lu Fan's apartment. Lu Fan slept until noon, then he got up with a rosy face, washed up, and went to the cafeteria to eat. As soon as Lu Fan turned around with a plate of sumptuous dishes, he saw Lu Mengran walking into the cafeteria with her roommate. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he came forward happily. Lu Mengran obviously saw Lu Fan approaching, her face suddenly turned red, and she glared at him fiercely, signaling him not to come over. Lu Fan simply ignored the secret signal from the goddess and moved in front of Lu Mengran. Baby, are you eating? I'll make you something to eat. Ah. Lu Fan, you idiot. Why are you yelling in front of so many people? It's so embarrassing. Lu Mengran's face turned red instantly. She wanted to turn around and run away, but she had missed the mealtime and would have no food to eat. She could only avoid Lu Fan and queue up for food with a blushing face. Mengran, take my plate and sit there for a moment. I'll get you some food. Lu Mengran sacrificed herself to him the day before yesterday, and now her injuries are probably not fully recovered. How could Lu Fan miss this opportunity to show off? This guy directly stuffed the plate full of various meats in his hand into Lu Mengran's hand, then turned and walked to the front of a window. Get food. Everyone is already used to Lu Fan cutting in line. Lu Mengran looked at the plate in her hand, blushing and feeling guilty as she sat in the corner of the cafeteria. You're such an idiot again. Didn't you just get food? The auntie who served the food glared at Lu Fan with displeasure on her face and had no intention of taking any action. As for this kind of person, Lu Fan has the ability to control her. I made food for my aunt. What? Do you have any objection? You can't give it to anyone. Your meal card can only be used once per meal. So who do you want to give it to? The auntie serving the food only realized at this moment that the aunt of this fool was the president of Lawng University. Who would dare to embarrass him when serving food to the president? Do you want me to call my aunt to talk about your hygiene rectification issues? Also, your food procurement standards and behavioral norms. Don't. I'll give you whatever you want. The aunt who served the food turned pale and begged for mercy in a low voice. Lu Fan uses this trick every time, and it works best on them. With just a word from the principal, their canteen windows will probably have to be closed for rectification. After all, it is too easy to find trouble in the cafeteria. You can find loopholes everywhere just by pointing a finger. Lu Fan didn't bother with her. He pointed at the pile of meat and hit them all. The plate was full of food, so he asked for a small bowl and filled it up. Seeing Lu Fan leaving with a pot of food, the students queuing behind him showed envious expressions on their faces. It's great to have an aunt who is a school principal. Why don't I have such a good reincarnation skill? Who said it wasn't? Unfortunately, nothing in the world is perfect. This idiot was born into a good family, but he didn't have a good life. His brain is abnormal. Lu Fan came to Lu Mengran and placed the plate and a pot of meat in front of her. Lu Mengran looked at the pot full of various meats and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Lu Fan, are you trying to stuff me to death? I'm just an ordinary girl. Even the pigs I raise at home can't eat so much. Lu Fan also knew that there were too many dishes, but when he turned his eyes, he saw Lu Mengran's 3 roommates walking over with plates, and immediately an idea came to his mind. Mengran, baby, if you can't finish the food, let your roommates eat with you. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money to order as many dishes as I want. Let's eat together and don't waste anything. If it's not enough, I'll get more. Lu Mengran glanced at the 3 roommates sitting next to him and rolled her eyes at him, agreeing with his opinion. Although the 3 girls were not as pretty as Lu Mengran, they were all young and beautiful, and very lively. They took the meat from Lu Mengran's bowl without any hesitation. The 3 girls' eyes were always on Lu Mengran and Lu Fan. They lived in the same dormitory with Lu Mengran, so they naturally knew the changes in her better than anyone else. Lu Mengran suddenly had a bunch of expensive clothes, shoes and bags. How could they not guess what was going on? But no matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that Lu Mengran's partner was actually the fool Lu Fan. One of them is the most beautiful girl in Long University, and the other is the most famous figure and idiot in Long University. These 2 extremes somehow came together. Lu Fan didn't care about the looks of Lu Mengran's roommates. His eyes were all on Lu Mengran's pure, clear, elegant and beautiful face. He looked at her and ate his food, as if her stunning face was the most beautiful dish to go with her meal. Lu Fan, you dead man, stop staring at me. Unable to bear his stare, Lu suddenly kicked him under the table in shame and anger, and only then did Lu Fan restrain himself. Mengran, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll take you to eat seafood barbecue. No, I have to study overtime tonight. Lu Mengran is not a 3-year-old child, so how could she not know that if she eats, she must pay with her body? She is not feeling well now, so she dare not go out and eat greedily. Ha, you have to combine work with rest. Bring your 3 roommates along tonight. The seafood in East City is all shipped in from Jinshur Port. It's very fresh. Lu Fan's words made the eyes of Lu Mengran's 3 roommates light up instantly. They were from ordinary families and could not afford to have a seafood dinner with the little living expenses they had every month. Besides, this is Beijing, and a seafood meal can easily cost thousands of dollars, which is simply not affordable for students like them. Now that they had a free seafood barbecue dinner, it would be strange if they were not excited. Immediately, the 3 girls looked at Lu Mengran with pleading looks. That's right, Mengran, why are you still reviewing when your grades are so good? Let's go out for something delicious tonight. It's not too late to study tomorrow. Mengran, it's not that I like seafood, I haven't had a seafood feast in 2 years. Okay, don't look at me like that, I really am greedy for seafood. Seafood feast. Seafood feast. Lu Mengran glared at her 3 roommates hatefully. You guys are only thinking about the seafood dinner. After you eat and drink your fill, you go back to the dormitory to sleep, but I'm going to pay you with my body. So you let me bear all the pain while you're only concerned with enjoying the food. Chapter 24, Fainted in the Toilet. In this way, Lu Fan bribed the 3 traders with a seafood dinner. After dinner, Lu Fan wanted to ask Lu Mengran to go to his dormitory for some tenderness, but God bless him, he really just wanted to have some simple tenderness. However, Lu Mengran was on guard against him as if he were a thief, and simply pulled her 3 roommates back to the dormitory. She is not a naive little girl. A man's words can deceive people, even if the man is a fool. She fell into Lu Fan's clutches the day before yesterday because she was too naive. After learning from the experience, she would never suffer the same mistake again. Lu Fan, who had nothing to do, rolled his eyes, and his signature silly smile appeared on his face again, starting his journey to earn points. In a few days he would start suing those who cheated him of money, so the right thing to do was to earn more points before this incident broke out. Sure enough, seeing the number 1 idiot of Longda sitting on a chair playing with his mobile phone, several Aries immediately offered themselves to be killed. Does the fool have money? Lu Fan raised his head and looked happily at the 2 prey that were delivered to his door. In the eyes of his 2 classmates, his smile was a typical idiotic smile. No. No money. My aunt told me not to tell anyone that I have money. Ha ha ha. The two boys looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After laughing, he immediately pretended to be sad and squatted in front of Lu Fan pitifully. Student Lu Fan, I am so pitiful. I studied hard for more than 10 years before I was admitted to Long University. My parents were so worried about my schooling. I also have a younger sister who is in high school. Can you imagine how much pressure it was for an elderly couple in the countryside to support us in our studies? When the boy said this, he pinched his thigh hard and forced a tear to come out. His performance shocked his companions. It was a shame that you didn't go to the acting department with your acting level. Seeing that Lu Fan was grinning foolishly and unmoved, the boy could only continue his performance. My parents farm and raise sheep in my rural hometown to support my schooling. This morning, my sheep pen suddenly collapsed, killing half of the dozens of sheep. My parents fainted in the toilet crying. When I received the news, I felt like the sky was falling. I had to pay tuition for the next semester and the death of those sheep had ruined my future. When the boy said this, he actually lay down on the chair next to Lu Fan and started crying, leaving the classmates next to him stunned. Well, why did your parents faint in the toilet? Instead of crying in the sheepfold? Could it be that they were sad because of the shit in your toilet? Lu Fan asked this shocking question in a serious manner, and the crying guy was also confused. I just said it casually. Why do you care whether I fainted in the toilet or in the sheep pen? Is that the point? Student, you can cry in the living room or the kitchen. After all, it's cleaner there. I personally don't recommend crying in the bathroom. If someone faints from crying in the toilet and falls into the pit, you definitely don't want to see that scene. Damn it. The point is that my sheep was killed and I lost tens of thousands of dollars. I don't want to talk about crying and fainting, okay? The classmate shouted angrily. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Fan was a fool, he would have wanted to beat him up. Then you are quite pitiful. Since you have no money to go to school, just go home and herd sheep. But if the sheep gets killed again, you can go and cry in the bedroom. There's a bed in the bedroom where you can sleep comfortably. The classmate only felt a flock of crows flying over his forehead, and the crows sprinkled a bunch of aioli gay on his face as they passed by. He wanted to jump up and get angry, but the person in front of him was a fool. If he argued with a fool, wouldn't he appear to be a fool too? For the sake of money, I'll endure it. Classmate, I don't want to drop out. I want to go to school. You must have money, right? Why don't you lend me some so that I can continue my studies? You have done a great job and accumulated merits. God will bless you. But I don't have that much money. My aunt just transferred 4,000 yuan to me. It's definitely not enough for your tuition. Lu Fan didn't want to continue playing. The best thing to do if he had the time was to earn more points. The two boys looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They had picked up another 4,000 yuan for free, which was just right, 2,000 yuan each, to split equally. Classmate, we are both in such a difficult situation. Please lend us 2,000 each. We will pay you back in a few days when we have money. You too want money? Did your sheep get killed too? Lu Fan looked at the other kid with a puzzled look. This guy didn't have the same high performance level as his companion, and he was instantly confused. I don't have any sheep at home. So what do you have at home? I have a dog at home. That's right, you can just smash the dog to death at home. The boy looked at Lu Fan's serious expression, his teeth grinding, but at the suggestion of his companions, he could only force himself to endure it. You're right. My dog was killed by a falling stone. I need money to pay for its funeral. After all, it has been my family's companion for many years. The boy roared out these words through gritted teeth, feeling an uncontrollable urge to hit someone. 4,000 yuan was transferred out, and Lu Fan successfully obtained 2 points. Just as the two walked a short distance, their cell phones rang almost at the same time. What? The wall collapsed, killing more than a dozen sheep and causing tens of thousands of dollars in losses? Huang jumped off the building and died? How is that possible? The two people's shocked eyes converged, and an extreme chill rose from their hearts. Looking at the two people leaving happily, Lu Fan smiled even happier than them. The speed at which he makes money has long exceeded the speed at which he spends it, so he doesn't care about this little bit of money at all. Moreover, once the prosecution begins, all of those people will definitely and voluntarily return the money he has given away now. Lu Fan wandered around the campus like this. In more than an hour, he had earned more than 10 points, and was one big step closer to the next lottery. There was a text message alert sound from the mobile phone. Lu Fan picked it up and saw that it was the phone that had won the lottery on Pink 6E the day before yesterday. 10 pieces of fruit and 16 mobile phones were delivered at once. The courier didn't dare to put them in the express cabinet. He then called Lu Fan and asked him to pick them up in person. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan returned to campus carrying the express box. Seeing the female dormitory building next to him, his eyes rolled and he walked straight towards it. I've never been to a girl's dormitory in my life. Now is the perfect opportunity to give my baby a present. I must go in and take a look. What are you doing? Hey! I'm talking to you, you idiot. This is a female dormitory, be careful or I'll report you to the Academic Affairs Office and have you expelled. Lu Fan originally wanted to sneak in when the dormitory manager wasn't paying attention, but the female dormitory manager's eyes were like cameras and she called out to Lu Fan directly. Anti-dormitory manager, I'm going in to find my girlfriend and give her something. Who the hell are you calling aunt? Your whole family is aunt. The female dormitory manager got furious and jumped up, pointing at Lu Fan and starting to scold him. Lu Fan took a look at her height, which was at least 1.5 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Looking at her chubby face again, I know she must be in her 50s. If I don't call her aunt, should I call her fairy? Or pretty girl? Ugh. Chapter 25. Which good guy breaks into the girls' dormitory to ask for directions? The dormitory manager held a makeup mirror and touched up the foundation that had just fallen off in front of Lu Fan. After applying foundation, the old lady's face turned pale instantly. If she went out on the night of the Ghost Festival, it would probably scare people to death. Lu Fan felt nauseous when he saw it. Get out of here right now, or I'll call security and give you a serious warning, so you won't even get your diploma. The dormitory manager's rude words irritated Lu Fan. You don't want to listen to me nicely, and you really want me to do something harsh to you, right? I want to see who dares to give me a serious warning in this school. Ask the security guard to come over and I'll see who dares to chase me away. I've heard that you, as the dorm supervisor, like to embezzle the things of female students. You make things difficult for them when they come back late. The food, clothes, and drinks you usually eat and drink are all contributed to you by female classmates. It is obvious that you have been corrupt and accepted bribes. It seems I need to call my aunt to report your deeds. By the way, you are related to the Dean of Studies, Director Lee, right? I'll ask my aunt to investigate whether you have any collusion of interests. I want to see who of us will be kicked out of this school first. Lu Fan took out his cell phone and directly called up his aunt Lu Fanghua's WeChat. The dormitory manager was dumbfounded when she saw this. I am indeed a person with connections, and I was able to get this good job as a dormitory supervisor with the help of my relative Director Lee. But in Longda, when it comes to connections, who dares to compete with Lu Fan? Lu Fan's parents are shareholders of Longda and hold a considerable amount of shares in Longda. Now it is said that all those shares are in Lu Fan's hands. Especially since Lu Fan's aunt is the biggest boss in Long University, the principal. There are many people in Long University who bully and humiliate Lu Fan, but no one has ever dared to fight Lu Fan. The only student who slapped Lu Fan was also sent to jail for school bullying. Thinking of this, the dormitory manager instantly wilted. If Lu Fan made this call, not only would her job be ruined, but Director Lee would also be ruined. Don't, Lu Sha, Master Lu, don't call. Isn't it okay for me to let you in? Don't call. The dormitory manager rushed out of the room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and stretched out his hand to block Lu Fan's mobile phone, fearing that he would make a call. Humph, will you still care about me in the future? No matter what, Master Lu, you can enter this female dormitory whenever you want from now on. It's my fault for provoking you. You are so generous. Seeing the dormitory manager getting closer and closer while talking, a pungent smell of perfume rushed to his head. Lu Fan took a step back with a look of disgust, and walked into the door of the female dormitory carrying the express box. As soon as he turned the corner, he bumped into a girl. A faint, pleasant scent of perfume hit his nose, and his body bounced back. Ah! Rogue, it's you. Lu Fan looked at the girl in front of him stupidly. This girl turned out to be the fierce Xiaoyu who was taken advantage of by him the day before yesterday. No wonder it's so elastic. It turns out that it's Xiaoyu who achieved milk freedom for the whole family by her own efforts. Lu Fan looked at Xiaoyu with a lewd expression, and any man would understand this look immediately. Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. The day before yesterday, she was tricked by this fool into going into the woods, and ended up being taken advantage of by this fool. Thinking of this scene now, she couldn't help but want to run away. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence today that she bumped into him as soon as she came downstairs. No. This is a girl's dormitory. Why is a fool like him running here? You stupid idiot, you dare to break into the female dormitory? Don't you want to live? Be careful that the dormitory manager will send someone to arrest you. He. Sister Xiaoyu, do you think anyone with this big dragon dares to catch me? You. Xiaoyu glared at him hatefully. This idiot's eyes were too lustful. They seemed to be able to see through her clothes. She subconsciously crossed her arms across her chest, turned around and ran away in shame and anger, past Lu Fan. Everyone in the school knows that Aunt Lu Fan is the president of Long University, and indeed no one in Long University dares to do anything to him. The classmates would at most laugh at him, or some with bad character would try to cheat him for some money, because this fool has money anyway. When Lu Fan went upstairs, he suddenly remembered one thing: he had no idea where Lu Mengran's dormitory was. The guy rolled his eyes and pushed open the door of a dormitory in front of him. It was a bit stuffy in the dormitory. Two girls were sitting at the desk surfing the internet. One of them, in particular, had an extremely indecent sitting posture. The girl was leaning on the chair, with one of her long legs on the stool and the other on the desk, staring at the movie on the computer with great interest. Seeing someone coming in, the girl turned her head and looked at the boy standing at the door with a confused look on her face. Lu Fan was also dumbfounded. He just wanted to find someone to ask where Lu Mengran's dormitory was, but when he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw such an erotic scene. Fuck. Is it that hot? Ah. Rogue. The girl was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She jumped up with a red face and quickly covered her legs with her skirt. Then she pointed at Lu Fan and cursed him angrily. You rascal, you dare to sneak into the girls' dormitory? You'll be notified to the whole school and punished severely. The dormitory manager downstairs obviously heard the noise here, but she chose to ignore it. That idiot has a strong backing, so let him do whatever he wants. She can control all the girls on this floor, but she has no temper at all when facing that idiot. Well, beautiful girl, I just came to ask for directions. Lu Fan's tone sounded a little aggrieved. I really came here to ask for directions sincerely, but this guy's eyes were still lingering on the girl's long white legs, without even blinking. Ask your sister for directions. What kind of good person would come into the girl's dormitory to ask for directions? Shouting, he is the idiot Lu Fan, send him away quickly, this guy probably broke in because he is stupid. The other girl obviously recognized the famous Lu Fan and spoke with a look of disgust. Fool Lu Fan? Is he the #1 idiot in Long University? The girl with long legs obviously reacted as well. A black line flashed across Lu Fan's forehead. Isn't it humiliating to say in front of me that I am the #1 idiot in Long University? He is clearly the world's #1 idiot, okay? That title was awarded by the system. Beautiful lady, I really want to ask for directions. Where is Lu Mengran's dormitory? Lu Mengran? You idiot, you want to chase after the most beautiful girl in school, Lu Mengran? The long-legged girl glanced at Lu Fan with disdain, and then glanced at the express box in his hand. It was obvious that she came to show her affection to the school beauty, but the school beauty of Lu University is of low status, so there is no way she would be attracted by a fool like you. Shouting, hurry up and chase him away before he delays our drama watching. The stupid Lu Mengran lives in dormitory 302, so hurry over there. Remember to close the door. After getting Lu Mengran's address, Lu Fan was too lazy to waste time here and turned around to leave. This guy suddenly thought about it and for some unknown reason blurted out something that made the long-legged girl go crazy. Girl, your pants are pretty sexy, but I personally recommend you buy a Philips razor, and it would be even better if you shave more diligently. Lu Fan ran out of the door, and the girl with long legs was still confused and didn't react. Shouting, you've suffered a great loss. That idiot just saw you naked, and he also despised you for being too lazy. Ah. I'm not done with you, you idiot. The screams of a tall and long-legged girl in despair were heard from the dormitory, and outside Lu Fan had already sprinted to the 3rd floor. Chapter 26, 3 Generations of Massage Masters. Nothing erotic happened in Lu Mingran's dormitory, as not all girls left their doors unlocked. Lu Fan knocked on the door of Lu Mingran's dormitory. The girl who opened the door was He Lu, wearing cool suspender shorts. She looked at the boy standing at the door with a confused look on her face. "Hey girl. I'm looking for Mengran." "Silly. Lu Fan, why did you come to the girls' dormitory? Didn't the dormitory manager stop you?" Lu Fan pushed the confused He Lu aside and walked into the dormitory. A beautiful and pure little head popped out from behind the curtain of the innermost bed. It was the campus beauty Lu Mengran, who had a stunned look on her face. "Mengran baby, I'm here to bring you something." Lu Fan ignored the strange looks from the three girls in the dormitory and walked straight to Lu Mengran's bed, his fiery eyes moving across the colorful underwear hanging next to her. "Ah! You bastard Lu Fan, what are you crazy about? How did you sneak into the girls' dormitory? Be careful that the dormitory manager will send someone to arrest you." Lu Mengran, who was also dressed lightly, opened the curtain and looked at Lu Fan in shock. The small t-shirt and shorts made her figure look extremely attractive. If there weren't three girls standing next to her, Lu Fan would have started to communicate with her. He. Who dares to arrest me in Longda? Mengran baby, your phone has been stuck for several years. I sent it to you as soon as I received it. Come down quickly to take a look at your new phone." Lu Fan raised the express box in his hand as if to seek credit, and Lu Mengran also became a little excited. She has always wanted to change her cell phone, but given her conditions, she only thought about it and did not have the ability to put it into action. Needless to say, the cell phone in Lu Fan's hand was definitely picked up for free the day before yesterday. No. Lu Fan spent 99 yuan to buy 10 fruit 16s, so strictly speaking, it can't be said to be picked up for free. Have all 10 phones arrived? Lu Mengran found it a little unbelievable. 10 pieces of fruit for 16 would cost more than 100,000 yuan, and they actually shipped them. Hey, hurry down and get your new phone." Lu Fan placed the express box on Lu Mingran's desk as if to show off, and then he realized that the campus beauty Lu's desk was very tidy and clean, with the computer and books neatly arranged, which made people feel comfortable just by looking at it. Lu Mengran got off the bed excitedly. When she got off the bed, she stretched out her long, white legs, which made Lu Fan's eyes glow green. The three girls next to him looked at Lu Fan with complicated expressions. Their best friend and roommate actually favored a fool. It was like an emerald cabbage being eaten by a wild boar. Lu Mengran ignored Lu Fan's fiery eyes, excitedly took out a knife and gently cut open the express box. In an instant, a neat row of fruit and mobile phone boxes appeared in front of her. Wow, I really shipped 10 fruit 16s, am I dreaming? Lu Mengran picked up a mobile phone box and opened it carefully. Her three roommates surrounded her in shock. They didn't care much about spending 16 yuan on fruit, because everyone in the school knew that Lu Fan was rich. But how can someone be so extravagant as to buy 10 fruit and 16 mobile phones at once? It's useless to have too many of these things, isn't it a waste? Hey. Lu Fan sat on Lu Mingran's chair, looking at the goddess's excitement and joy with a smug expression, his eyes occasionally moving over her exposed skin. Lu Mengran picked a color that she liked, then transferred the card and data from her old phone over, and happily played with her new phone. This scene made the three girls nearby extremely envious. They looked at their old mobile phones eagerly, and then secretly glanced at the 9 neatly arranged mobile phone boxes on the table. They almost had the word "want" written on their foreheads. Lu Fan naturally saw the expressions of the three girls. His eyes rolled and an idea came to his mind. Since you plan to bribe these three girls, then bribe them more thoroughly. Do you three want to get new phones? Lu Fan's words were like a thunderclap, making the three girls' heads buzz. The three girls were not naive. Why would someone give them a mobile phone that costs more than 10,000 yuan? Lu Mengran also restrained her excitement and looked at Lu Fan in surprise. Oh, my legs are a little sore, can someone give me a leg massage? I might be so happy that I'll give this phone away. I don't have any use for all these phones. They're all gifts for people anyway. It doesn't matter who they are given to. Lu Fan leaned back comfortably in his chair. Mao Lily, who was closest to him, was probably the most intelligent one and understood what Lu Fan meant almost instantly. Lu Fan, brother Lu, uncle Lu, my leg pounding technique is absolutely top-notch. I am a massage master who has been passed down for 3 generations. Mao Lily rushed to Lu Fan's legs at the speed of a sprint, squatted down, stretched out her little hand with a flattering look on her face and started to massage his legs. This scene made Lu Mengran dumbfounded. Lu Mengran asked stupidly, "Lily, doesn't your family raise pigs?" "Well, we can still be good friends even if we don't say it. He has been using his phone for 3 years. I want fruit 16 too." Mao Lily's face showed no embarrassment of being exposed. Lu Fan squinted his eyes when he was hit by her little hand, and he picked up a mobile phone box and handed it to her. "Really? Give it to me?" Mao Lily looked at the unopened mobile phone box in her hand in disbelief, and was stunned by the huge surprise. "Uncle Lu, I can massage shoulders." Lu's eyes instantly turned green when she saw her good sisters receiving new mobile phones one after another. She threw her dignity aside in an instant and walked behind Lu Fan attentively to massage his shoulders. The last one, Li Chen, was dumbfounded when she saw that there was no room in front or behind Lu Fan. I can do a backflip." Li Chen's face flushed and she held it in for a long time before she blurted out something that almost made Lu Fan spit out. "Can you really do a backflip?" "Really?" She's from the acting department and she was already at level 10 in folk dance when she was 10 years old. "Forget about the backflip, how about performing a split?" Lu Fan's eyes wandered over Li Qian's pair of long white legs. Li Qian blushed, and without even a second's hesitation, she easily stretched out her right leg and placed it directly on Lu Mengran's bed. "Wow!" Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was true that one cannot judge a book by its cover. This girl's body flexibility was so great that she could probably pose in a dozen more positions than the average person. Seeing that Lu Fan hadn't handed her the phone yet, Li Qian held up her feet, which were higher than her head, with one hand and bent them in a semicircle. This posture was several levels more difficult than the splits. "Sharp!" Lu Fan couldn't help but applaud, and took out 2 mobile phones and handed them to Lu and Li Qian. When the 3 girls received the phone, the way they looked at Lu Fan changed instantly. How could Lu Mengran not guess Lu Fan's little thoughts? He was clearly trying to bribe his roommate. "From now on, my 3 roommates will probably listen to Lu Fan and do whatever he says, but I will be the one who suffers." Chapter 27, Which good person asks a fool questions? The 4 girls gathered together to play with their new phones, and they also bought 4 phone cases they liked online. Lu Fan was sitting alone, feeling bored and sleepy. He rolled his eyes, took off his shoes, climbed onto Lu Mengran's bed and fell asleep. "Lu Fan, what's wrong with you? This is a female dormitory. If you sleep on my bed, where should I sleep?" Lu Mengran glared at Lu Fan with a red face. Her 3 roommates turned their heads away and didn't dare to say a word. They had just received a mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan, so now was the time to show off. "Mengran baby, this bed is very wide, it's more than enough for the 2 of us to sleep together, come up and squeeze in." "You are shameless." Lu Mengran is not an idiot. If she goes up there, she will be walking into a tiger's mouth. Her 3 good girlfriends will see things they shouldn't see, and she will never be able to face people in the future. "Lu Fan, come down here, or I'll call the dormitory manager." "Whatever. See if the dorm manager dares to come over." Lu Fan had an indifferent expression on his face and rolled comfortably on Lu Mengran's bed. All he could smell between his mouth and nose was the alluring fragrance, including the body odor of the campus beauty Lu, accompanied by the scent of fragrant shampoo and shower gel. "You." Lu Mengran glared at him hatefully and looked at the time. There was still half an hour before class started. She had a very important class in the afternoon, so it was just right for her to review and go straight to class. After falling asleep in a daze, Lu Fan opened his eyes again and found that the dormitory was empty. "Damn it, these people didn't even call me when they left." After rolling around comfortably twice on the bed of the campus beauty Lu University, Lu Fan finally got up with a satisfied look on his face. After running some water in the bathroom of the campus beauty of Lu University, Lu Fan's eyes went straight to the pile of colorful underwear on the balcony. Needless to say, these underwear belonged to the 4 girls in Lu Mengran's dormitory, but I don't know which ones belong to the campus belle of Lu University. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and looked around obscenely, finally picked up a pink pair of panties that he liked and stuffed it into his pocket, then left with satisfaction. After walking around the campus twice and earning 2 more points, Lu Fan only had 10 points left before the next lottery. Glancing at the classroom in the distance, Lu Fan somehow approached the teaching building for the first time. In the bright auditorium, a bald old professor was giving a lecture enthusiastically. Lu Fan had no interest in this kind of course, but it was different with the campus beauty of Lu University in it. Lu Fan's eyes immediately caught sight of the campus beauty from Lu University sitting in the crowd. The main reason was that this girl was too eye-catching. Sitting there, she looked like a fairy from the moon palace descended to the earth. Lu Fan pushed the door open without any hesitation, ignoring the angry look in the professor's eyes, and walked straight to Lu Mengran. There was a little fat girl sitting next to Lu Mengran, and Lu Fan knocked on her desk. "Classmate, I want to sit with my girlfriend, can you make way for me?" "Huh? Oh, okay." At this time, hundreds of students in the auditorium were looking at this side, and the little fat girl blushed and quickly moved aside. Lu Fan just sat down casually while Lu Mengran looked like he wanted to kill someone. "Asshole, why are you causing trouble in class instead of sleeping in the dormitory?" Professor Li is famous for his strictness. Lu Mengran lowered her voice and cursed at Lu Fan angrily. Lu Fan was not angry. He sat down next to Lu Mengran and smelled the fragrance coming from her body with a comfortable look on his face. This scene broke the hearts of countless boys around. Many boys came to class just to take a look at the campus bell of Lu University, but what they saw now was that the campus bell of Lu University was taken advantage of by other boys. In an instant, countless murderous eyes were directed at Lu Fan. Even Professor Li at the podium had a look of anger on his face, but his good upbringing allowed him to hold it back and continue with his class. It's just that Lu Fan below was too disrespectful to him and kept making noises that affected his mood. "That's enough." Professor Li roared in anger, unable to control his emotions. He picked up the blackboard eraser in front of him and threw it at Lu Fan. After decades of teaching career, Professor Li has mastered the skill of throwing the blackboard eraser with great accuracy. The blackboard eraser drew a graceful arc and hit Lu Fan, and the fat girl next to him very accurately in the face. The little fat girl looked at Professor Li with an aggrieved and innocent look on her face. The chalk dust on the blackboard eraser was all over her face, and she looked extremely funny. Professor Li on the podium blushed. He wanted to apologize but couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only glare at Lu Fan with a fierce face. "Student, please stand up." Lu Mengran touched Lu Fan, and Lu Fan realized that Professor Li was talking about him. The guy stood up with an unhappy look on his face. "What's the matter? Can't you see I'm picking up girls?" "You." Professor Li on the podium was so angry when he saw Lu Fan's nonchalant look. "Classmate, this is a classroom. I don't care if you college students are in love, but please don't make trouble in my class. Since you have stood up, please answer a few questions for me. If you can answer them, please sit down and continue the class. If you can't answer them, please leave and don't delay our lecture." "You want me to answer a question?" Lu Fan pointed at his own face in disbelief. What kind of nice person would ask a fool questions? Professor Li ignored his expression, thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth to ask a relatively simple question. "In which year did Lu, Guan, and Zhang respectively die in the Three Kingdoms?" Forehead. Lu Fan was dumbfounded. He looked down at Lu Mengran beside him. Lu Mengran simply ignored his look for help and moved to the side, clearly drawing a line between them. "Humph, you can't even answer such a simple question, then I'll try something simpler." "No, Professor Lu, have you ever seen a good person ask a question to a fool?" Lu Fan's words stunned the students in the auditorium. Before he could react, Professor Li on the podium turned black-faced and grabbed a piece of chalk and threw it at Lu Fan again. This time his accuracy was obviously much better. He shot very accurately towards Lu Fan's big face, and finally landed accurately on the forehead of a boy in front of Lu Fan. Professor Li on the podium staggered and almost fell to the ground. His skill of hitting people, which had been rampant in the education field for decades and had never failed, actually failed twice in a row. It was okay to fail, as both times he hit innocent students accurately. My last name is Li, not Lu." Professor Li almost collapsed and roared at Lu Fan. The sound was so loud that Lu Fan couldn't help but scratch his ears. "Got it, Professor Wang. My last name is Li, and my last name is Musi Li." "Oh, I see, Professor Mu. Professor Li felt his eyes go dark and his body swayed several times. Finally, he leaned on the desk to stand firm. Professor Li, why don't we continue the lecture? This guy named Lu Fan is just a fool. Why bother with him?" A female student among the classmates reminded in a low voice with an unbearable look on her face, and Professor Li on the podium looked at Lu Fan again. It was only then that he remembered that there was indeed a stupid classmate in the school. Chapter 28: Professor Li's Collapse. But Professor Li was so angry that he almost fainted. How could he let Lu Fan go so easily? "Since you are a fool, I will ask some simple questions. Student Lu Fan, what are the names of Lu, Guan, and Zhang? Professor Li felt that this question had exceeded the limit of his IQ, and he covered his face when asking this question. Lu Fan scratched his head and thought for a few seconds before speaking. Is it Professor Lu, Professor Guan, or Professor Zhang? Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Professor Li, who was drinking water to calm down, sprayed out all the tea in his mouth, and directly sprayed it on the girl who had kindly reminded him just now. The girl's delicate makeup was instantly ruined. She screamed and quickly took out a tissue from her bag to wipe her face. The students in the auditorium couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only Lu Fan had an innocent expression on his face. He looked down and saw that the campus beauty Lu's head was resting on the table, her delicate body twitching. Ah! You are incorrigible. You can't even answer such a simple question. How did you get into Longda? Professor Sun, why don't you ask a simpler question? Maybe I can answer it. Professor Li's eyes darkened. He wanted to get angry but felt that it was not worth it to argue with a fool. He stretched out his big hands and massaged his chest vigorously several times, and then he let go of the blocked breath. Student Lu Fan, let me ask you another simple question. What is the next sentence of Spring Sleep does not know the dawn? Professor like a stupid dick? It's noon when the sun is high in the field. Professor Li's eyes were red, his hands were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, and he uttered 5 words through gritted teeth. Professors are like cassava. White hair floats on green water. The professor has no legs. The sun sets over the mountains. The professor wants to commit suicide. Asshole, Lu Fan, can you please stop using the word professor every time? Why don't you call him something else instead? Professor Li almost collapsed and roared, swearing several times without realizing it. Oh, Professor Yi, why don't you change the question? I'm not good at poetry or anything like that. Lu Fan looked so angry that he was about to die. The campus beauty Lu next to him wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and tears were coming out of her eyes. Professor Li looked as if he wanted to eat someone. He took 2 gulps of water and then looked outside to see a colleague walking by on a leash with a Pekingese dog. Student Lu Fan, I will ask you one last simple question. Student Lu Fan, use the words professor, looking at, shit, dog, on the playground, standing, eating to form a sentence. Ha ha. Professor Fong, I know this. The dog watched the professor standing in the playground eating shit. Professor Wu, am I smart? Lu Fan had a smug expression on his face. Professor Li on the podium and the students in the auditorium were instantly stunned. Everyone just felt like a flock of crows were flying past them. Asshole. You got it wrong. How can anyone eat shit? Lu Fan, you need to reassemble it. How about Professor Dog standing on the playground and eating shit? Does the professor have to eat this pile of shit today? How did you get into Long University with your IQ, Lu Fan? Lu Fan, please invite your parents over, or I'll deduct all your credits. Professor Li had already reached the limit of his patience. He pointed at Lu Fan and yelled, his expression looking distorted. Professor Luo, I only have one aunt as my relative. How about I arrange a time for you two to meet? Aunt is aunt, Lu Fan, please call your aunt to the school. It seems that we need to reconsider your schooling. That's not so troublesome. Professor Ren, you can just go to the principal's office. My aunt's name is Lu Fanghua. What did you say? Professor Li's face darkened. He was so angry just now that he didn't think about it. Now that Lu Fan mentioned it, he remembered this matter. Lu Fan's backer is Principal Lu Fanghua. Professor Li's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. Even if he had the courage, he would not dare to go to Principal Lu. Principal Lu was not an ordinary principal. He had a great status and background. A professor like him was not worthy of being in front of him. He was now regretting deeply. He should have known not to provoke this fool. Now he had gotten into trouble and was unable to save himself. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Li felt that he could not afford to offend this fool, so he could only admit defeat and ask him to sit down. You said you should just focus on your class, why bother me? Lu Fan sat back in his seat with a smile on his face. The campus beauty Lu University looked at him with admiration. She knew very well that Lu Fan had already returned to normal, and he had just been pretending to be stupid in order to scold Professor Li in a roundabout way. Next, Lu Fan hugged the slender waist of the campus beauty Lu University under the murderous gazes of all the boys. Professor Lee on the podium felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He was so angry during a good class, but he had no place to vent. When the time came, Professor Lee sprinted out at a speed beyond his age, fearing that if he walked too slowly he would be harmed again by the fool Lu Fan. Lu Fan, I have an elective class later. You are not allowed to come over to make trouble for me, otherwise my two-finger zen is not for show. Lu Mengran's face was red the whole time. She was not as shameless as Lu Fan. She flirted and showed off her love in front of hundreds of classmates. Didn't she see that those classmates looked like they wanted to cut Lu Fan into pieces hundreds of times? Lu Fan rubbed his waist, which was bruised and blue from being pinched. The fact that he could even anger the gentle Lu Mengran showed how much he had gone too far. Okay, honey, you go to class, I'll go look for girls on campus, and remember to invite your 3 roommates to dinner tonight. Amid murderous gazes, Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran and bit her hard twice, then turned around and left with a smacking mouth. Lu Mengran's shy curse came from behind, but unfortunately Lu Fan was too thick-skinned to ignore it. This guy walked around the campus a few times and earned 2 more points, bringing him 1 step closer to the 30-point lottery. He called Lu Ruyan, but Lu Ruyan refused to fight. She was so scared that she begged for mercy and said she would take a good rest for 2 days before coming to accompany him again. Lu Fan also knew that he had tortured Lu Ruyan badly, and it would probably take the woman 3 to 5 days to recover. Ah, this life is so lonely like snow. Lu Fan lay spread eagle on the grass in the campus, not caring at all about the strange looks from passing classmates. At dusk, countless handsome men and beautiful women walked out of the campus, dressed up handsomely and beautifully, to welcome their hymn of youth. Lu Fan also called a 6-seater car in advance and asked the driver to drive directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory to wait. Brother, you are the most awesome student I have ever met. I have been driving an online taxi in Beijing for 6 years, and this is my first time driving into the campus of Longda University. The driver's eyes moved around the beautiful young female students, with a hint of excitement clearly revealed on his face. External vehicles are not allowed to enter the Longda campus, and the security guards at the gate are not just there to do their jobs. But Lu Fan is an exception at Longda University. No rules apply to him. When entering the door, Lu Fan just rolled down the window and showed his face, and the security guard opened the door very straightforwardly. The principal is his backer, and they are just gatekeepers. Unless they don't want to do their job anymore, no one would dare to mess with Lu Fan. Chapter 29. Scan the QR code to receive red envelope. Seeing Lu Mengran, who was dressed pure and beautiful, walking out of the female dormitory, Lu Fan's eyes lit up in the car. He opened the car door and ran to greet her. Baby, you look so beautiful today. Lu Mengran blushed as Lu Fan held her hand. Lu Fan's compliment was worth her half an hour of hard work in dressing up. Her tall and sexy figure, in a white dress, makes her look like a fairy. A piece of flesh-colored, slender legs was revealed under the skirt, as straight as chopsticks. A head full of beautiful hair falling down to the waist, tied with a simple hairband, it is the most perfect hairstyle. The delicate facial features and light makeup made Lu Mengran exude a faint glow, attracting the attention of all the men and women around her. As expected of Longda University's #1 beauty, with such beauty, temperament, figure, and charm. Lu Fan's heart was pounding when he saw this, and he took Lu Mengran's little hand and led her to the car. Mao Lily and the other 2 behind him looked at Lu Fan's operation in silence. In Lu Fan's eyes just now, they were no different from air. You bastard, we are also living a good life, right? Even though we are not as pretty as Meng Ran, at least you should take a look at us and treat us as human beings, right? Mao Lily, He Lu, and Li Chen looked at each other. They had long been accustomed to this situation. Following Lu Mengran, the pressure they faced could be imagined. Everyone's eyes were basically on Lu Mengran, and they had always been the green leaves that set off the flowers. Lu Fan directly pulled Lu Mengran to sit in the last row, put his arms around her slender waist across the chairs and leaned forward to kiss her, but Lu Mengran blocked his way with her hand with a red face. Lu Fan, be honest. People are watching us. When Lu Fan looked up, he saw the driver turning his head to look at Lu Mengran with a dazed look on his face, obviously shocked by her stunning appearance. Hey, where are you looking? Sorry, your girlfriend is so beautiful. The driver wiped the corner of his mouth awkwardly, and when he turned around, a young and beautiful figure sat down next to him. The car can seat 6 people, and excluding the driver, it was just enough for Lu Fan and her friends. The straightforward Mao Lily took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat. Lu Fan is treating everyone to a big dinner tonight. Not only has Lu Mengran dressed up meticulously, but Mao Lily and the other 2 are equally youthful and beautiful. It's just that Lu Mengran's halo is too dazzling, which overshadows them. Otherwise, if they were walking alone on the street, they would attract a lot of attention. The driver took a fierce look at Mao Lily's white and tender calves before driving the car out of the campus. Along the way, Lu Fan held Lu Mengran's hand and whispered to her, asking her all kinds of questions to get to know her. The others were very quiet, as the place was full of dog food, so it was not their turn to speak. Lu Mengran comes from a scholarly family. His mother is a teacher and his father is a large farmer in the countryside. The couple works hard to support Lu Mengran and his sister. What is my eldest uncle doing now? Pa, who is your brother-in-law? My brother works in Shanghai, doing design for an advertising company. Lu Mengran glared at him with a red face, but the two flirting did not notice the gnashing teeth expressions of the three girls in front of them. If it weren't for the big meal Lu Fan treated them to, if it weren't for the 16 pieces of fruit Lu Fan gave them, they wouldn't sit here and eat dog food all the way. Soon the car arrived at East City. Mao Lily opened the door and rushed out at almost the speed of a sprint. She had a lively temper and had been enduring all the way. If she had not been grateful for the favor, she would have probably started cursing. Lu Fan led the four girls to a seafood restaurant that they had reserved, and they even booked a private room, fearing that some drunks might come and cause trouble and ruin their mood. Lu Fan spent a lot of money on tonight's dinner. He paid a deposit in advance and booked an extremely luxurious seafood barbecue dinner. Just that 12-pound king crab would cost him a lot of money. Lu Fan pulled the four girls to sit down, but he stepped on a small cardboard box. He looked down and saw the words "Scan the code to receive a red envelope of 888 yuan" written on the box. Normal people would just ignore this stuff when they see it. With the development of the internet nowadays, this kind of scam has been reported countless times, and these college students must have all come across it. But is Lu Fan a normal person? His eyes lit up and he picked up the box and took out his phone excitedly. Don't sweep. Lu Mengran's expression changed and she quickly reached out to block Lu Fan's mobile phone camera. What's the matter? Lu Fan looked up at the campus beauty Lu Mengran with a confused look on his face, and Lu Mengran glared at him unhappily. What's the matter? You took such a simple scam seriously? You have to scan the code to enter, and what awaits you is either to trick you into joining the group or to pay a fee to receive a huge prize. Once you pay the fee, you will be blocked directly. There are so many reports of this kind of scam on the internet, and only a fool like you would take it seriously. Lu Mengran was about to throw the box away after she finished speaking, but Lu Fan quickly snatched it away. He. You also said that I'm a fool. There aren't so many deceptive things in this world. Lu Fan took out his phone and scanned the QR code directly while Lu Mengran looked dissatisfied. He wanted to confirm an idea. If this was done, then he could go to the express station for a visit. It didn't matter whether he made money or not. The key was that he could earn points quickly. When Lu Fan scanned the QR code, there was no redirect screen. Instead, a huge red envelope of 888 yuan was directly deposited into his account, and it was the kind that was transferred to his account within seconds via WeChat. It is indeed so. Lu Fan was delighted and took out his mobile phone and placed it in front of Lu Mengran. Lu Mengran covered her mouth in shock and looked at the huge red envelope in disbelief. She felt that her worldview was collapsing rapidly. Impossible, how is this possible? Is there really a red envelope of 880? Let me see. Mao Lily, who was sitting next door, snatched Lu Fan's phone and was instantly shocked by the amount of money that arrived into her account, turning into an emoticon. Li Chen and He Lu also stretched their heads to look at their phones. The atmosphere in the box was extremely weird. The expressions of the four girls were frozen, and they stared with big, cute eyes, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. I don't believe it. Mao Lily took out her new mobile phone, opened it and scanned the QR code. The result was far beyond her expectations. Instead of seeing the red envelope with 3/8, a prompt popped up. Congratulations on winning our special prize of 200,000 yuan. Please click on the WeChat account of the staff below to claim the grand prize. This. How could Mao Lily not understand the following operations? After adding the other party, they will tempt you to pay a part of the so-called handling fee first before you can receive the 200,000 bonus. But once you have paid several thousand yuan in handling fees, they will directly block you and disappear. This is the normal operating procedure. The four girls looked at each other, then looked at the red envelope of 888 yuan that had arrived in Lu Fan's phone, all with confused expressions on their faces. Only Lu Mengran seemed to remember something. She saw with her own eyes that Lu Fan cut down more than 100,000 yuan from others, and bought 10 Fruit 16 mobile phones by cutting down 100 yuan each. Now Lu Fan scanned the code in front of her to receive a red envelope of 888. Was all this a coincidence, good luck, or something else? Chapter 30, Eating from the Pot and Looking at the Bowl. Lu Fan took the express box, took out his mobile phone and continued operating. Every time he scanned the code, he would receive a red envelope of 888 yuan. He scanned more than 20 times before the final interface showed that all the red envelopes had been received. After the previous Pink 60 incident, Lu Fan knew that the merchant must have discovered his withdrawal and directly closed his activity. But in such a short period of time, he earned about 200,000 yuan. Not only did he make back the money for tonight's meal, but he also earned wealth that others could not earn in a year's hard work. Lu Fan casually threw the express box to the ground, put away his phone with satisfaction, and looked up to find 4 pairs of cute big eyes staring at him, especially Mao Lily, Li Qian, and He Lu, whose looks made him feel creepy. Why are you looking at me like that? I am very loyal. I only love my darling Meng Ran. But, if you are so thirsty that you want to use me to satisfy your cravings, I can also sacrifice my looks. Bah! A dog can't spit out ivory. The weird atmosphere was destroyed by Lu Fan. Mao Lily blushed and scolded him angrily. The shy He Lu lowered her head in shame. Lu Mengran pinched him hard under the table with a red face. Everyone, ignore this pervert. All men are the same. They look at the bowl while eating from the pot. The food is here. Let's eat first. Lu Mengran glared at Lu Fan. Just at this moment, the hotel waiter came with a cart of delicious food, and all kinds of barbecued seafood instantly filled the table. When the 12-pound king crab was placed on the table, the 4 girls were stunned. They were from ordinary families and had never enjoyed such top-notch food. Wow, this king crab is almost bigger than me. How much does it cost? Li Qian stretched out her arm and compared it with the king crab's claws. She found that her arm was not as thick as the king crab's claws. Lu Fan, why did you order such an expensive item? Aren't you too wasteful? Even the richest family can't afford to spend money like you. Although Lu Mengran felt that it was very prestigious for Lu Fan to treat her good sisters to a banquet, she was used to being frugal and could not accept such extravagant consumption. He. Mengran, baby, aren't you treating your sister to a banquet? You know, I usually eat in the cafeteria and rarely go out to eat, let alone such a luxurious consumption. Lu Mengran then revealed a hint of a smile. Lu Fan had indeed always been eating in the cafeteria, and they had seen him quite often before. Besides, I can earn money now, and my sponsor is paying for this dinner tonight. Lu Fan waved the phone in his hand, and the 4 girls then remembered that Lu Fan had just spent more than 200,000 yuan in red envelopes, and this table of delicious food was paid for by others. He invited the 4 girls to start tasting the food. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. They were all young people with fast digestion, so they were already starving when they saw the table full of delicious food. Once the 5 of them started eating, they couldn't stop. Lu Fan acted without any manner, grabbed a huge crab leg and pulled out the tender white crab meat. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he saw Lu Mengran peeling the crab shell gracefully. The crab meat in his hand turned a corner and stuffed it directly into her mouth. You two have disgusted us all the way here. Can you please calm down for a while when you come to the restaurant to have a meal? That's right, we're here to eat, not to eat dog food. Woohoo, agree +1. The 3 sisters all criticized her. Lu Ruyan glared at him in shame and anger, then pulled up a chair and sat next to him. Without the need to feed the goddess, Lu Fan ate much more wildly, stuffing food into his mouth from both sides. None of the 4 girls could drink much, so Lu Fan didn't force them. He ordered a bottle of light white wine, and the 5 of them ate and drank to their heart's content. Although he can't drink much, his appetite is better than that of most big men. The whole table of barbecued seafood ordered by Lu Fan was all eaten up, and in the end the 4 girls were so full that they leaned back in their chairs and groaned. Mr. Lu, I haven't had such a delicious seafood dinner in at least 2 years. Thank you for your hospitality today. Yes, it's true that one person's love makes the whole dormitory full. We are all benefiting from Meng Ran's love. Give us fruits and 16 mobile phones during the day, and treat us to a luxurious dinner at night. Meng Ran, you will have to thank Mr. Lu for us tonight. What Mao Lily and He Lu said was relatively normal, but what Li Qian said at the end directly raised the suspicion of driving. Lu Mengran was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted. Shanxian, you're going to die. How can you say anything with your broken mouth? Lu Mengran blushed and reached out to tickle Li Chan's armpits, and the two girls immediately started laughing. People wear less clothes in summer, and when the two girls go crazy, it becomes a good thing for Lu Fan. Other men would just secretly take a few glances to satisfy themselves when faced with such a situation, but this guy wanted to stick his eyes inside the girl's clothes to take a look, and the key was that he smacked his lips while staring at her. Enough with the two of you. If you keep up the fight, Mr. Lu will go wild. It was Mao Lily's reminder that made Lu Mengran and Li Qian realize that they were exposed. They quickly put on their clothes and sat up straight. After eating and drinking, let's go to the next game. Lu Fan's proposal made Lu Mengran slightly stunned. After thinking for 2 seconds, she shook her head and refused. No, Lu Fan, you should just take us back to the dormitory. That kind of entertainment venue is too chaotic, and it's not safe for a few young girls like us to go there. I just wanted to take you to the Starbucks next door. Mengran, what are you thinking about? Oh, let's go to Starbucks. I thought you said you wanted to go to the bar. Lu Mengran's face instantly turned red. In fact, Lu Fan was talking about KTV, but when he saw that the four people had no intention of going, he changed his mind and said go to the Starbucks next door. When Lu Fan paid the bill, he found that the meal cost more than 20,000 yuan. The four girls were so shocked that they stuck out their tongues, but Lu Fan didn't feel anything. He could just move his fingers and huge amounts of money would come into his account, so why would he care about such a small amount of money? Just as the five people paid the bill and prepared to leave, Lu Mengran behind Lu Fan suddenly screamed. Lu Fan turned around and saw Lu Mengran covering her wrist with a red face and a painful expression. A shirtless man with tattoos all over his back was staring at Lu Mengran with a lustful look on his face. Lu Fan understood the scene almost immediately. It must be some big guys who had nothing better to do and were looking for trouble when they saw a pretty girl taking advantage of them. What's wrong, Mengran? Lu Fan's expression turned angry. He stepped forward and hugged Lu Mengran's slender waist, protecting her behind his back with concern. Lu Fan, he wanted to slap my butt, but I blocked it with my hand. Lu Mengran stretched out her arms with a look of grievance, and when Lu Fan saw her, his eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. A slap mark appeared on Lu Mengran's fair and tender wrist at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the slap mark directly swollen her delicate wrist. Chapter 31 My Ability to Control Shit. I'm CNM. A surge of anger rushed to Lu Fan's head, and he looked at the big man with a lustful face with red eyes. The big man was not afraid at all. He stood up and looked at Lu Fan with a smile. Especially since there were 3 companions behind him, each of them was tall and mighty and had a bad look on their faces. Lu Fan, please don't cause trouble. I'm fine. When Lu Mengran saw this situation, her face turned pale with fright. How could 4 weak women and a weak Lu Fan be a match for these 4 big men? Looking at Lu Mengran begging desperately in front of him, although Lu Fan wanted to pick up a weapon to defend his dignity as a man, he also knew that if a fight broke out, his small body might not be able to defeat even the weakest one. But this doesn't mean that the grievance he suffered today was in vain. He has used his finger 3 times today, but it's still useless. Lu Fan, let's go. There's no point in fighting with these people. That's right, Lu Fan, let's go back to the dormitory. The 4 girls all tried to persuade them, and Lu Mengran even hugged Lu Fan's arm and left. Ha ha ha, softy. Ugh. Behind me came the arrogant laughter of 4 big men. Although there were many customers around the food stall, in this era, no one dared to meddle in other people's business. Even the owner of the food stall pretended that he didn't see anything. Lu Fan was humiliated for no reason and was almost furious. The 4 girls were naturally trembling with anger, but the situation was stronger than them and they were at a disadvantage and there was nothing they could do. Etc. Lu Fan broke free from Lu Mengran's arms and glared at the 4 big men more than 10 meters away with a gloomy face. Lu Fan, you. It's okay, Mengran. I won't go over and cause trouble, but you can't suffer in vain. Look, your man is standing here and can avenge you. A single finger of yours is worth a ton of gold. Lu Fan almost gritted his teeth, pointed at the big man in the distance and roared the 8-character mantra in his heart. Lu Mengran and the other 3 looked at Lu Fan's operation in bewilderment. Are you cursing him in your heart? Can you not be so childish? Ah. My stomach. At this moment, a dozen meters away, the big man who teased Lu Mengran suddenly cried out in pain. The guy screamed, covered his butt, and ran towards the bathroom of the food stall with his legs clamped together. But the restroom of the food stall is on the second floor, and if this guy wants to go to the restroom, he has to cross the dozen or so tables of guests in the hall. Ah! The big man screamed and fell to the ground in the hall, and artillery fire began to bombard his buttocks. There were nearly 20 tables of guests sitting in the hall of more than 100 square meters. In an instant, the extreme stench filled the hall. All the diners could hardly open their eyes. Everyone covered their noses and fled like crazy. Even the waitress who was serving the dishes ran out screaming, which shows how destructive the shit that big guy threw was. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The three brothers of the big man who had defecated rushed over to check on him out of concern, but as soon as they got close, they were stopped by the terrible stench and did not even have the courage to get closer. The three big men and the restaurant owner looked at the big man stupidly as he continued to spray algae. The big man was originally wearing shorts and a vest, and it was too hot when he was eating, so he took off the vest and was shirtless. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. There was no space for algae to be stored, and it was directly spread all over the ground several meters around him. Asshole. If you want to poop, go to the bathroom. How can I do business if you poop in my hall? When the hotel owner saw that everyone in the hall had run away, he immediately directed all his anger at the big man. To be able to open such a big food stall in Beijing, one's background cannot be simple. The boss shouted, and several men in chef's clothes rushed out from the kitchen holding kitchen knives. Lu Fan outside the door withdrew his finger with a smug look on his face. The four girls around him stared at the scene in amazement. The four of them should be the ones who saw it most clearly in the whole audience. Just now, Lu Fan pointed at that man for no reason, and then the big man who teased Lu Mengran couldn't help but bombarded him with nonsense, filling the living room. Lu Fan, you. Lu Mengran stared at Lu Fan in shock, but Lu Fan proudly hugged her slender waist. My dear Mengran, although I can't beat him in a fight, I have superpowers. Doesn't this count as revenge for you? Superpowers? Lu Fan, you have awakened superpowers? And you can control shit? Mao Lily looked at Lu Fan with a strange expression, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. What do you mean by controlling shit? I am controlling shit. Lu Fan was a little discouraged. He wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find the right words. Isn't this obscene finger of his the ability to control shit? Ta ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You actually awakened the ability to control shit. Mao Lily hugged Li Qian and He Lu, and the three of them burst into laughter. Lu Fan's face turned dark, and he pointed a finger at the three girls with a bad look. If you three dare to laugh again, do you believe I will let you feel it too? Ah. Don't. Uncle Lu Fan, we were wrong, please let us go. Mao Lily and the other two were so frightened that their faces turned pale in an instant, and they defecated in front of hundreds of people. Just thinking about that scene made them want to die. Lu Fan, don't scare them. Have you really awakened your superpowers? Lu Mengran pulled Lu Fan and asked in a low voice. That's not true, baby, look at me and let me vent your anger for you. His three accomplices are not good people either. Lu Fan's eyes were fixed on the three big men standing at the entrance of the hall, and he pointed at anyone he disliked. The next second, the guy's face changed and he exclaimed, then he followed in the footsteps of his boss, lying on the ground and starting to bombard indiscriminately. The restaurant owner's already dark face became even uglier. He covered his mouth and nose with his hands and glared at the remaining two big men with a bad look. The two unharmed guys were also confused. What had happened to their two brothers? Why would they poop in front of so many people? And there were many people watching with their phones around. If this scene was posted online, the four brothers would probably become famous immediately. Forehead. One of the last two men who were not in any danger suddenly frowned and covered his stomach. No way, you're coming again? The restaurant owner had almost formed a conditioned reflex. He watched in shock as the third big man fell to the ground with his hands on his stomach and a look of pain on his face, and then he stuck his butt out and started bombarding like his two brothers. The scene was comparable to the explosion of a manure tanker truck. There was no grass growing within a radius of dozens of meters, and everything was destroyed. It's not over yet, brothers, beat me up. The restaurant owner looked at the food stalls that had all been deserted, his face turned green with rage, and he called his brothers in the restaurant to start beating up the three big men on the ground. The last big man who was not hurt wanted to run away when he saw that the situation was not good, but was hit on the head with a wine bottle by the restaurant owner. His eyes rolled up and he fell to the ground. A big mouth hit the steps hard. The big man screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Two big white teeth were very eye-catching in the blood. Chapter 32 Playing Games. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Outside the food stall, Mao Lily, Li Qian, and He Lu were hugging each other and laughing. Lu Mengran also covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. All the previous unhappiness disappeared with this incident. If you dare to bully my woman, I'll beat the shit out of you. Seeing that things had developed to a point that satisfied him, Lu Fan put his arm around Lu Mengran's slender waist and left. After the series of events just now, the few of them no longer had the heart to go to Starbucks, but Lu Fan invited Lu Mengran and the other three girls to come to his Lungdao apartment. It just so happened that Mao Lily and the others were also curious about Lu Fan's bachelor apartment, so the girls agreed with a giggle. While waiting for the taxi, Lu Fan bought a lot of fruits, snacks, and drinks from the supermarket nearby. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they returned to Lungdao apartment. Mao Lily, Li Qian, and He Lu came to Lu Fan's single apartment for the first time and were instantly stunned by the luxurious decoration inside. They lived in a dormitory with 4 people in a room, but Lu Fan's place was a single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The room was fully equipped with all home appliances, and the sofas and TVs were all top-notch items, which was far beyond the reach of their small dormitory. Wow, Lu Fan, your accommodation is so good? Meng Ran, you didn't come back the night before yesterday, so you were here with Mr. Lu? What nonsense are you talking about, Lily? Lu Mengran's face turned red instantly, and she grabbed Mao Lily, who was driving recklessly, and started scratching her. Lu Fan smiled and placed snacks, drinks, and fruits on the sofa, and the 5 of them sat around on the sofa and chatted. It's so boring to sit here like this, Lu Fan, how about we play a game? Here are 6 numbers. The person who draws number 1, tell me the most embarrassing thing that happened in your life. Everyone tells a story, and the one who has told a story gets to draw again, and the game ends when everyone has told a story. Mao Lily's proposal was supported by all the girls, and Lu Fan, as a grown man, naturally had no objection. Unexpectedly, in the first round of drawing lots, Lu Fan was unlucky enough to draw number 1. The 4 girls looked at him with smiles, waiting for his next performance. Lu Fan, please make it clear that you must tell the most embarrassing thing you have ever experienced. Don't make it up. I believe that our master Lu still has some credibility. Lu Fan nodded. It would be boring to play a game if you cheat. But when Lu Fan thought about it, he was shocked to find that he had experienced countless embarrassing things in his life, and he couldn't find the most embarrassing one in his memory. After thinking for more than a minute, Lu Fan barely found the most embarrassing thing. Ahem, well, don't laugh at me when I finish. The most embarrassing thing in my life is related to you girls. Is it related to girls? Lu Fan, you weren't caught sneaking into the women's restroom, were you? Mao Lily had a gossipy expression on her face, and the other 3 girls were staring at Lu Fan with their eyes wide open. You all know my nickname, Lu the Fool. Actually, I was really confused a few days ago, but I suddenly became clear-headed. To be exact, I am as normal as you now. Is it when you awaken your ability to control poop? That's what I read in novels. Lu Fan's face turned dark and he glared at Mao Lily fiercely. He knew that he couldn't escape his ability to control poop. When I was 13 or 14 years old, I found an unopened pack of Enfamil on the street. I was confused at the time, but I vaguely knew that this was for girls during their menstrual period. At that time, I had just started to develop and was very curious about the opposite sex, so I took the pack of Veneral and hid in my room and secretly used one. Ah. You, a grown man, use. Lu Fan glared at Mao Lily, who interrupted him and continued speaking. As a result, I didn't know how to operate it the first time, so I used it the wrong way. You used it the wrong way? Wouldn't the adhesive side stick to your body? The 4 girls' cheeks were red, and the bold Mao Lily glanced at Lu Fan's legs with a strange expression. Hey! The quality of a neural back then was super good. I don't know what the glue was made of. Once you stick it on your body, you can't peel it off. I used a lot of strength to tear the sanitary napkin off, and finally I had to cry and ask my mother to tear it off. I want to cry when I think about the pain now. You can imagine the pain of pulling out all the hair, especially. Now that I'm back, I just want to recite a poem. The grass on the plain withers and grows again every year. Wildfires cannot burn it all, but it grows again in the spring breeze. Puff. Cough cough, ha 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 ha. Mao Lily couldn't help it when she heard this. The drink in her mouth sprayed out, and then she hugged Lu Mengran and burst into laughter. The campus beauty of Lu University was also laughing so hard that her body was shaking. In the end, the whole room was filled with the laughter of the four girls. Only Lu Fan had a dark face and an embarrassed expression. Stop laughing, and start the next round. I don't believe you have never experienced such an embarrassing thing. Lu Fan's roar ended the girls' happy moment. Mao Lily smiled and took out the note to start the next round of lottery. As a result, Li Qian was drawn in this round. This girl Li Qian is from the acting department. She has solid dancing skills, a slim figure, and pure and beautiful facial features. Except for the disadvantage of having a pair of luxurious grade 2 scenic spots, everything else is fine. And I heard that this girl has a boyfriend, but her boyfriend is in another city and they are in a long-distance relationship. Li Qian thought for a few seconds and said awkwardly, "My boyfriend and I confirmed our relationship when we were in our 3rd year of high school. He was on the basketball team and was tall and handsome. One time my boyfriend was bullied by someone on the basketball team. I was so angry that I rolled the cactus around the sweater of the person who bullied my boyfriend while they were playing basketball. The weather was quite cold at that time. They took off their thick clothes and put them aside when playing, and then played in short-sleeved shirts and shorts. No one noticed my little action at all. Later, after playing basketball, the man put on his sweater without even looking at it. Then he started to feel uncomfortable. The thorns of the cactus pierced his whole body. And this guy seemed to be allergic to cactus. His entire body was instantly covered with red bumps. He rolled on the ground and screamed in pain. I originally wanted to give him a prank, but I didn't expect he would have an allergic reaction. He was later sent to the hospital and I heard he had to be on 4-drip for a week before he got better. And the school was also investigating the incident. I was so scared that I asked for leave and hid at home for a week before I dared to go to school. I've been a pretty obedient person my whole life, and I rarely do anything extreme. This is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me." "What happened? The school didn't find out about you?" Mao Lily asked curiously and Li Qian shook her head. "The school doesn't have any surveillance. Who would have thought of this happening to a girl like me who is obedient and sensible?" Chapter 33 The Most Embarrassing Thing. The third person who was drawn was actually Mao Lily herself. This girl generously told the most embarrassing thing that had ever happened to her. When I was 13 years old and in middle school, I followed a few people in the village to set off firecrackers during the new year. As a result, we threw the firecrackers into the septic tank, which caused a methane explosion. Those of you who have experience in rural areas should be able to imagine that those septic tanks are full of ullage, tons of ullage, and exploded hundreds of meters away. And our village is densely populated, so half of the village was covered with the aioli that fell from the sky. That scene. I was scared just thinking about it. My father grabbed my hair and took me to each household, kneeling and kowtow to apologize. Then they spent a huge amount of money to clean up a village, and then they turned around and forced me to break 2 brooms before they finished. Ha ha ha. Lily, I never thought you could be so funny. Ah ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Li Qian pointed at Mao Lily and couldn't help laughing. The scene that Mao Lily described was exciting enough just to think about. The next person drawn was Lu Mengran, the campus belle of Lu University. Lu Fan immediately became interested. He was really looking forward to what kind of embarrassing things would happen to such a gentle and virtuous girl like Lu. Lu Mengran hesitated for a long time before she spoke slowly. Before she could say anything, her face suddenly turned red. My incident happened when I was in my senior year of high school. At that time, a boy wrote me a love letter, but the careless boy only wrote his own name and not mine. You were the one who wrote my name throughout the love letter. In the love letter, he asked me to meet him in the woods behind the school. After I read the letter, I wanted to throw it directly into the trash can, but I wanted to play a prank on him, so I quietly put the letter into the desk of a girl in the row in front of me. Later, I clearly saw the ecstatic expression on the face of the girl in the front row. Then she put on makeup and took the love letter to the woods behind the mountain to meet the boy. The next day I was shocked to find that the girl and the boy were together, but the boy was forced into it. Because the boy is tall, thin, and very handsome, but the girl is over 1.5 meters tall, weighs nearly 200 kilograms, and is very domineering and arrogant. Later, the boy came to me angrily and I learned that the two of them were in the woods that night and the boy was forced to do something by the girl. What? This is also possible? Lu Fan and the 3 girls stared at the campus beauty Lu Mengran in amazement. Lu Mengran's face was red and she was too embarrassed to talk about that incident. Oh no! It's 10 o'clock and the dormitory door needs to be locked. He Lu, the only one who didn't tell any embarrassing stories, took out her cell phone, screamed, stood up and wanted to run. Lu Fan was on guard against her, so how could he let her succeed? He just smiled and stretched out his hand to block her. Sister Lulu, do you believe that I will rush to your dormitory to listen to your story? There was an embarrassed expression on He Lu's face. She was the last one and didn't even need to draw lots. But her embarrassing incident was too embarrassing, and it happened in this school. If she told it and it leaked out, it would be very awkward for both parties to meet in the future. But seeing Lu Fan firmly standing in front of her, He Lu looked around and found that none of her three good sisters spoke up for her. Sister Lulu, why don't you stay with Men Gran tonight? I might not let you talk if I'm in a good mood. Lu Fan's lustful eyes moved over He Lu's delicate body. Although this girl was not as pretty as Lu Men Gran, her petite and delicate figure could easily make boys want to protect her. Moreover, her face has a cute feeling. Lu Fan feels that if this girl wears a Lolita outfit and ties her hair into two ponytails, she will definitely be a cute girl. He Lu felt frightened by his lustful gaze and hid behind Lu Men Gran with her hands protecting her chest. Isn't it okay for me to tell you? Sister He Lu sat down next to Lu Men Gran and hesitated for a long time before she spoke slowly. I think you sisters know the person I'm going to talk about next, but you are my closest sisters, so you can't spread my words. Hearing He Lu say this, Lu Men Gran and the others became even more curious, and they pricked up their ears waiting for He Lu to speak. I've been a good girl my whole life, and I rarely do anything excessive. I think the most embarrassing thing happened last year. You should all know Li Mei from the next dormitory. She is a member of the school cheerleading team. She is strong and domineering and likes to bully others. Li Mei? Lu Men Gran and the others looked at each other, and a look of understanding appeared on the faces of the girls. It was obvious that they all knew this person. Li Mei is usually very arrogant. Her boyfriend is on the basketball team. He is tall and strong and likes to bully people just like her. I am often bullied by them, especially Li Mei, who always troubles me for no reason. He Lu looked aggrieved when she spoke of this. Lu Men Gran and the other two were obviously aware of this, and they put their arms around her shoulders and comforted her softly. Last year, I was sick and didn't go to class. The three of you were not in the dormitory, so Li Mei came and bullied me and made me sweep the floor of their dormitory. Before leaving, Li Mei left a message saying that if she didn't clean up properly, she would come back and cause trouble for me. I didn't dare to resist her, so I just cleaned their dormitory with a broom in my hands. There was no one in their dormitory at the time. When I was cleaning Li Mei's bed, I saw a box of newly bought, That? What is that, Lulu? Explain it clearly. Mao Lily asked He Lu anxiously. He Lu glanced at Lu Fan shyly, lowered her head and whispered two words. TT. Wow. Mao Lily screamed exaggeratedly, but didn't take it too seriously. They were all adults, and everyone had seen that thing. Sometimes there were salesmen giving away that thing at the gate of their school. When Lu Fan heard the word TT, he instantly became interested and stared at He Lu with wide eyes and shining eyes. I saw that there was no one around and I was angry at Li Mei, so I used a pin to pierce all of Li Mei's vaginal area and poured wind oil on her sanitary napkin. What? TT Zakon? Doesn't that mean? Mao Lily screamed, her eyes wide open, obviously imagining some scene that is not suitable for children. Lu Men Gran and Li Chen looked at each other with red faces, and both lowered their heads in embarrassment. Sister Lulu, I never thought that you, who seem so well behaved, would actually do such a cruel thing. It seems that Li Mei has bullied you a lot. Lu Fan had just imagined the scene of the leaking vagina in his mind, and was staring at He Lu with a smile on his face. He Lu felt embarrassed when being stared at by several people, so she lowered her head and looked embarrassed. Is there a sequel to the Lulu incident? Yes, you should know that Li Mei took half a month off last year before the Chinese New Year. At that time, she claimed that she had gastritis, but in fact she went to get an abortion. Abortion? Wow. Mao Lily covered her mouth and screamed, and He Lu's little face had turned red and dropped to her chest. Lu Men Gran and Li Chen blushed and looked as if they wanted to laugh but were conflicted. However, Lu Fan laughed out loud without any restraint, almost laughing to the point of tears. Chapter 34, Drowning in the Bath. It's getting late, the dormitory is really about to close, everyone should go back and rest. Lu Men Gran glanced at her phone, felt guilty and stood up and wanted to run away. Lu Fan glared at her and didn't stop her, but he didn't let her off with his words. Lu, campus beauty, you are not being polite. You have eaten and drunk, and now you want to go home. Do you feel it is appropriate? Ah. I have my period. Lu Mengran, my brain has improved. I am no longer the fool I used to be. Who the hell has their period twice a month? I won't stop you if you want to go. I'll go to the girls' dormitory to find you after I take a shower. You can choose between mine and yours. Lu Mengran was dumbfounded. She really had no idea what to do about Lu Fan's shameless behavior. It was extremely difficult for other male students to enter the female dormitory, but this guy just walked in as if it were flat ground. If this guy really chased me to the dormitory and lay on my bed, I would have to put on a show for my 3 roommates at night. Lu Mengran felt so ashamed that she wanted to die when she thought of that scene. Mao Lily giggled and pulled Li Qian and He Lu away. Today, Master Lu is having a big feast of fruit and seafood barbecue. I would not be able to leave if it were me. Mengran, you should stay and reward Master Lu. Of course, if you want to go to the host and perform for the 3 of us, we don't mind learning some physiological positions in advance. Mao Lily walked up to Lu Mengran and pushed her hard. The campus beauty Lu, who was unsteady on her feet, screamed and fell straight towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan laughed and gave Mao Lily a shrewd look. You. In fact, Lu Mengran was not too opposed to staying overnight. What she was opposed to was staying overnight in front of her 3 best roommates. After all, she was not as shameless as Lu Fan. Bang! The door of the room was closed heavily by Mao Lily, and at the same time, the retreat route of the campus beauty Lu was also closed. Lu Mengran glared hatefully at the 3 sisters who had abandoned her. In fact, she had no intention of leaving, it was just that her girlish modesty took over. Looking at the shy beauty Lu from school in his arms, Lu Fan felt the blood in his body boiling and his breathing became heavy unconsciously. Lu Mengran is not a little girl anymore, so she knows what is going to happen. The wind stopped and the rain stopped, and Lu Fan and the campus beauty Lu University snuggled together and chatted. Lu Fan, what on earth happened to you? A fool has suddenly changed so much. So many incredible things have happened to you. The only regret tonight was that he wanted to try taking a bath in the bathtub, but unfortunately his aunt Lu Fanghua was afraid that he, a fool, would drown in the bath, so she only installed a shower for him. No matter what happens to me, Mengran baby, you just need to remember that from now on I will be the only man in your life. Lu Fan hugged the campus beauty Lu and said sweet words to coax a little girl. Everyone likes to hear sweet words, especially when they come from the mouth of the man they like, and she, Lu Mengran, is no exception. The cell phone message suddenly rang. Lu Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Ling Fong, the beautiful croupier who was added in the last online fraud. Who is this Lu Fan? Lu Mengran stared at Lu Fan's phone screen with some caution. Looking at the WeChat chat avatar, it was clearly a young and beautiful girl. Moreover, the message Ling Fong sent was very ambiguous. Which good person would send a message to someone they are not familiar with? Is your brother there? Hee, this is the god of wealth who sends money. Lu Fan smiled proudly, and started typing quickly with his hands to chat with Ling Fong. Sister, do you miss your brother? Unexpectedly, Ling Fong sent a voice message directly. Lu Fan clicked on the voice message, and Lu Mengran quickly pricked up his ears to listen. Brother, you haven't been here for a long time. Come and play when you are free. Your sister has been waiting for you. Lu Mengran's eyes widened instantly and she looked at Lu Fan with an unfriendly look. There is no way. Ling Fong's words are too easy to make people think too much. Any normal person would probably think about that. Lu Fan glanced at the beauty of Lu University who was about to go berserk in his arms, and replied with a voice message. Sister, I have time now. Let's make an appointment. Besides, a sum of money has just arrived in our bank account. Let's do something exciting this time. Seeing that Lu Mengran in his arms had a dark face and was about to get angry, Lu Fan smiled and explained to her. Baby, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Let you know that what you see or hear may not be true. While Lu Mengran was looking at him with a hint of doubt, Lu Fan opened an app on his phone. This was the app he downloaded the last time he logged into the website. Lu Mengran looked at the colorful words about online gambling and instantly guessed what it was. Lu Fan, you actually gamble online. Lu Mengran's eyes revealed an expression of extreme disappointment. Online gambling has ruined so many families and caused so many deaths. Such incidents are too numerous to count on the internet. For many people, online gambling is the beginning of their depravity. Neither pornography, gambling, nor drugs are good things. I don't know how many people have been harmed by them. Meng Ran baby, have you forgotten my abilities? In all the days we've known each other, have I ever been wronged in any way? Forehead. Lu Mengran thought about it and it was true. Ever since they met this idiot Lu Fan a few days ago, strange things had been happening to him. It seems like a fantasy, but Lu Fan has never suffered any loss. Pink Sixy cut its prices by more than 200,000 yuan, forcing the customer to close its channel. There was also a person who ordered an Apple mobile phone at a discount of 9.9 yuan. This idiot directly cleared out the other person's stock. Now Lu Fan still has 6 brand new, unopened Apple mobile phones in his home. When I went out to eat last night, I scanned a code to receive a red envelope and received more than 200,000 yuan. This money came as if it was a joke, it feels incredible. And he also has this magical ability. Even though it's extremely disgusting, it's extremely effective when used to play pranks on people. When she was taken advantage of and bullied by hooligans tonight, she thought she had to swallow her anger, but Lu Fan came forward and used his special powers to subdue the 3 hooligans into obedience. Although the scene was a little too shocking and disgusting, it was quite satisfying to think about it, especially when the 3 hooligans held down the restaurant owner and beat her up. At that moment, she really admired Lu Fan in her heart. Lu Fan recharged 10,000 yuan in front of Lu Mengran. Lu Mengran wanted to stop him, but when she thought of the miraculous events that happened to Lu Fan, she retracted her hand. Lu Fan came to Ling Fong's room as if he knew the place well, and casually bet all the 10,000 on 18. Wow, welcome to my room, brother Fan. Aren't you a wealthy man? Why do you only bet so little money? Lu Fan was the only one in Ling Fong's room. This girl spoke very casually, without her usual stiffness. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had chatted like this. Chapter 35 I am the son of destiny. Hee, don't be impatient, girl. This is the money in WeChat. Doesn't it take time to transfer? Let's try your luck first. Girls, you can't secretly control the dice, right? Brother Fan, don't talk nonsense. This platform is the most fair and just. We guarantee that everyone is fair and honest. All the points are randomly shaken out. It is possible that 3 sixes and a leopard with 18 points will actually appear. Ha, that's fine. I believe in your fairness. Lu Fan showed a silly smile on his face again, and Lu Mengran next to him looked at him as if he was an idiot. You believe this kind of nonsense? Are you stupid again? Unfortunately, the campus beauty Lu never dreamed that as soon as she finished complaining in her heart, Lu Fan's system went into action. Lu Mengran and Ling Fong were stunned, looking at the 3 sixes in the dice cup with stupid expressions and screamed. Lu Mengran rubbed her eyes hard in disbelief, and the beautiful dealer Ling Fong in the video staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, Chen Jiang, who was standing opposite Ling Fong, was also dumbfounded. In order to reap this fat sheep, he directly arranged 2 people to stare at Lu Fan's table, and had previously made sure that all the props were in normal condition. But now the 3 sixes displayed on the desktop seemed to fall on Chen Jiang like a piece of shit. How is this possible? How the hell is this possible? Are you technicians all idiots? No matter how hard Chen Jiang tried to think, he couldn't believe that the source of this incident actually came from Lu Fan on the other side of the internet. Who made this idiot have the support of the system? Any lie, as long as he believes it, will come true with the help of the system. Ha ha ha. Fong baby, I'll give you 10,000 as a tip. Give me the rest. Ling Fong on the screen forced a horribly ugly smile and looked at Chen Jiang opposite her for help. Chen Jiang gritted his teeth and nodded at her, indicating that she should transfer the funds to Lu Fan's account. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at the technical staff. You guys have to lock up his account. If he withdraws the money today, I'll send you all to be pigs. Looking at the 360,000 yuan that arrived in his account, Lu Fan's face instantly broke into a smile. Although he is not short of money, he feels great to make this money. He knows that the people on the other team are working together to cheat him, but he still cooperates with them. Even the number of points he bets is determined by you, the dealer. The campus beauty Lu scratched her hair speechlessly. Lu Fan excitedly picked up the campus beauty Lu's head and bit her cherry-like mouth hard a few times. Baby, wait and see me kill them all. TSK, Lu Fan, don't be so naive. I feel like this is all their tricks. They'll let you have a taste of the sweetness first, and then they'll start to reap the benefits from you. Lu Fan smiled and ignored her. After all, he couldn't explain this matter clearly. Pressing the voice button, Lu Fan started chatting with Ling Fong again. Sister Fong, What do you think will happen next? And you guys really don't know how to manipulate the dice numbers in the background, right? Ling Fong had a sad face and exchanged glances with Chen Jiang opposite her, then she forced out a smile as if her parents had died. Brother Fan, we are really fair in dealing the cards. There is absolutely no manipulation behind the scenes. Don't be fooled by those people who are trying to stir up trouble online. Sister Fong Fong, how much do you think I should bet on this time? Lu Fan asked an idiotic question in front of the speechless expression of the campus beauty Lu next to him. What kind of player would ask the dealer how many points the opening is? I guess you are the only idiot in the world who would do such a weird thing. Well, how about you keep betting on 18? Maybe you'll be lucky enough to win again. Okay, let's do as you said and bet 18 points. This time, Lu Fan directly bet all 360,000 on 18 points. If he wins, it will not be as simple as the last time with 360,000. 36 times 36 is 12.96 million. This amount of money is a huge sum of money anywhere. Lu Mengran sat up nervously, her charming and clear eyes staring at Lu Fan's phone screen. She didn't even know that the thin blanket had slipped off, revealing a bright scene. Ling Fong was even more nervous at this time, and her hands were shaking as she shook the dice cup. It was really that this man called Brother Fan was too weird. All kinds of strange things happened to him twice. Chen Jiang on the opposite side gave her a reassuring look. This time, there were 4 people watching Lu Fan alone. The remote control of the dice was confirmed to be fine, and the micro camera in the dice cup was also operating normally. But when Ling Fong got Chen Jiang's permission and opened the dice cup, the 3 sixes in the dice almost blinded several people's eyes. Ah! Ling Fong's face turned pale and she screamed in fear. She had deliberately said 18 o'clock because the same leopard number could not appear twice at the same time, but now something that was absolutely impossible to happen actually happened in her hands. Bang! Chen Jiang, who was sitting opposite Ling Fong, suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Quick, close his account, no! Just delete his account, and never transfer money to him. Chen Jiang didn't even bother to hide his feelings this time and just shouted in front of them. You should know that Lu Fan was on the other side of the phone at this time and his words were heard clearly by Lu Fan and Lu Mengran. Lu Mengran seemed to have seen the following scene: the other party blocked Lu Fan's account and then refused to pay him the money. However, Lu Fan calmly clicked the button to apply for compensation, and 12.96 million was instantly deposited into his account. Then he clicked the button to withdraw all the money. In less than 3 seconds, his bank card received a notification of balance change. It was not until this time that a black screen appeared on Lu Fan's online gambling account. However, as his money had been deposited into his account, he no longer cared whether his account would be blocked or not. Myanmar. Chen Jiang yelled at his employees frantically, block his account. If he successfully withdraws the money, we will all be sent to the waste by the boss. The 2 technicians were looking at the computer screen with pale faces. One of them had just nervously knocked over a cup of water on the table, causing the computer to malfunction, and then the more than 10 million was directly withdrawn. Manager Chen, the money has been withdrawn to the account. We are done. What? Chen Jiang rushed to the technician's computer like crazy. Looking at the successful withdrawal prompt displayed on the screen, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The beautiful croupier Ling Fong, who followed over, also rolled her eyes and fainted on the ground. If the boss pursues the matter, as a woman, her fate will be even more miserable than Chen Jiang and his men. In fact, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Contrary to the wailing of Chen Jiang and others, Lu Fan was in a very good mood at this time. He held the campus beauty Lu in his arms and laughed out loud. Lu Mengran looked at Lu Fan's mobile phone balance information in disbelief. The record of more than 10 million yuan arriving in the account could definitely not be faked. How is this possible? Ha ha ha. I am indeed the son of destiny. Nothing is impossible for me. Chapter 36, Reincarnation is a technical job. In the morning, Lu Mengran walked out of Lu Fan's apartment with a tired face, and glared at Lu Fan's apartment fiercely before leaving. I finally got back to the dormitory, and when I opened the door, 3 good roommates and best friends surrounded me with strange expressions. Our hero is back. Mengran, you worked hard at night. Let me give you a leg massage. Mao Lily pulled Lu Mengran to sit on the chair, squatted down and started to show her courtesy. Last night, each of the 3 of them received a Fruit 16 mobile phone and enjoyed a luxurious seafood barbecue dinner. The 3 of them patted their butts and left, leaving the campus beauty Lu behind. They could guess what would happen next with their toenails. The campus beauty Lu was suffering on their behalf, so how could the three of them not be grateful? That's why they showed such courtesy. Li Qian stood behind Lu Mengran and massaged her shoulders. Lu saw that there were people standing in front and behind her, so she rolled her eyes and poured her a glass of brown sugar water. Mengran, you've worked hard. Drink a cup of brown sugar water to stimulate your blood circulation. Lu Mengran finally reacted at this moment. She was about to stand up with a blushing face, but was pushed down again by Li Qian behind her. You, what are you doing? TSK, Mengran, your battle was quite intense, look at the strawberry mark. Li Qian pointed at the strawberry mark on Lu Mengran's neck. Mao Lily and Lu quickly stretched their heads to look. It was too late for Lu Mengran to cover it with her hand. You guys are so bad. Lu Mengran couldn't stand the attack from her three roommates, so she struggled to get up and climbed onto her bed. The idiot Lu Fan slept until almost noon, then he got up with a satisfied look on his face. Of course he knew that Lu Mengran had quietly slipped away, but he was sleeping soundly at that time. Besides, he had indeed tortured the campus beauty Lu too much last night, so he turned a blind eye and let her leave. It seems that although my brain was not normal before, my body is not weak at all. But we can't catch the beauty of the Lu family and cause trouble, so let's invite the beauty of the Lu family to come over tonight. After Lu Fan washed up, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Ruyan on video. Lu Ruyan's beautiful face appeared on the screen, but when facing Lu Fan, she looked obviously nervous. This scene made Lu Fan narrow his eyes and his expression froze. Lu Fan. Hey, where is Lu Demanta now? Eating out with friends. Male? Lu Fan frowned and was about to get angry, but Lu Ruyan quickly pointed her phone at the two girls opposite, and Lu Fan's expression softened. He was quite familiar with these two girls, and both of them had borrowed money from him before, and it seemed that the amount was quite a lot. These two people had a good relationship with Lu Ruyan. When they saw that she got a luxury car and a large amount of cash from Lu Fan, they also joined in to cheat Lu Fan out of a lot of money. But because of Lu Ruyan's face, Lu Fan didn't bother with them for the time being. When the time comes to settle accounts, none of those who owe him money will be able to escape, and he will collect all the debts. Lu Demantu, come to my apartment tonight. I've asked you to rest for a few days. You should be feeling better now, right? Ah. Lu Fan Lu Ruyan's delicate body shuddered suddenly. The last time Lu Fan happened, it left a shadow in her heart. Now when she heard Lu Fan asked her to go over again, she suddenly felt a little scared. What do you mean, Lu Ruyan, do you have the right to refuse me? Lu Fan's words instantly deflated the arrogant Lu Ruyan, and she forced an ugly smile on her face. Okay, I'll come over after dinner. Lu Fan hung up the phone with satisfaction. His stomach protested. He looked at the time and saw that it was time for dinner. He picked up his phone and ordered a bunch of takeout, then called Lu Mengran and told her not to go to the cafeteria and wait for him to deliver the food. Lu Mengran was obviously catching up on some sleep, and her tone of voice was weak, giving people an extremely delicate feeling. Baby, you worked hard last night. I ordered takeout for you. You and the other three roommates don't have to go to the cafeteria. We'll eat in your dormitory later. Lu Fan hung up the phone after saying just one sentence, without giving Lu Mengran any chance to refuse. Just after picking up the takeaway at the school gate, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his aunt calling. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Fan's face. His aunt was the closest person to him in the world. Aunt. Xiao Fan, come to my house for dinner tonight. Nian will also come. Okay, auntie. After Lu Fan hung up the phone, he couldn't help but frowning. He had no objection to going to his aunt's house for dinner, but his aunt's daughter Ding Nian hated him very much. If they really got together for dinner in the evening, he would inevitably suffer a lot of her contempt. Ding Nian, like Lu Fan, was a daughter of a wealthy family who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Even in this vast capital city, she was considered a top figure. For a rich girl, having a silly cousin like Lu Fan naturally made her feel very resistant, and Lu Fan's existence made her embarrassed in public. Carrying a bunch of delicious food to the female dormitory, the dormitory manager saw that it was Lu Fan and simply lowered her head and pretended not to see him. She couldn't afford to offend this person. She was warned by the relative of the dean yesterday that she had to turn a blind eye to Lu Fan in the future. No. She had to completely close her eyes and act blind. If she really provokes Lu Fan, even his relative, the Dean of Studies, will not be able to help her. She was very satisfied with the job of dormitory manager. Not only was the work easy, but she could also often receive bribes from girls. It was dinner time and there were a lot of girls going up and down the stairs. Seeing a boy like Lu Fan swaggering into the girls' dormitory, many girls showed obvious displeasure. Why can this boy enter and leave the girls' dormitory freely while her boyfriend isn't allowed in? A dissatisfied girl came to the dormitory management office to complain to the auntie, who directly rebuked her with one sentence. My aunt is a principal. If you have the ability, you can also find an aunt who is a principal. I will treat you as my grandson every time I see you in the future. Forehead. The girl was speechless. Reincarnation is a technical job, and it was that idiot's fault for having a good reincarnation. Lu Fan came to Lu Mengran's dormitory skillfully, but he didn't expect that a tall girl led 3 girls to quarrel with Lu Mengran and others. What happened? Lu Fan walked into the dormitory with a confused look on his face. Lu Mengran and the others were obviously prepared, with small tables and stools already placed in place, but what about these 4 girls? Humph, I was wondering why you 4 were so confident in confronting me this time. It turns out you have a boy to back you up. But you guys are too ashamed to find a fool. The tall girl looked at Lu Fan with disdain. She obviously knew this guy. Chapter 37, Beat Her to Shit. Lu Fan, this is Li Mei. They are here to bully us again. Lu Mengran pointed at the tall girl with an angry expression. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and then he remembered this girl. Wasn't this girl the protagonist of the story that Lu told last night? And it seemed, this girl had also borrowed money from her. Lu Fan put the takeaway on the table, took out his mobile phone and started searching. Sure enough, he found Li Mei's transfer record. Li Mei, right? When are you going to pay me back the 3,000 yuan you lent me? I think it's been half a year. Lu Fan pulled up her transfer records and placed them in front of Li Mei. Li Mei glanced at him with disdain and didn't even bother to talk to him. You idiot, I borrowed the money based on my own ability, don't even think about paying it back. Not returning it? Lu Fan showed his signature silly smile on his face, took out his cell phone and dialed Cheyenne Law Firm directly. Hello, Sister Lu, please help me prepare a complaint for Li Mei. You want to sue me? Li Mei looked at Lu Fan with eyes wide open in disbelief. This idiot actually wanted to sue her for just 3,000 yuan. It was true that fools never did things according to the rules. Either pay the money back or get sued. Lu Fan's cell phone rang, and Lu Xiaoyan directly sent him a screenshot of Li Mei's complaint, which even had complete evidence of money transfer. This kind of lawsuit would definitely be successful. Lu Fan put the phone in front of Li Mei. Looking at the photo of the complaint displayed on the phone, Li Mei was dumbfounded. You lunatic, you want to sue me for just 3,000 yuan, why don't you just go to hell? I have no money, you can do whatever you want. Li Mei's face turned blue and red, and she was about to leave. Hey. This woman bullied his woman, how could Lu Fan let her go so easily? Just when Li Mei led her 3 roommates to the door, Lu Fan stretched out his finger and made an obscene move towards Li Mei. Lu Mengran and the other 3 stared at Lu Fan's operation with wide eyes. They had witnessed the power of Lu Fan's finger with their own eyes last night. Ouch! My stomach hurts. Li Mei's scream was heard at the door. Mao Lily's eyes rolled, she took out her mobile phone, rushed to the door and started recording a video of Li Mei who fell to the ground. Lu Mengran and Li Qian and He Lu looked at each other, and the 3 of them rushed out to watch the fun in tacit understanding. Lu Fan followed with a smile. This was the first time that Lu Fan used the obscene finger on a woman, and he also wanted to see the difference between a girl and a boy when he was hit by this trick. In fact, the system doesn't care whether you are a man or a woman. Li Mei, who was hit, behaved even more miserably than those 3 big men last night. The woman obviously wanted to rush into the dormitory toilet, but after being hit, she couldn't control herself and just lay on the cement floor in front of the dormitory door and stretched out her arms. Amidst a series of puffing sounds, the entire corridor was filled with a foul smell. Li Mei was wearing a skirt, which could not hold back the running of the little one. The corridor was filled with cheers of Ali Gay. It was lunchtime and countless people saw this scene. Girls passing by hid in the distance to watch the fun. Many people, like Mao Lily, took out their phones to record videos. Lu Fan felt sick after watching for a while, mainly because the distance was too close and the lethality was simply too terrifying. I didn't expect girls to poop just as badly as boys. They're both just as disgusting. Lu Fan hugged Lu Mingran's slender waist and returned to the dormitory, closing the door and opening the window to get some fresh air. Lu Fan, your supernatural power is too scary. Lu Mingran looked at her man with a red face and a strange expression, as if she wanted to laugh but was trying hard to hold it back. Hee hee, let her bully my baby. I can't even bear to bully my woman, so who does she think she is? If anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I promise to beat the shit out of her. Puff. Cluck, cluck. Seeing Lu Fan's cocky expression, the campus beauty Lu Mengran couldn't help laughing out loud. Mao Lily and the other two girls watched the excitement for more than 10 minutes before coming in. They guessed that womanly Mei had already defecated and went into the dormitory. Ha ha ha. It's so satisfying to let her bully us all the time. Mao Lily, Li Chen, and He Lu hugged each other and laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. The three girls looked at Lu Fan with deep admiration. Last night they thought Lu Fan's ability to control shit was useless and disgusting, but they didn't expect it to be so effective against bad guys. Everyone, quickly block all the cracks in the door. The scene outside is simply hell. Mao Lily asked He Lu and Li Qian to block all the gaps in the door with paper towels, otherwise they would not be able to eat if the stench came in. Lu Mengran took out some perfume and sprayed it in the room, then turned on the fan and blew it towards the window. After a few minutes, the stench in the room disappeared. Okay, let's eat. When we eat, everyone will forget what they just saw. Lu Fan sat on the chair and opened the takeaway. Immediately, the aroma of food filled the air. Lu Mingran's stomach growled. She hadn't eaten since last night and was already very hungry. Wow, Mr. Lu is indeed a rich man. The dishes are really rich. It's not like us who have to choose cheap dishes when we go to the canteen every day. Mao Lily started drooling as she looked at the table full of delicious dishes. Lu Fan ordered 8 dishes, 1 soup, and 5 servings of rice, and there were meat, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and other dishes. Knowing that Lu Mengran liked to eat chicken, Lu Fan specially ordered a braised chicken for her. However, the moment the lunchbox was opened, Lu Fan's face turned black and he wanted to curse. Wow, why are all the chicken butts in this braised chicken nugget? Lu Mengran exclaimed, and everyone else looked over. Isn't it true? There are 6 chicken butts in a box of braised chicken. Damn it, I don't think I want to open this restaurant anymore. Lu Fan took out his cell phone and called the merchant. The merchant's answer left him speechless. If a customer gives 6 chicken butts to 6 people, we will get 6 bad reviews, but if we give it to 1 person, we will only get 1 bad review, which is still very cost-effective. Damn it, what I want is braised chicken nuggets, not braised chicken skin swallows. Lu Fan roared into the phone, and several of the campus beauties from Lu University next to him couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. After eating and drinking, the girls cleaned the house together. Lu Fan leaned leisurely on the chair and admired the youthful and attractive figures of the 4 girls. His obscene eyes made the girls blush and their hearts beat fast. The main reason is that the weather is getting hotter, the girls are wearing less and less, and they definitely choose cooler clothes in the dormitory. Short-sleeved suspender mini skirts are the favorite of young girls, and with a pair of long white legs, Lu Fan can't wait to try them out. Lu Fan, you are full, go back and rest. Lu Mengran was afraid that Lu Fan would embarrass her again, so when she returned to the dormitory in the morning, she was teased by her sisters for a long time. Lu Fan rolled his eyes and climbed directly onto Lu Mengran's bed. No matter how Lu Mengran twisted him in embarrassment and anger, he refused to get down. Mengran, baby, come up and sleep with me. After 2 hours of sleep, we can go shopping. We made a lot of money last night. The money is getting bigger and bigger. I won't feel at ease if I don't spend some of it. Shop? Lu Mengran's eyes lit up. What girl doesn't like shopping? The 4 of them had indeed agreed to go out for a stroll in the afternoon. Now that Lu Fan is with me, not only do I have free labor, but the key is that Lu Fan is rich and generous. Who wouldn't like expensive gifts? Chapter 38 Tang Bo was authentic works. Lu Mengran blushed and stole a glance at her 3 roommates, who simply lowered their heads and pretended to be mute. The 3 of them had just eaten a sumptuous meal at someone else's house, so how could they afford to try to please him? Come up quickly, baby. I'm full and just want to hug you and have a good sleep. Lu Fan waved to Lu Mengran again. Lu Mengran's little face turned red and she lowered her head and climbed onto the bed. Lu Fan turned over and pushed her inside, while he slept on the side. The simple-minded Lu Mengran once again realized what it meant when a man's words could deceive people. She naively thought that Lu Fan was full and wanted to sleep, but she didn't expect that there is a saying that goes staying warm will lead to sexual desire. He was probably the first person in the entire Dragon continent to stay overnight in the girls' dormitory. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Fan put his arm around the slender waist of the campus beauty of Lu University and strolled around Panjiayuan. Behind them, Mao Lily and the other two looked at the antiques around them with curiosity. The reason why Lu Fan came to Panjiayuan was that he wanted to confirm an idea in his mind. These people who sell antiques and collectibles are all better at deceiving people than the other, and what I am most looking forward to now is to be deceived by others. Lu Fan knew nothing about antiques and collectibles, but he didn't need to know anything about them. As long as the stall owner lies to him that the item is real, then with the blessing of the system, the item is definitely real. Lu Fan pulled Lu Mengran to squat on a stall, picked up an ancient painting and asked the boss. "Boss, what kind of painting is this?" The album in Lu Fan's hand was obviously an ancient painting, which showed a lying tiger. But the painting skills are obviously not up to par and the details are handled very poorly. "I'm afraid that ordinary artists can draw better than this." The boss was a shrewd-looking old man. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw Lu Fan and Lu Mengran. These young couples who come out with their girlfriends are definitely the favorite customers of all vendors. Those who understand will know the reason. "Young man, this painting has a great origin. You know Tang Bohu and Tang Yin, right? This painting is the crouching tiger that Tang Yin lost. If you buy it, you will definitely get a great bargain." "Tang Bohu? Is this really a painting by Tang Bohu?" Lu Fan had a look of shock on his face, and he was not pretending. "Of course, young man, don't you see the seal of Tang Yin below?" Lu Fan looked down and saw that there was indeed a seal under the painting. But was Tang Bohu's painting skills just like this? He was probably not even as good as the worst art student. Didn't Tang Bohu paint beauties? "Young man, you don't know this, right? Tang Bohu does like to paint beauties, but his paintings of crouching tigers and landscapes are also excellent. You can take this painting for 500,000 yuan. If it were put up for auction in Hong Kong, it would probably fetch more than 30 million yuan. 30 million? Holy shit! Is this old Tang's painting so valuable?" Lu Fan was shocked again, and this scene made Lu Mengran next to him frown. "Lu Fan, you don't really want to buy this painting, do you? If you want it, I'll ask Lily to draw one for you later. I guarantee it will be no worse than this one." "Mao Lily can also draw? You are not lying to me, are you?" Lu Fan turned his head and glanced at Mao Lily, who was standing behind him, but his eyes were looking from the bottom to the top, and the scenery was very eye-catching. Mao Lily was wearing a short skirt today, and he could even see the girl's safety pants. "Hey, Mr. Lu, where are you looking?" Mao Lily shyly covered her skirt to block Lu Fan's invading gaze. "Can you really draw?" "Of course. Although my painting skills are not that good, I am a fine arts student after all. I can draw you a tiger picture of this skill in one night. It will definitely be no worse than this one." When the boss of the shop saw that his business was going to fail, he quickly pulled Lu Fan away to continue deceiving him. He could see that the young man was obviously attracted by the painting. "Brother, this is an authentic Tang Bohu painting. If you buy it and resell it, you can get 100 times the value. Then why don't you go sell it yourself, boss? Do you really think we are all fools?" Mao Lily retorted to him bluntly, but the boss was not angry at all. People like them have seen all kinds of situations. If they get angry because of a little girl's words, then how can they do business? "Boss, 500,000 is a bit too much. How about you sell me this Tang Bohu painting for 500? Lu Fan directly bargained for 100 times the price, but Lu Mengran and the other 4 girls next to him still felt that 500 was too much. Such flowers that were obviously fake were not worth buying. "Young man, this is an authentic Tang Bohu painting. You can't buy it for 500 yuan. How about you add a little more, 20,000 yuan? With 20,000 yuan, you can take this authentic Tang Bohu painting away. It's just 500, buy it if you want." Lu Fan put his arm around Lu Mengran's slender waist and was about to get up and leave. When the boss saw this, his tone instantly softened. "Don't go, little brother. Just scan the code for 500. Let's just consider it as making friends. Pay quickly." The boss directly handed over a QR code. Lu Fan was quick to scan the code, pay, and put the painting away. Mr. Lu is indeed different. This lousy painting made by a few-year-old kid actually cost 500 yuan. This is enough for poor students like us to live on for many days. Mao Lily looked at the album in Lu Fan's hand speechlessly. She would even dislike such paintings if they were given to her, but this idiot Lu Fan actually spent 500 yuan on them. That's right, Lu Fan. You can't waste money like this. It's better to donate the money than to buy this painting. Lu Mengran also tried to persuade them, but Lu Fan just laughed and said something that almost made everyone faint. Didn't you hear the boss say that this is an authentic Tang Bohua work, and it's worth at least 30 million? TSK, only a fool like you would take the words of that profiteer seriously. Who with a little bit of brains would believe his nonsense? He. Boss, if you're serious, then it's definitely true. How about we make a bet, Mengran? A green light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and his lustful gaze moved over Lu Mengran's sexy and well-proportioned body. Lu Mengran wore a t-shirt and pleated skirt when she went out today, and she also put on light makeup, which made her already youthful and beautiful face even more beautiful and charming. Lu Mengran's face turned red when she saw his aggressive look. She knew in her heart that this guy was thinking of some humiliating trick again. She didn't know how many embarrassing positions he had made her do in the past 2 days. TSK, Lu Fan, if you want to make a bet, I'll bet with you. Just looking at this crappy painting is an insult to my eyes. If Tang Bohua knew that his original work was insulted, he would probably jump out of his grave and curse. Lu Fan's gaze turned to Mao Lily next to him, and as soon as his eyes rolled, a bad idea came to his mind. Although Mao Lily is not as pretty as Lu Mengran, she is young, beautiful, and has a hot body, and she definitely has no shortage of suitors in school. Chapter 39, Paintings Within Paintings. He. Sister Lily, if this painting is authentic, you can rub my back when you get back. If this painting is fake, I will reimburse you for all your living expenses until graduation. Lu Fan's words were clearly rude, but Mao Lily, who was known for her hot-tempered personality, hesitated for only 3 seconds before agreeing to the stunned expressions of her 3 sisters. Master Lu, do you keep your word? My monthly living expenses are 2,000 yuan. I am only a sophomore now, and my living expenses for more than 20 months until graduation will be tens of thousands of yuan. TSK, you're looking down on me. The bag I bought for Mengran cost more than this much. He. Then I would like to thank Mr. Lu for his generosity. Mao Lily smiled so much that her eyebrows curved. This girl was already imagining how comfortable she would be living on a monthly living expense of 4,000 yuan. She could consider buying many things that she could not normally afford. But Lu Mengran next to him had a bad feeling in her heart, because Lu Fan's smile was too mean. In the few days since they knew each other, she had never seen Lu Fan suffer any loss. But that painting was obviously fake. How could Lu Fan win over Mao Lily? Lu Fan took the campus beauty Lu, who had a suspicious look on her face, and walked directly into a high-end antique shop. Jubiozai. This is the one. Does the boss collect anything? Lu Fan was holding the ancient painting in his hand with a smile on his face. An old man wearing reading glasses was sipping tea and reading a book behind the counter. When he saw someone coming in, he immediately stood up with a smile. Antique shops are for collecting objects, but are you selling paintings? Of course, the original painting of Crouching Tiger by Tang Bohua is worth tens of millions. But when the old man heard Lu Fan's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he obviously had no interest in this authentic Tang Bohua work at all. Lu Mengran, Mao Lily and the other 2 standing by took a few steps aside with an awkward look on their faces, as if to say, I don't know this guy. He is definitely an expert among experts as he can open such a big store in Beijing. If you, a fool, come here to sell a fake painting, it would be strange if people would treat you well. You're joking, little brother. Tang Bohua's authentic works are all treasures that are auctioned off. They are not sold in my small shop. The old man sat down again, not even interested in taking a look at the painting in Lu Fan's hand. So you can't afford that much money? Brother, if there really is an authentic Tang Bohua work, we can definitely come up with tens of millions. Our Jubiozai is also well known in the antique circle. The old man took a sip from the teacup and said proudly. Lu Fan directly spread out the scroll in his hand in front of the old man. If he was not sure just now he is 100% sure that the painting is the original, because the panel points in his mind increased by 1 point. There are 3 more draws left until his next one. He only needs to be cheated 3 more times before he can start drawing. Last time he drew a lottery, he got a skill that allowed him to control shit. He didn't know if the system would give him a reward that could turn him into a Superman. The old man glanced at the scroll in front of him with disdain. The painting was so poorly done that even a 3-year-old child could tell it was fake. Lu Mengran and the other 3 on the side had already covered their faces in embarrassment. Only the idiot Lu Fan had a smug expression on his face. He didn't notice that the old man in front of him was so disgusted by the painting that his mouth was twitching. "Young man, I'm not sure about this painting. You should take it to another place for a look." "Boss, take a closer look. I bought this for 500 yuan. I was hoping to earn a supercar from it." $500? You can earn a supercar just from this painting, no loss. Hey! This painting is wrong. The old man's contemptuous expression suddenly changed. His hand just subconsciously touched the scroll in front of him, and his keen insight instantly noticed that something was wrong. The old man's expression attracted Lu Mengran and others to approach him. Only Lu Fan's expression did not change at all. He was extremely confident from beginning to end. The old man picked up a magnifying glass and a flashlight with a serious expression and looked at the scroll carefully. A hidden object within a hidden object. Oh my god! This is actually a hidden object within a hidden object. Is there really an authentic painting hidden under this scroll? The old man's face changed instantly. No matter how stupid Lu Mengran and the others were, they knew that there was something wrong with the painting, especially Mao Lily, who glanced at Lu Fan guiltily. The two of them had a bet, and she never thought that Lu Fan could win. If she were asked to rub Lu Fan's back, how would she have the face to face Lu Mengran and Lu Fan in the future? The old man rubbed the side of the scroll carefully a few times, and he actually rubbed off a layer on the edge of the scroll. "This, young man, please tell me that I am short-sighted. This painting is the legendary hidden object. There is a layer underneath the scroll. I need to uncover the top layer of the scroll to determine what is underneath." Then reveal it. "I'm not in a hurry." Lu Fan sat on the chair next to him. The boss' attitude changed instantly and he poured tea for them personally. "I need to find an old friend to come over and uncover the painting. He's an expert at uncovering paintings. I'm only a novice at this. It would be troublesome if I damaged the treasures underneath." "Looking for someone to come and help? You won't make me wait all afternoon, right?" Lu Fan frowned and looked at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon and he had to go to his aunt's house for dinner in the evening. "Don't worry, little guy. He's in the next store and will be here in a few minutes." While the old man was speaking, an old man with white hair and beard rushed in from the door. Before the old man even entered the door, he started yelling in a loud voice. "Where is the Bureau of Hiding Things in Things?" The next second, the old man's eyes swept over Lu Fan and the others, and fixed on the scroll on the table. The old man took out a magnifying glass from his bag and began to study the scroll. Seeing how serious the two guys were, Mao Lily next to them became more and more uneasy. "It's really a hidden object within an object. I've lived for more than 70 years, and I've only seen this happen twice. Young man, are you sure you want me to uncover this scroll? If I do, the scroll above will be destroyed, because the owner of this hidden object left no room for maneuver when he started. Only one of the 2 scrolls can be saved." The 2 old men looked at Lu Fan eagerly, and Lu Fan suddenly felt uncomfortable. It would be fine if it was 2 beautiful women staring at me like this, but what about 2 old men who are about to enter their coffins? Hurry up and reveal it. I have to go home for dinner tonight. The 2 old men looked at each other and started working quickly. A bunch of tools were instantly placed on the table, including scissors, utility knife, water and candles. When Lu Mengran, who was standing next to him, saw this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and started recording a video. There is a painting hidden in a painting. This mysterious thing actually happened right in front of her. She must record this scene. After the 2 old men were busy for more than 20 minutes, the upper layer of the scroll was peeled off little by little, revealing a stunning tiger scroll underneath. Seeing this scene, Lu Mengran and the other 2 sisters were so shocked that they covered their mouths and dared not breathe. The 2 old men were so excited that their faces turned red. They unveiled a painting with their own hands. I guess only they too knew the sense of accomplishment. Crouching Tiger, my god. This is the authentic Crouching Tiger by Tang Bohu. The owner of Jubiozai shouted excitedly, and the other old man stared at the scroll in front of him in a daze. It was obvious that the scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. Chapter 40 Martial Arts Secrets. What? Is it really authentic? Mao Lily screamed and her little face turned red instantly. Lu Mengran and the other two looked at her strangely. The bet was enough to make people feel so embarrassed just thinking about it. Let's see how you end up. In the open scroll, I saw a vivid tiger lying on the ground. Even a human figure was reflected in the tiger's eyes, and the human's facial features were vaguely visible. Such vivid painting skills are definitely the work of a top master. Ha, you two take a look at the authenticity of this painting and then give me a price. What? Brother, are you saying that you want to sell this treasure to my Jubiozai? The shop owner stared at Lu Fan in disbelief. Aren't treasures like this the only way to maximize profits is to auction them off? Of course I have to sell it, otherwise I'll take your shop for nothing. The two old men looked at each other, lowered their heads in disgust in a low voice. A minute later, the price offered by the two men stunned Lu Mengran and the other four sisters. Thank you for your trust, brother. To be honest, this crouching tiger painting can only maximize profits if it is auctioned in Hong Kong. This painting has been confirmed to be an authentic work by Tang Yin, and it is also the authentic work of the lost crouching tiger. After discussing it with Lao Yong, the starting price of this painting will probably be 30 million. We cannot predict the exact price it will be sold for. So I'll give you a reasonable price of 40 million, brother, take a look. When Lu Fan heard the figure of 40 million, he was stunned. This price obviously exceeded his psychological expectations. However, Lu Mengran and the other three who were born in ordinary families were frightened by the terrifying amount of money. They covered their mouths and their bodies were shaking with excitement. 40 million. For God's sake. Okay, deal, transfer the money. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone, found the photo of his bank card and placed it on the table. The owner of Jubiozai was delighted and excitedly took out his mobile phone to start operating. The old man who was unveiling the painting nearby looked at his old friend with envy as he took possession of this masterpiece. If it weren't for the rules, he would have wanted to pay more money to take possession of the painting. In just a few minutes, Lu Fan's mobile phone received a reminder of the balance change. Lu Fan also looked at this small shop differently. Although the shop was small, its capital flow was no less than that of a large company. Lu Fan put the information of the change of balance in his mobile phone in front of Lu Mengran to show off. Lu Mengran looked at the long string of numbers displayed on it and felt numb. Last night, Lu Fan made more than 12 million from online gambling. Today, he went shopping and made another 40 million. Is he still a human being? Baby, I'm planning to buy a supercar. Now I have the money. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan smiled and glanced at Mao Lily meaningfully, which made the girl shudder suddenly and hide behind Lu Mengran guiltily. After walking out of Jubiozai, Lu Mengran and the others still had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They had never dared to dream of the scene just now, but it was actually happening before their eyes. Sister Lily, do you want me to rub your back in my apartment or in your dormitory? I don't care. Lu Fan looked at the guilty Mao Lily with a smile. The girl didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that Lu Fan would cause trouble for her. Ah. Lu Fan. Why? You don't want to default on your debt, do you? Who is defaulting on his debt? It's just a back rub, it's not like you did anything to me, I'll just rub it, who's afraid of who? Lu Fan's words directly aroused Mao Lily's competitive spirit. The girl pretended to be calm and looked directly at Lu Fan, but even a fool could see the timidity in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan laughed and put his arm around Lu Mengran's waist and left. Although he really wanted to earn some points in Panjiayuan, there was obviously not enough time now. It's not easy to bring Lu Mengran out by myself, I can't let her go back empty-handed. Just as a few people walked out of Panjiayuan and prepared to go shopping in the big shopping mall next door, Lu Fan's eyes were fixed on a stall selling books at the door. Is this a martial arts secret manual? Lu Fan squatted down at the stall. When the stall owner saw a customer coming, his old face immediately broke into a smile. Young man, this is an authentic martial arts secret book. You can pick any one of them for 10 yuan. Maybe if you practice according to the contents above, you can become a martial arts master. Lu Mengran and the other three looked at Lu Fan in silence at his stupid operation. He even had martial arts secrets. Did you say that the task of saving the earth will be left to you in the future? Is this really a martial arts secret manual? Lu Fan casually picked up a copy of the One Young Finger martial arts secret book and asked the boss, but no one saw the excitement flashing in his eyes. Of course, this is the secret martial arts manual of One Finger Zen. Kato Wing became famous with it. The boss's words stunned Lu Fan. Lu Mengran and the other three looked at the stall owner in confusion. If you want to fool people, please recite the course at least. Boss, isn't one finger yang the unique skill of the Dali Duan plan in Demigods and Semi-Devils? And that Katoing is in an adult film, right? I'm sorry, young man. I'm old and my memory is not very good. I made a mistake. The boss scratched his head in embarrassment, and Lu Fan readily took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and directly bought 3 martial arts secrets books. They are one finger to the North Sea Divine Art and Light Footsteps, which were specially chosen by Lu Fan in order to confirm what he thought. If these secrets come true with the help of the system, then one finger of Zen will be able to attack, the divine power of the North Sea will be able to absorb the inner strength of others for one's own use, and Lingbo Weibu will be the pinnacle of light kung fu. When practiced to the extreme, one can walk in the air as if on flat ground. Lu Mengran and the others have become accustomed to Lu Fan's stupid behavior. No matter how positive their values are, they will be shattered if they follow him. Fortunately, Lu Fan only spent 30 yuan this time, and Lu Mengran and the others didn't say anything sarcastic. As for those martial arts secrets, Lu Mengran and the other 3 had no interest in even taking a look at them. Didn't they see that the books were printed by People's Publishing House? I made a lot of money today. From now on, each of you 3 can pick one item and I'll pay for it. It doesn't have to be more than 10,000. Lu Fan's words made Mao Lily, Li Qian, and He Lu extremely surprised. Lu Mengran gave him a charming look. This guy bribed his best sisters time and time again. I'm afraid that in the future, his 3 roommates will take the initiative to push themselves into his apartment. There was not much time left when they arrived at the mall, so Lu Fan led the 4 girls straight to a Chanel store. Baby, you can choose whatever you want today. I'm not short of money. Lu Fan pushed Lu Mengran, who was staring at the beautiful clothes, out. Lu Mengran and a few others cheered and rushed into the clothing area of Chanel. When it comes to buying beautiful clothes, it seems that women all over the world have the same virtue, they can never have too many. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your generosity. After walking out of Chanel's door, Mao Lily and the other 2 each held a bag in their hands, which contained beautiful clothes paid for by Lu Fan. The 3 of them looked at Lu Fan excitedly, and at this moment Lu Fan was shining in their eyes. The cheapest clothes in the hands of the 3 girls were more than 6,000 yuan, and Mao Lily even picked a skirt that cost 10,000 yuan. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a high price. The clothes in her dormitory were all cheap items costing dozens or hundreds of yuan each. Chapter 41 Black Car. Lu Fan was also holding a few bags in his hands, which contained clothes and shoes he bought for Lu Mengran. Especially the pair of high-heeled diamond sandals, worth more than 60,000 yuan, which shocked Mao Lily and others. After this round, Lu Fanhao spent more than 200,000 yuan without blinking an eye. After all, we are rich now. Lu Fan, don't buy it. You've already spent too much money today. Seeing that Lu Fan was about to rush into the mall, Lu Mengran was so scared that she quickly reached out to grab him. Ha, are you tired from shopping? I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea. When she heard that he was buying milk tea, Lu Mengran finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she thought that Lu Fan's spending speed was too wasteful. His own father was so anxious that he couldn't even scrape together the tens of thousands of dollars for surgery, but Lu Fan spent more than 200,000 just to make himself happy. The gap is too big. Master Lu, I'll treat you to this milk tea. You've spent so much money on us, so we still have enough money to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Mao Lily grabbed Lu Fan and rushed into the milk tea shop to buy 5 cups of milk tea. My dear, I won't be eating with you tonight. My aunt asked me to go to her house for dinner. I'll transfer some pocket money to you, and you can find a place to eat by yourselves. Lu Fan, you don't have to give me money, I have money. Before Lu Mengran could finish her refusal, Lu Fan had already completed the face scanning operation. Looking at the long string of numbers on the phone, Lu Mengran's mouth opened into a 0 shape. Mao Lily, who was standing next to her, stretched her head to take a look and was also shocked by the huge amount of money. Wow, 200,000, Uncle Lu, do you call 200,000 pocket money? Or if you still need a mistress, you can consider the 3 of us. Mao Lily's eyes were green with envy. Their family couldn't earn 200,000 yuan a year, but Lu Fan only gave that much pocket money to his girlfriend. There was really no comparison between this guy and others. Li Qian and He Lu next to them agreed with Mao Lily's words. If he was given 200,000 yuan in pocket money, they would also want a boyfriend like her. Lu Fan, this is too much. Lu Mengran looked at Lu Fan with an embarrassed expression. How could she feel comfortable accepting the money? However, Lu Fan took her phone and pressed the receive button directly, not giving her a chance to refuse. Mengran, you are my woman. If I get well, you will naturally get well too. Spend the money as much as you can and don't save it for me. You know how fast I make money. In front of Mao Lily and the other two, Lu Fan hugged Lu Mengran's delicate body and bit her heart a few times. Unexpectedly, the shy Lu Mengran also responded enthusiastically. In the past, she would have been too embarrassed to push him away, but it turns out that gifts are the most sincere. Lu Fan left carrying a bag. The bag was bought by him for his aunt and was worth more than 20,000 yuan. Behind him, Lu Mengran blushed as she watched his figure disappear in the crowd. Next to him, Mao Lily, Li Qin and He Lu were extremely envious, and their eyes were flashing green. Madam Lu, do you think Mr. Lu Fan is still willing to accept a mistress? All three of us are fine. Mao Lily pulled Lu Mengran and looked at her blushing face teasingly. Oh my! Lily, what nonsense are you talking about? If you are horny, go to his apartment by yourself tonight. Lu Mengran and Mao Lily played around for a while, and then the four girls carried their spoils back to the dormitory. Lu Mengran naturally remembered to treat him to a meal, but she couldn't do something like spending tens of thousands of dollars on a big meal like Lu Fan. It is said that Lu Fan walked out of the mall and hailed a taxi to rush to his aunt Lu Fanawa's house. However, when he got in the car, Lu Fan did not notice the sneer on the driver's face. 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived in front of Lu Fanawa's residential area. When he was parking and paying the bill, Lu Fan was shocked by the more than 400 yuan toll on the display. Lu Fan stared at the meter with wide eyes. He suspected for a moment that the meter was left on by the previous customer. Otherwise, where did the fare of more than 400 yuan come from for just 20 minutes of riding? What are you standing there for, young man? Give me the money. Master, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the meter? It took me less than 20 minutes to get off the car. With the traffic jam in Beijing, I probably didn't even travel 5 kilometers. And you charged me more than 400 yuan. Is it your car that has gold trim, or have I traveled to another world? This price is enough for me to take the high-speed train to see the silly road deer for a round trip. No matter how stupid Lu Fan was, he knew that he had encountered a black car. In the important city of Beijing, there are still illegal taxis. I have to say that this idiot has really bad luck. Sure enough, when the driver saw Lu Fan's uncooperative attitude, he bent down and pulled out a stainless steel baton from the drawer of the passenger seat, then stared at Lu Fan in the back seat with a bad look. The driver had a ferocious look on his face, and the baton in his hand hit the guardrail inside the car, making a crisp sound. Lu Fan suddenly felt guilty. But then I thought, I now have a system and superpowers. Although the dirty finger is dirty, it is indeed very useful. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and was about to launch a dirty finger attack, but Lu Fan changed his mind and felt that the dirty finger attack was just a revenge on him and he would get nothing. If I do this, can I both earn some points and cheat the illegal taxi driver? Thinking of this, Lu Fan retracted his fingers and a look of horror appeared on his face. Driver, let's talk it over. It's just 400 yuan. I can still afford it. But brother, is your meter really okay? I remember taxis weren't this expensive before. How about, driver, if you swear, I will believe you and I will pay you the fare right away. Lu Fan's words made the driver a little dazed, and he stared at Lu Fan as if he was a fool. Damn, did I meet a fool today? If swearing is useful, there will be no bad people in this world. Brother, there is absolutely no problem with my meter. I swear, if there is a problem with the meter, I will have car accidents every day from now on. The driver's straightforward and frank oath made Lu Fan smile sinisterly. You swore it yourself, it's none of my business if anything goes wrong. Okay, driver, I told you there aren't that many bad people in this world. It turns out I remembered it wrong. Lu Fan said something, took out his cell phone and scanned more than 400 yuan for the driver. His action shocked the driver. You believed a random oath he made. This guy is definitely a fool. Goodbye, big brother. I wish you a safe journey. Lu Fan looked at the panel showing that his points had increased again, and his mouth almost cracked with laughter. After getting off the car, Lu Fan sprinted to a safe position on the sidewalk, keeping an absolutely safe distance from the black taxi. Idiot! The driver hurled a curse word at Lu Fan, who was about 10 meters away, and rushed out triumphantly with his foot on the accelerator. Chapter 42. I am also a resident here. The next second, the driver was in trouble. He was only focused on looking at Lu Fan, and when he stepped on the accelerator, he didn't see the luxury car with the little golden man on it going straight ahead. Bang! The driver staggered suddenly and his head almost hit the windshield. How the hell is he driving? Shit! Rolls. The driver, who was halfway through cursing, was frightened when he looked up. The little golden man was shining with dazzling golden light in the evening sun. Lu Fan in the distance was also confused. Is his system so effective? As expected, any lie, as long as you believe it, will come true with the help of the system. Even the oath sworn by the driver came true in seconds. At this moment, Lu Fan thought that the system was really reliable. However, the illegal taxi driver might have to pay for everything this time. He stepped on the accelerator of his Hyundai car worth about 100,000 yuan and directly blew up the headlights and bumper of the little golden man. It was just this one house, and Lu Fan knew from his own experience that it would cost at least hundreds of thousands to buy it. Moreover, the little golden man was driving straight ahead normally, while the black car rushed diagonally onto the main road and hit the man. The black car driver got out of the car with a face as dark as ink, and his legs were trembling slightly. Seeing this situation, Lu Fan guessed that this guy definitely didn't buy commercial insurance for his car, otherwise he wouldn't be so scared. The driver on the little golden man also got off. He was wearing a suit and white gloves, and was obviously a professional driver. The rear door of the car opened, and a beautiful woman in fashionable clothes walked out. When Lu Fan saw this beautiful woman, his eyes lit up immediately. This girl was too sexy and hot. The beauty is at least 1.7 meters tall, and the tight red dress she wears makes her figure look extremely curvaceous. White crystal high heels wrapped around a pair of beautiful feet in flesh-colored stockings. Lu Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and moved his eyes to her face. This sight made me exclaim, "Oh my God!" The face, so exquisite that it cannot be described in words, is cold and noble, with a hint of rebelliousness. At first glance, she is like a rose with thorns. The beauty walked to the driver's side and looked at her beloved car that had been hit with a frown. "Uncle Lee, once you've dealt with it, come pick me up in that Maybach in the next 2 days." "Yes, miss." The beauty left a word and walked towards the high-end residential complex in front of her with a proud step. The beauty never looked at the black car driver from beginning to end. Naturally, this trivial matter was handled by her driver. Lu Fan's eyes rolled around, and he followed the beautiful woman towards the residential area. Damn, it's really the best. The air is filled with an alluring scent as I walk alone. Lu Fan stared at the beautiful woman's buttocks, and drool flowed from the corners of his mouth. While he was fantasizing, Lu Fan found that the beautiful woman had stopped walking, turned around and glared at him with a cold face. This is an upscale residential complex. If you want to sneak in and steal something, forget it. There are surveillance cameras in every corner of the complex, and there are security guards patrolling 24 hours a day. Besides, these security guards are all tough guys. Once they catch you, they will at least beat you half to death before handing you over to the police. Wow, that voice is so damn nice. Lu Fan stared at the beautiful woman's mouth with an infatuated look on his face, and his lewd expression clearly showed that he was thinking about something that was not suitable for children. By the way, beautiful lady, what did you just say?" Lu Fan's shameless and lewd appearance obviously angered the beauty, who had a cold face and eyes full of anger. "Shameless bastard, you're looking for death." The beauty waved to the security guards in the distance, and 2 security guards holding batons rushed over. "Miss Bai, what do you want?" The 2 security guards obviously knew this beautiful woman and greeted her respectfully. "This guy tried to follow me into the neighborhood, investigate him." After the beautiful girl finished speaking, she raised her proud little head and walked through the gate into the community with crisp steps. After walking along several green paths, the beauty stopped in front of a luxurious gate. The beautiful woman who was about to scan her face to open the door looked around habitually, only to find that the man who had followed her with a lewd look on his face was standing not far behind her. "You, how could the security guard let you in?" "Hee, beautiful lady, is there a possibility that I am also a resident here?" Lu Fan's eyes wandered around the beautiful woman reluctantly, and the obscene look on her face made the beautiful woman frown. She had seen many different looks from men, but this was the first time she had seen someone staring at her so directly and blatantly. "Just you? And the residents here? Do you know who lives here?" Lu Fan walked past her and went straight to a big door next to her. He skillfully glanced at her and pushed the door open. Looking at the beautiful woman's stunned expression, Lu Fan pouted his lips and blew her a kiss. Hey, beautiful lady, if you feel lonely at night, you can come to me. As a neighbor, I will definitely fill all your emptiness and loneliness unconditionally. Lu Fan left a word and went straight into the yard of the villa. Yes, his aunt Lu Fanghua lived here. Lu Fanghua was afraid that her nephew would be wronged, so she specially entered him into the access control system. The beauty looked at Lu Fan's back as it disappeared at the gate, and she stood there in shock. Isn't this Professor Lu's home? How is this possible? Lu Fan opened the main door of the villa again with familiarity. When he opened the door, Lu Fanghua, wearing a floral apron, came over with a happy look on her face. Xiao Fan, you're here. Wash your hands quickly and sit on the sofa to eat some fruit. Okay, Auntie, this is for you. I was just shopping with my girlfriend at the mall and saw this bag that goes well with you, so I bought it. Lu Fan raised the bag in his hand. It turned out that every woman liked gifts, even Lu Fanghua, who was in a higher position, was no exception, especially since this gift was given by her most beloved nephew. Xiao Fan has really grown up and knows how to buy bags for his aunt. I like this bag very much. Lu Fanghua excitedly took the unopened bag from Lu Fan's hand. Without even looking at it carefully, she excitedly hugged it in her arms. Lu Fanghua's performance made Lu Fan extremely pleased. The improvement of her emotional value made Lu Fan feel that the tens of thousands of dollars he spent was really worth it. Unfortunately, the arrival of a young girl at the gate made the warm atmosphere between the two people instantly become awkward. The girl kicked open the door of the villa and looked around the room. When she saw Lu Fan, she showed disgust without any concealment. Nian Nian is back, your cousin has already. Mom, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but my stupid cousin has caused you so much trouble and lost so many people, and yet you still care about him like this. We have done everything we can for him, and yet you still care about him without mercy. Do you still want your family? Chapter 43 Paralyzed Dog. When Lu Fan saw this girl, he was also overwhelmed, because this was his aunt's biological daughter Ding Nian Nian, the cousin who had always disliked him and had a lot of grievances against him. Nian Nian, your brother has returned to normal. He won't do stupid things again. Don't hold on to the past unhappiness. Have a good talk with your brother. He has really changed now. Lu Fanghua touched the girl's head lovingly, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. Lu Fanghua's words stunned Ding Nian Nian, and she looked at Lu Fan who was standing stupidly beside her in confusion. My mother is not lying to me, is she? How can a fool suddenly get better? If your illness can be cured, how could it have dragged on until now? He. Sister Nian Nian, I am really fine now. If you don't believe me, let's have a hug and feel the love. Lu Fan smiled wickedly and stretched out his hands towards the beautiful girl in front of him. Ah! You, get out of here! Ding Nian Nian took a few steps back with disgust on her face. She obviously felt that Lu Fan was different. In the past, he would just look at her and laugh foolishly, but now Lu Fan has indeed changed, he just became more mean and more annoying. How can a fool become good? I don't believe it. You said you've gotten better, so let me ask you a random question. You idiot, what's the 16th digit after the decimal point of pi? Ding Nian Nian stared at Lu Fan's face with suspicion, wanting to see how he would answer. Lu Fan's old face turned dark and he almost fell to the ground. You call this a random question? According to your theory, 99% of the people in the country are fools, right? You can't answer it, right? I'm telling you, how can a fool like you ever recover? Ding Nian Nian had a look of contempt on her face, and Lu Fan felt annoyed and wanted to point his finger at her in a nasty way. If you want to ask questions like this, I will randomly ask a few questions and guarantee that you will not be able to answer any of them. Sister Nian Nian, how many beards did Zhang Fei of the Three Kingdoms have? Lu Fan looked at Ding Nian Nian with a smirk on his face. He just asked some difficult questions on purpose, as if no one would be able to answer them. But what Ding Nian Nian said next made him dumbfounded. Ding Nian Nian thought seriously for a moment. Men's beards are related to many factors, such as the secretion of male hormones, genetic genes, etc. Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms period should have had a lot of testosterone, and the amount of his beard had reached the peak value for an adult. According to scientific research, the number of beards a man like him has is about 25,000. Looking at Ding Nian Nian, who answered the question easily, Lu Fan was dumbfounded. In his opinion, this question was already very tricky and difficult. He didn't expect that this little girl who had not yet fully developed could answer it. A fool is a fool. How dare he ask such a simple question? Lu Fan was so angry that he wanted to curse, but this girl's mother was his closest aunt, so he thought about it and let it go. At this time, a woman's terrified scream was heard outside the villa. Ding Yan Yan's expression changed and she turned around and ran out. Lu Fan felt that the screaming voice was somewhat familiar, and followed it out with a puzzled look on his face. The scene outside stunned Lu Fan. He saw the beautiful woman standing on the walkway in front of Lu Fanghua's villa with a Pekingese puppy. A huge black dog was holding down a Pekingese puppy that was not much bigger than a slipper and was about to rape it. The Pekingese puppy was so scared that it was trembling and dared not move. The beautiful woman did not dare to stop it because of the dog's size and could only scream and shout helplessly. I'm so tired. Lu Fan and Ding Yan Yan stood at the gate, staring at the scene in front of them in amazement. Ding Yan Yan obviously knew the beauty, but as a weak woman, she did not dare to step forward to see the scene in front of her. What if she angered the giant dog? With her small body, she might not even be able to resist. When the beautiful woman saw Ding Yan Yan coming out, a hint of excitement of being rescued appeared on her face. Yan Yan, call security immediately. Okay, Sister Linglong. Ding Yan Yan hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag and made a call, but Lu Fan walked up to the beauty with a smile. Sister Linglong, why don't you beg me, maybe I can help you. If you wait until the security guards come, maybe your little dog will be ruined. The beauty glared at him in embarrassment, but what Lu Fan said made sense. It would take time for the security guard to come over, but her duo had been pinned down by the giant dog and could not move. Seeing that the giant dog was about to find its target, the beauty's face turned pale with fright in an instant. I beg you to save Duo. Lu Fan was also a little curious, wondering if his obscene finger would be useful to animals. The beauty and Ding Yan Yan stood together and looked at Lu Fan. They thought that Lu Fan would find a stick or something to drive the giant dog away. But who would have thought that this guy would actually point his finger at the giant dog on the ground and mutter some spell? His action directly disappointed the two women. It's already this time, and you're still cursing. But the next second, the two women were stunned on the spot. The huge black dog that was holding down the Pekingese suddenly started whimpering, and the cry was extremely miserable. The giant dog climbed up from the Pekingese, clamped its legs together and tried to run away, but after running only a few meters, it lay on the ground howling miserably. Then there was a burst of crackling explosions behind the dog's butt, and the stench instantly spread to the entire area within dozens of meters. The giant dog's explosive shit was still continuing. Lu Fan's skill was the kind that could directly empty the intestines. It was estimated that the giant dog would not be able to stop for several minutes. Lu Fan looked at the scene he created with satisfaction. This obscene finger was still as useful as before, but the scene was too destructive and did not distinguish between friend and foe. What's going on? Ding Yan Yan and the beautiful woman stared stupidly at the paralyzed giant dog, and then looked confusedly at Lu Fan, who had a smug look on his face. I say, you two, don't you have a special liking for this taste? Lu Fan covered his nose and left a few words before returning to the villa. It is said that the dogs in rich families are all different, and their poop is even more smelly. Just a moment ago, he was suffocated by the smell. As soon as Lu Fan entered the house, he didn't expect Ding Yan Yan and the beautiful woman to follow him in. This made Lu Fan curious about the identity of this beautiful woman. Not everyone can enter his aunt Lu Fanghua's house. Lu Fanghua, who was cooking, just came out of the kitchen and was surprised to see a beautiful woman in the living room. Linglong is here. I just made some delicious food. You can eat with me here tonight. Linglong, let me introduce you. This is my nephew Lu Fan. You two are about the same age. You can get closer to each other if you have time. Lu Fanghua's words made Lu Fan smile with his eyes narrowed. It was as if his aunt was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a wife, so she would promote herself to pretty girls whenever she saw one. Hello, Professor Lu. The beauty stood up and bowed respectfully to Lu Fanghua. Her appearance was completely different from the arrogant and cold appearance that Lu Fan had seen before. Chapter 44. You're just a freeloader. Sister Linglong, don't pay attention to this idiot. He was just an idiot before, but now he is stupid, vulgar, and lewd. Look, his eyes are almost staring at your chest. With a look of disgust, Ding Yan Yan pulled Bai Linglong to sit on the other side of the sofa, far away from Lu Fan. Bai Linglong blushed and quickly pulled up the hem of her skirt. Lu Fan's eyes were indeed too lustful, and they were not concealed at all. How could you stare at someone's chest so hard? Although Bai Linglong was sitting a little far away, it did not affect Lu Fan's gaze on her at all. Through what he had just learned, Lu Fan had a little understanding of this beauty. This beauty's background is almost the same as mine, both of them were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. It's just that she has been an excellent person since she was young. Now she has completed her studies and took over her family company, becoming a female president who manages thousands of employees. But he was a fool all the way, and all his huge fortune was defrauded away, and even the company was not his anymore. Hey, what is this? Ding Yan Yan turned her head and saw the 3 martial arts secrets books that Lu Fan had thrown on the table. She immediately took them out of curiosity. Bai Linglong also stretched her slender neck to check them curiously. Upon seeing this, the 2 girls' faces suddenly showed a strange expression. What era is it now? And they are still talking about martial arts secrets to fool fools. Idiot? The 2 were stunned and looked up at Lu Fan. Wasn't there a fool in front of them? Idiot, is this yours? Of course, Sister Nian Nian, this is a martial arts secret book that I found at the stall. Once I master the 3 unique skills, I will be an unparalleled master. Lu Fan had a smug expression on his face, but the 2 girls opposite him looked disgusted. This guy was really hopelessly stupid. I thought you had really become normal, but it turns out you're still as stupid as before. You idiot, take your things and stay away from me. Ding Yan Yan waved her hand and threw the 3 secret books at Lu Fan, but Lu Fan put the 3 martial arts secret books into a bag as if they were treasures. This scene made the 2 girls opposite even more disgusted. Lu Fanghua prepared the meal and asked the 3 of them to sit at the dining table. Today is the first time that nephew Lu Fan has come to our house for dinner after his recovery, so Lu Fanghua has prepared a very sumptuous meal. The table was filled with delicious dishes including all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Because there were so many prepared, Lu Fanghua only invited Bai Linglong to stay for dinner after seeing her. Thank you, Professor Lu, for your hospitality. This dinner is very sumptuous. Bai Linglong smiled and narrowed her eyes to thank Lu Fanghua, but a word from Lu Fan next to her almost made her go crazy. Sister Linglong, you are being too self-indulgent. This is the delicacy that my aunt made for my nephew. You are just here to eat for free. Bai Linglong's face turned dark and she stretched out her chopsticks with embarrassment, not knowing whether to pick up the food or not. Sister Linglong, ignore this idiot and come and try my mother's cooking. Ding Yan Yan glared at Lu Fan, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a crab claw for Bai Linglong. Nian Nian, don't call your brother a fool anymore. Xiao Fan is fine now. I know, Mom. Lu Fanhua picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Lu Fan's bowl with a doting look on her face. This braised pork took her more than 2 hours to make. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Fan showed a simple smile on his face, but in the eyes of the 2 girls opposite him, this smile was just a standard silly smile. The warm dinner lasted for more than an hour. Of course, the word warm was only in Lu Fan's eyes. The 2 girls opposite were staring at him eagerly all the way. It seemed as if Lu Fanghua had put all the love she had given Lu Fan for the past 20 years into this moment, and her hands never stopped picking up food for him. Auntie, I'm full, burp. Lu Fan rubbed his bulging belly with a look of satisfaction on his face, and Lu Fanghua then stopped feeding him. Xiao Fan, just sleep here tonight. It's not safe to go back so late. It's okay, Auntie. I have a date with the campus beauty of Lu University tonight. Lu Mengran? She's a good girl. Xiaofan, I was thinking of introducing Linglong to you. Linglong is both capable and can make money. If you 2 get together, you will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Lu Fanghua's words made by Linglong, who was drinking juice next to her, freeze. After all, she was the CEO of a listed company. Even if her vision was poor, she would not fall for a fool. Lu Fan was too lazy to explain to her that the appointment was with Lu Ruyan, since Lu Mengran was his anyway. It's okay, Auntie. I'm in good health and can handle a few more women without any problem. Even Lu Fanghua was shocked by Lu Fan's words. To be honest, it was a bit too shameless. Bah! Ding Yin Yin even spat at Lu Fan with disdain on her face, and Lu Fan's next action almost shattered her 3 views. This guy took out his cell phone and handed it directly to Bai Linglong to ask for her WeChat number. Could it be that he really wanted to harm his sister Linglong? Bai Linglong was also shocked by his shameless behavior. Didn't this guy just say that he had a date with a school beauty in the evening, and now he was flirting with her? Bai Linglong's first reaction was to refuse, but when she saw Lu Fanghua looking at her with a smile, she didn't have the nerve to say no as she had just eaten. Seeing Bai Linglong gritted her teeth as she added him on WeChat and left her phone number, Lu Fan got up and left with satisfaction, carefully taking the 3 martial arts secrets books with him before leaving. After leaving Lu Fenghua's villa, Lu Fan directly called Lu Ruyan. "Lu Demantu, come and pick me up." "Lu Fan, I can't leave right now, you see?" There was a noisy sound coming from the other side of the phone, and Lu Fan's face instantly turned gloomy. "Lu Ruyan, did I give you face? Or did you forget about the millions of dollars in debt and the supercar?" No. "Lu Fan, I really didn't mean it. I was tricked into signing a racing agreement. They wanted me to finish the race before I could leave." "You play racing with your half-baked skills?" Lu Fan had a look of disbelief on his face, but Lu Ruyan's tone opposite him didn't sound fake. "Send me the location and buy time while I go over there to deal with it." After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan quickly took a taxi to Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan is his woman. How can he watch her being bullied? Fortunately, the two were not too far apart. And Lu Fan's villa area was outside the 3rd Ring Road, and Lu Ruyan's racing car was located near Hebei province. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was stopped before arriving at the racing villa. He couldn't enter without a member to lead him. Just when Lu Fan took out his cell phone and was about to call Lu Ruyan to pick him up, a cool supercar suddenly braked and stopped next to him. Lu Fan's eyes lit up immediately when he took a glance. This supercar seemed familiar. Sure enough, the window of the supercar rolled down, an arm stretched out and handed a membership card to the security guard at the door, revealing a big face that Lu Fan was familiar with. "Hey, isn't this young Master Feng?" Feng Feixiang, who was driving the supercar, then noticed Lu Fan standing next to him. When he saw Lu Fan, his face changed instantly and his eyes were also full of fear. "Oh my god." Young Master Feng stepped on the accelerator and was about to run away, but Lu Fan pointed his finger at him with a smile. This finger almost scared young Master Feng to death. "Young Master Feng, if you dare to leave, I will make you perform a show at the gate of the villa." "Gah!" Young Master Feng, who had just started the supercar, braked suddenly and stopped obediently. Then he looked at Lu Fan, who was approaching with fear. The smile on his face was simply the smile of a devil from hell. Chapter 45, Lu Ruyan falls into the trap. Lu Fan lay leisurely on the passenger seat of the supercar. The supercar looked cool, but the seat was too cramped. He, who was about 1.7 meters tall, felt crowded even when sitting there. Young Master Feng in the driver's seat glanced at the passenger seat from time to time with a frightened look, fearing that this guy would inadvertently point a finger at him again. Last time, the 8 brothers went to block Lu Fan for the girl, but this guy solved the problem with just one finger. Now when he thinks of the feeling of being unable to control his shit, young Master Feng still feels a little weak in the legs. Seeing that Lu Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had no intention of messing with him, young Master Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What is Master Feng doing here?" Mr. Lu, don't you know? Strictly speaking, this place is still owned by your family." Feng Feixiang glanced at Lu Fan with a strange expression. Only then did he feel something was wrong. The whole capital knew about the Lu family's fool Lu, but this guy seemed to have returned to normal. Look at his clear eyes. If anyone dared to call him a fool, he would definitely spit in his face. "My family runs it? What's going on?" Lu Fan sat up in a daze. Young Master Feng drove his supercar slowly into a huge square. The square was bustling with lights and music, and dozens of cool supercars that you would never see normally were lined up here. There was some exciting music playing in the distance, and some girls in scantily clad clothes were standing on the roof of the car, twisting their bodies wildly. This scene makes people's blood boil at first sight. It is obviously the brothel of a rich young man in Beijing. "Mr. Lu, this villa club is actually opened by your family. When your father was alive, you still had some shares. These shares should have fallen into your hands, but now..." Lu Fan understood what Master Feng said next, without him having to say it. It was most likely that the boss here had cheated the shares from him and transferred them to his name. However, Lu Fan couldn't find any footage of this scene in his memory, probably because he had forgotten it because it had been too long. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's deal with Lu Demantu's problem first. Lu Fan had already seen the beautiful figure standing next to the big red Ferrari in the distance. Lu Ruyan's beauty was absolutely outstanding even in this wealthy circle. Seeing Lu Fan push open the car door and leave, young Master Feng finally relaxed. He was now really scared of Lu Fan. He didn't know what kind of weird skills that guy had, but he could make people poop uncontrollably with just a point of his finger, and his shit emptied out the stomach and intestines in one breath. The key is that this happens regardless of the occasion. If this happened to him at a high-end party, young Masterphone would already be imagining the wonderful scene. Damn it, I'll avoid this guy whenever I see him in my life. Seeing Lu Fan coming, Lu Ruyan, who had a nervous face, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. In her mind, Lu Fan was becoming more and more weird. She always felt as if nothing could stump him. In addition to their current relationship, Lu Ruyan's heart is completely tied to him. Tell me what's going on. Lu Fan walked to Lu Ruyan, leaned on her Ferrari, put his arms around her slender waist, buried his head in her hair and took 2 deep breaths. Suddenly, an alluring body fragrance accompanied by the scent of high-end perfume wafted into his nose, and Lu Fan squinted his eyes in fascination. Lu Fan, don't, there are so many people watching us. Lu Ruyan looked around awkwardly. She knew almost everyone here, and sure enough, she received many strange looks. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to kill you right here, why are you so nervous? Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Lu Fan turned his head and looked around, and actually found several familiar faces. When Chu Yichen saw him, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat, and hid as far away from him as possible. However, Lu Fan still saw his familiar back. I had dinner with 2 friends in the evening, and then they dragged me here to play for a while. I ended up running into your cousin Lu Ming here. He knew about your relationship with me and called me a slut. I got so angry that I argued with him for a few words. Then, I was so enraged by his words that I lost my mind and signed a gambling agreement. Lu Ming? Lu Fan's expression turned cold, and his eyes swept through the crowd, and sure enough, he saw a familiar face. Lu Ming is his cousin and the owner of this villa. Lu Fan immediately understood what had happened. It seems that Lu Ruyan has encountered an unexpected disaster, and it is all caused by herself. Surrounded by people, Lu Ming stared at Lu Fan with cold eyes and a sneer on his face. When their eyes met, sparks of hatred ignited, and in an instant all the experiences of being bullied and cheated flooded into their minds. Lu Fan almost instantly recalled many of his previous experiences, all of which were experiences of being bullied by Lu Ming. Lu Fan, I was also very angry at the time. He not only cursed me nastily, but also cursed you as well. I was dizzy for a moment and was angered by him and lost my mind. The bet we signed is that we have to run 2 laps around this mountain road, and the loser will give his car to the other person. Betting on cars? Such a big deal? Lu Fan stared blankly at Lu Ruyan in his arms. She had obviously fallen into the other party's trap. Lu Ming was the owner of the villa and he ran on the track every day. How could a half-baked Lu Ruyan compare to him? Lu Fan, how about I go and cheat and let's go? I don't believe he can do this to a girl like me. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Fan's uncertain expression and thought he was angry at her for being impulsive. Why are you playing tricks on me? It's not like I can't afford to pay this little money, but... Lu Fan's mind was working rapidly, and a sinister plan took shape in his mind. Just at this time, Lu Ming led a group of young men and women over. Lu Ming looked somewhat similar to Lu Fan. After all, they were cousins of the same bloodline. Hey, isn't this my cousin Lu Fan, the #1 idiot in the capital? Why did you come to my territory today? I remember that our Mountain Villa Club is a membership-based one. You are not a member here. Did you get in through some dog hole? Ha ha ha. A group of young people behind Lu Ming looked at Lu Fan and laughed. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and hugged Lu Ruyan's big hand tightly. He wished he could point his finger at this guy right now. But for the sake of his sinister plan, he still tried his best to control his emotions. Lu Ming, you still have the nerve to mention club membership in front of me? My father was the major shareholder in the establishment of this Mountain Villa Club. The shares he left for me were deceived by you, a sinister villain, and they were transferred to your name. That's why you are so successful today. TSK, you idiot, if you say so, then it is so. I am the legal representative here now. I don't have time to argue with you right now. Let your girl race with me. The loser will transfer the car to the other party. I have a team of lawyers here and can handle the formalities at any time. Chapter 46, Idiot Racing. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. This was the sentence he was waiting for. He rolled his eyes and said lazily while holding Lu Ruyan's waist. Lu Ming, I'm not looking down on you, but you've only ever been able to use these shady tricks in your life. It's just a supercar worth more than 4 million. To be honest, I don't even have the interest to take a second look at it. If you want to gamble, let's go big. Forget about the traffic jam. I'm not interested in the car you drove. Who knows what disease you might have been infected with? Let's just gamble for money, cash. A big one? Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. The two cousins, each with their own ulterior motives, were plotting against each other. How much money do you have, you idiot? Lu Fan smiled and extended a palm. 500,000? You are so embarrassed to mention such a small amount of money? My car costs tens of millions. No. It's 50 million in cash. If you have that much money, I'll bet with you. I support the capital verification. Lu Fan's words made the entire square silent. Although these second-generation people had money from their families, how many of them could easily take out 50 million in cash? It was estimated that even if they searched the entire place, they wouldn't be able to find 3 people. You idiot, you are not kidding me, are you? Do you have 50 million? Lu Fan opened his mobile banking in front of everyone and put the balance on his phone in front of Lu Ming. Looking at the long row of numbers on the phone, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Fuck. Is there really 50 million? As expected of the number one fool in Beijing, he actually carries 50 million in cash with him. I'm afraid these 50 million will change hands soon. Lu Ming was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he reacted. His eyes rolled and he began to think in his mind. He couldn't come up with so much money, but he had a group of younger brothers behind him. If they all pooled their money together, 50 million would be very easy to come by. Stupid idiot, this is a bet between Lu Ruyan and me. She has to be the one driving the car. If you dare to let her be the driver and race with me, I will agree to your bet. Don't want. Lu Ruyan's face changed instantly. How could she not know her own strengths and weaknesses? Asking her to race with a semi-professional racer like Lu Ming was like looking for shit in the toilet. However, Lu Fan's next words made him feel desperate. This fool actually agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll let Lu Ruyan race with you later, but I require that all funds from both parties be transferred to the villa's public account, and the winner will take away 100 million yuan directly. No problem. Lu Ming was afraid that Lu Fan would be slow to agree, so he agreed immediately. Then came the stage of raising funds. Lu Fan was not in a hurry. He just watched Lu Ming pull a group of younger brothers behind him to raise money. Facts have proved that these second generations are still capable. With several million each, they can collect a gambling fund of 50 million in just a few minutes. Lu Fan, I can't do this. Let's not make such a big deal, okay? I can only drive normally, but Lu Ming is a semi-professional racing driver who has been on the track. Lu Ruyan still wanted to make a final attempt to save herself. If she spent the money, Lu Fan would probably destroy her. After all, it was a huge sum of 50 million. What are you afraid of? Just open it as you like, I guarantee you'll win. Lu Fan stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Lu Ruyan. Others thought Lu Fan was being a hooligan, but the smart Lu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly. Yes, Lu Fan has the ability to pull anyone he points at. With this ability, she is sure to win. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan finally understood Lu Fan's conspiracy. This guy threw out 50 million yuan just to cheat those people. Zhu Yichun, Feng Feixiang and others who were standing far away obviously also saw the bet here. They were all victims of Lu Fan's obscene fingers, and they were really afraid of Lu Fan to the core. Several people looked at a group of idiots with pity as they were excitedly raising money. They were so happy about a losing bet. Compared with Lu Fan, you guys are the real idiots. Soon, a shocking gamble was completed, and the gambling money of both parties was transferred to the public account of the Villa Club in front of everyone. In order to maximize his profits, Lu Ming even used the public account of the Villa Club to open an external trading account. The whole place was boiling with excitement now. They could all participate in the external market. This is what they meant by happiness is shared with others rather than enjoyed alone. Almost everyone bet on Lu Mingsheng, but there were exceptions, such as Zhu Yichun and Feng Feixiang. In the eyes of Zhu Yichun and others, there were absolutely no surprises in this gambling game, and Lu Fan was sure to win. Wasn't this simply giving away money to them? Even Lu Ruyan excitedly took out all her savings, more than 400,000 yuan in cash, and invested it all without leaving a penny. She also used her mobile phone's online loan on the spot and borrowed some from friends to make up the total of 1 million. Lu Fan, it's up to you from now on. I've given everything I have. Don't worry, just drive at your leisure. We can enjoy the night view along the way. If we have enough time, we can even try out a wild fight on the winding mountain road. Ah! There are high-definition cameras everywhere on the road. Lu Fan, wait for us to win and go home to play, okay? I promise to do whatever you want tonight. Lu Ruyan blushed and hugged Lu Fan's arm seductively. Lu Fan laughed, hugged her delicate little face and kissed her. Soon both parties were in position. Lu Ruyan's Ferrari was fine to drive on the street, but it seemed out of grade in front of the Pagani Zonda worth tens of millions. The two cars were parked together. Lu Ming raised his middle finger towards Lu Fan with a smug look on his face, then he hugged a scantily clad girl and got into the car. Lu Ruyan's aura is much worse. First of all, the hardware facilities of both sides are not at the same level. Even if they are running in a straight line, Lu Ruyan's Ferrari will probably be left far behind by the son of wind. After getting in the car, Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Fan in the passenger seat with anticipation. The guy was too lazy to even fasten his seatbelt and looked totally nonchalant. Lu Fan. Just rest assured and watch my performance. Seeing that the female referee in front was about to wave her hand, Lu Fan slowly stretched out his finger. The finger passed over Lu Ruyan in the driver's seat and pointed directly at Lu Ming in the other car. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, and she quickly moved her seat back for fear of accidentally hurting her. Seeing Lu Fan extending his finger again, Zhu Yichun and others who were watching the excitement from a distance almost ran away frantically as a conditioned reflex. This scene stunned the audience nearby, who called those people crazy. The bra in the referee's hand fell to the ground, and the Pagani Zonda let out a deafening roar and was about to rush out. However, the car suddenly stalled after it had just started, the driver's door opened, and young Master Lu Ming was about to rush out of the car with a pale face. But in his panic he didn't even unbuckle his seatbelt, and a loud bang started from under his butt. Ah! The girl in the passenger seat was nearly suffocated by the horrible stench. She screamed, opened the car door, and ran away in a panic. Her high heels flew several meters away. Chapter 47, With divine power in hand, I own the world. The crowd watching the excitement were also confused by this scene. They looked at Lu Ming stupidly as he screamed and bombarded wildly with his butt sticking up. The scene was simply too shocking to the eyes. After a few seconds, the people nearby were driven away by the terrible stench. In the distance, Zhu Yichun, Feng Feixiang and the other 8 people watched Lu Ming's performance in fear. They were all thankful that the shit exploded in the basement last time and there were hardly any people there, so the scene didn't leak out. But Lu Ming defecated in front of hundreds of people, many of whom were filming with their cell phones, so it was impossible to cover up the scene. Moreover, the mean Feng Feixiang and his companions had already taken out their mobile phones to record the video in advance, and they did not miss a single shot of young Master Lu Ming's wonderful performance. Drive away quickly, it stinks. Lu Fan covered his nose with a look of disgust and urged her on. Only then did Lu Ruyan slowly step on the accelerator and rush out. Lu Ruyan was in such a happy mood along the way. It was more like a young couple taking a ride on a mountain road than saying they were racing. The Ferrari took nearly 20 minutes to complete 2 laps, directly breaking the club's slowest record. But these nearly 20 minutes also helped Lu Ming, who had not moved at all. When Lu Fan and the other person got out of the car, he was still lying on the ground wailing. Anyone would be exhausted if the intestines were emptied in such a short period of time. At this moment, young Master Lu Ming was like a typical dead dog. Several waiters at the villa carried Lu Ming in panic. They all wore masks and looked disgusted because this guy smelled too bad. Not only did he stink, but even the cool Pagani Zonda was filled with a foul odor. It was obvious that this guy had been pulling a lot in the car. The physical discomfort was fine, but the key was the mental frustration. When Lu Ming thought about himself shitting in front of hundreds of people, he instantly wanted to die. The key point is that those bastards were pointing their phones at him. Lu Ming could almost see tomorrow's headlines, with headlines about a young master from Beijing shitting in front of hundreds of people dominating the headlines. It was not until Lu Fan walked up to him with his arms around Lu Ruyan that Lu Ming remembered a more serious problem, which was that he had lost his 50 million gamble. Mr. Lu Ming, stop talking nonsense and arrange the transfer directly. I don't accept it. This doesn't count. This is an accident with my body. This round doesn't count. Lu Ming growled weakly, and there was a burst of boos from all around. They are all from the second generation of Beijing who come out to have fun. They can lose, but everyone despises the idea of refusing to pay after losing. So, Mr. Lu Ming, you are going to default on your debt? Don't forget that you are the owner of the club now. If the owner takes the lead in defaulting on his debt, you might as well just close your club. Lu Fan's words made Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground, freeze in expression. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't find any words to refute. Finally, under pressure, he reluctantly gave the order to transfer the money to Lu Fan. When he said this, his heart was bleeding, because that was a huge sum of 50 million. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, whenever you want to turn the tables, you can contact me. I have 100 million in my card. Lu Fan proudly tossed the Longhua bank card in his hand. In just a few days, he turned from a fool into an entrepreneur and made more than 100 million yuan. All this was thanks to the system. At this moment, not only Lu Ming felt so painful that he wanted to die, but all the people who had just collected money looked at Lu Fan with murderous eyes as he left arrogantly. Yeah. Lu Fan, you are awesome. After getting in the car, Lu Ruyan, cheering with excitement, hugged Lu Fan and gave him a passionate kiss. Naturally, Lu Fan accepted her kiss and started to get restless while kissing her. No, Lu Fan, let's go home. I will definitely serve you well tonight. Lu Ruyan pulled Lu Fan's big hand out from under her skirt with a seductive look, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out in her Ferrari. The wind stopped and the rain ceased, and Lu Ruyan lay limply in Lu Fan's arms. The messy hair was stuck to her delicate and beautiful face because of the sweet sweat. Only then did Lu Ruyan's soul return to her body. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, even though she was bold, she felt so embarrassed that her whole body went limp. Lu Fan smacked his lips and savored the taste for a while before sitting up and taking the bag from the bedside. The bag contained 3 martial arts secrets manuals. Lu Fan had watched a lot of TV, so he naturally understood that internal strength was the foundation of all kung fu. He directly took out the secret book of Bei Ming Divine Art and started reading it. Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to him, looked at Lu Fan's operation with a silly expression. The woman even suspected that Lu Fan had become stupid again. Have you ever seen any normal person ignore such a beautiful and sexy campus beauty and go to take a look at a fake martial arts secret book? Lu Fan, how about, let's go to bed early? You must be tired. Lu Ruyan whispered softly in Lu Fan's ear, but after venting his anger, Lu Fan was obviously more interested in the secret book in his hand. You go to sleep first. I'm hoping to master peerless martial arts and become a master-level martial arts expert. And I heard that practicing martial arts is not only good for fighting, but it can also increase a man's fighting power. When the time comes, I will put you and Lu Mengran together, and the 3 of us can study and unlock some new postures together. Bah! How shameless! Lu Ruyan spat in embarrassment and anger. She had been tormented by Lu Fan just now and was already extremely sleepy. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes drowsily and soon fell asleep. At this time, Lu Fan was like a possessed man, reading the Bei Ming Divine Art secret book engraved with the words People's Publishing House over and over again. The secret manual was filled with obscure and difficult to understand words, and some of the pictures were maps of meditation and meridian circulation routes. All this difficult knowledge seemed to be enlightened in Lu Fan's mind, allowing him to understand the meaning instantly. This was also the reason why he was not interested in Lu Ruyan just now. He can sleep with the school bell at any time, but the magical power must be cultivated as soon as possible. By then, with the magical power in hand, the world will be his, and he will be able to deal with those dangers when he encounters them again. Since it was the weekend, Lu Ruyan did not set the alarm clock and slept until noon before opening her beautiful eyes. Subconsciously reaching out to touch the head of the bed, but not feeling Lu Fan, Lu Ruyan sighed in disappointment. Ah, in his heart, I am just a scheming woman who is always available. I guess his tenderness only blooms for Lu Mengran. Lu Ruyan sat up, and the next second she was shocked by the scene in front of her and turned into an emoticon. Lu Fan, wearing only a pair of underwear, was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a solemn look. Lu Fan's face was facing the sunlight coming in through the window. From Lu Ruyan's position, she could only vaguely see his profile. The most amazing thing was that there was a ball of white mist swirling above Lu Fan's head. The mist was floating above his head like a rootless hat, looking extremely magical. A faint stench came, and Lu Ruyan was shocked to find that the source of the stench was actually Lu Fan's body. Looking closely, black substances were coming out of Lu Fan's body, and the source of the stench was these black substances. This is... Lu Ruyan widened her eyes in shock. In today's information-rich world, there is nothing that cannot be seen on the internet. She had vaguely guessed Lu Fan's situation. The next second, her eyes suddenly looked towards the binding divine art secret book on the ground. Chapter 48, Sharp Change. Lu Ruyan sat on the bed, not daring to breathe, just staring at Lu Fan with stupid eyes. She didn't even notice the thin quilt slipped off her body, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. There was a loud roar coming from Lu Fan's mouth and nose. In the face of Lu Ruyan's shocked expression, all the mist above his head strangely went into his mouth and nose. Call. The next second, Lu Fan exhaled a puff of foul air from his mouth, and then he slowly opened his eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Lu Ruyan clearly saw a gleam of light flash across his eyes. Northern Sea Divine Art. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan stood up with a big laugh, and as soon as he stood up he discovered something different about himself. The surface of the body is covered with a layer of black substance that emits a foul odor, which is clearly the impurities discharged from the human body after washing the hair and marrow. He didn't really care about these things, mainly because at this moment there was an astonishing power erupting in his body, and a faint energy was flowing through his blood vessels and meridians. Lu Fan felt that even if there was a cow standing in front of him, he could kill it with one punch. He had never felt so energetic in his life. He raised his head and wanted to yell to vent his joy, but when he looked up, he remembered that this was an apartment, and if he yelled, he would be in trouble immediately. Lu Fan, you have changed so much. Lu Ruyan looked stupidly at Lu Fan, who had changed so much in front of her. How could a person change so much overnight? First of all, his height must have increased by several centimeters. Also, his body was only considered healthy before, but now Lu Fan's body exudes a masculine beauty everywhere. In particular, although the muscles on his body are not exaggerated, they are very well proportioned, and the proportions of his body lines are perfect and attractive. As Lu Ruyan looked at it, she suddenly blushed. She had never thought that a man's body could be so beautiful. Damn, why does it stink so bad? Lu Fan's hearing, smell and vision were extremely sensitive at this time. The stench coming from his body kept drilling into his nose. He screamed and rushed to the bathroom. When he arrived at the bathroom and pulled the door handle, the stainless steel wrought iron door handle broke directly under his pull. The door handle made a snapping sound and the screws on it flew out. Fuck, am I that fierce now? Lu Fan looked at the half-door handle in his hand in shock. He subconsciously exerted force with his big hand and actually deformed the door handle. I have mastered my martial arts skills overnight. Could it be that I am a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Or is it all thanks to the system that I have reached this point? After staring blankly for several minutes, Lu Fan carefully walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet and began to wash the stains on his body. Come here, Lu Damantu, and rub my back. I'll let you feel the fighting power of my supernatural powers. Lu Ruyan finally came back to her senses from her shock and looked at the book on Beiming Divine Art on the ground again. She put on a small top and shorts and walked into the bathroom carefully. It took more than 10 minutes to clean the impurities on Lu Fan's body. Early in the morning was the time when he was full of energy, and it was also the time when his magical powers had reached their peak. How could Lu Fan let Lu Ruyan go? So as he was washing, the meaning changed and he started bathing the campus beauty Lu. Facts have proved that mastering magical skills can really greatly enhance a man's ability in that area. Lu Ruyan, who was lying on the bed with a look of despair on her face, was the best proof of this. It was already past 10 in the morning, and Lu Fan had been doing this for an hour or two. Lu Ruyan almost fainted at this time. Lu Fan was obviously completely different from last night. She felt that she could still handle Lu Fan last night. He was just a little tired at most. But this morning, Lu Fan turned into a Superman. His physique and strength were so strong that she had no power to fight back. Lu Ruyan glanced at Lu Fan with a resentful expression, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was tortured so miserably by him, Lu Fan felt a little guilty. He had just achieved great success in his magical powers and forgot to restrain himself in his excitement. Damn it, I must be gentler next time. After covering Lu Ruyan with the quilt, Lu Fan left leisurely. Walking out of Lu Ruyan's apartment building and coming outside, Lu Fan felt even more different. It was as if the whole world had changed overnight. Lu Fan took a step forward excitedly. His figure flashed and he took one step directly across a distance of several meters and knocked over a trash can, and then fell headfirst into the trash can. Fuck. Is this guy crazy? What era is this? Do you have to rob to pick up trash? An old man who was scavenging next to the trash can looked at Lu Fan in confusion. Lu Fan quickly climbed out of the trash can, and with such force he actually tore the brand new trash can apart. Young man, how difficult is it for you? You're actually sprinting 100 meters to grab my garbage? I stole your garbage? How can I, a billionaire, steal your garbage? Lu Fan cleaned up the garbage on his body and looked at the old man who was picking up rubbish in front of him with an innocent face. Uncle, I said, I had supernatural powers and I couldn't control my speed, so I crashed into you. Do you believe me? Just as Lu Fan was about to explain, a man in a security uniform walked over from a distance. Don't leave, young man. You will be fined 500 yuan for damaging the community's public facilities. When Lu Fan saw this, his face turned black and he ran away. He didn't care about the 500 yuan, but it was a shameful thing to do. After a few flashes, Lu Fan's figure disappeared. His speed was so fast that even a 100-meter sprinter could only sigh in despair. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Lu Fan hardly went out and stayed in his apartment to practice. He had forgotten all about the 2 campus beauties. During these 3 days, he had mastered the Beiming divine art to perfection. He could feel a stream of internal energy flowing through his body at all times, and he felt an overwhelming sense of powerful strength. Moreover, he had also practiced a Yang finger and Ling Bo Wei Bu quite well. By now, Lu Fan was certain that he had nothing to do with that martial arts genius. The fact that he was able to cultivate martial arts was entirely due to the blessing of the system. Even in Jin Yong's martial arts novels, there was no one who could cultivate as fast as him. Lu Fan washed away the impurities from his body again. The self in the mirror looked tall, handsome and strong, with muscles that were angular but not exaggerated at all. Cultivation not only got rid of his silly appearance, but also greatly improved his temperament. Lu Fan now has a more ethereal temperament, which makes people feel close to him when they see him. Especially his height, which has increased from a little over 1.7 meters to about 1.8 meters. With his 8-pack abdominal muscles, he is definitely a top-notch handsome guy. After putting on his clothes, Lu Fan found that all his clothes had become too small to wear. He had no choice but to wear a loose white shirt and jeans when going out. I haven't eaten for a whole day, but I don't feel hungry. This magical skill really has many uses. Lu Fan rubbed his stomach. It had been more than 20 hours since he last went out, but he didn't feel hungry at all. Chapter 49. Excellent teacher Zhou Bagwang. When he opened his phone, he saw several messages caring about him. Especially the campus beauty Lu Mengran, who sent several messages of concern and greetings in a row. This was the first time in Lu Fan's memory that someone other than his relatives cared about him. Lu Ruyan also sent a message, and asked in a worried tone if he was okay. It seems that I am quite charming. These 2 school beauties are always concerned about me. Lu Fan muttered to himself narcissistically. Just as I was about to go to the cafeteria to eat something, my aunt Lu Fanghua called. Aunt Xiao Fan, tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. Get ready at noon tomorrow and I'll take you back to celebrate his birthday. Is the old man celebrating his birthday? Lu Fan's brows were furrowed into a shape of a character. The grandfather in his memory was very unfamiliar, but his grandmother left a very deep impression on him. Of course, this is deeply negative, because this grandmother is the hind milk, who was found by grandfather after grandmother passed away. His grandfather has so many descendants, and he, Lu Fan, is a fool, so you can imagine what kind of treatment he will encounter. Although he didn't want to meet the old guy, it would be nice to meet his relatives who had cheated him of all his property. Thinking of this, Lu Fan directly agreed to his aunt, and tomorrow's schedule was set. Just as Lu Fan reached the door of the apartment, a car suddenly braked and stopped in front of him. The car was less than half a meter away from him. If it had moved a little further forward, it would have hit him. Lu Fan was about to lose his temper when a tall man rushed out from the cab. The man ignored Lu Fan's sprinting speed and came to the passenger seat and opened the door. A young woman in innocent clothes got out of the car and looked at the apartment building in front of her with curiosity. Guang, is this your teacher's dormitory building? It's quite luxurious here. Of course. Our school is a nationally renowned key university. As a physical education teacher in the school, I am assigned a separate apartment. This is the capital city. Living in a free apartment is a dream for many people. Guang showed off to the woman with a proud look on his face, and the 2 of them simply ignored Lu Fan, who was standing next to them with an angry look on his face. This scene instantly ignited Lu Fan's anger. Not only did you almost bump into me and didn't apologize, you also treated me like air and ignored me. I haven't gone out for a day, and when I go out you guys show me your love. Seeing Guang holding the woman's hand and walking towards the apartment building, Lu Fan's eyes rolled and a sinister idea came to his mind. Zhou Bagwan, stop right there. The tall man who was about to leave shuddered, turned around and glared at Lu Fan angrily. What he hates most in his life is people calling him by his full name. You can figure out the reason yourself. Which department are you from? If you don't know how to yell at the teacher, just shut up. I'll deduct your credits. Lu Fan didn't even bother with him. The person who could deduct his credits in this school hadn't been born yet. Besides, it was just credits. What use was that to him? Lu Fan walked up to the two of them and stretched out his hand to the woman with a smile on his face. Hello, beautiful lady, I am a student of this school. May I ask what is your relationship with this week's stripping? We are a blind date, classmate, are you okay? The woman stretched out her hand with a confused look on her face and shook hands with Lu Fan. The main reason was that the boy in front of her was not only tall, handsome and sunny, but also had a very attractive temperament. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Blind date? Then I will definitely ruin your date today. And seeing this guy leading his blind date into the apartment, any man knows the story that follows, because this is exactly what young Master Lu likes. So you're my blind date. Sister, you probably only knew Zhou Bagwan for a few days. As a student of this school, I think it's necessary for me to introduce our teacher Zhou to you. Oh? Could it be that Guang is also an excellent teacher in your school? The woman was obviously interested. She and Zhou Bagwan had only known each other for 3 days. But this man who asked her to call him a Guang was tall and handsome, and he was also a physical education teacher at Long University. To be honest, she was very satisfied with him. However, Zhou Bagwan next to him frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sister, you are right. Teacher Zhou is truly a model of an excellent teacher at Longda. Lu Fan pinched his thigh hard, trying not to laugh out loud, and then said something that made Zhou Bagwan's eyes spit fire. Sister, you've seen it too. Teacher Zhou is tall and mighty, but he is greedy, lustful, and has a petty mind. Mr. Zhou's favorite thing to do is to use his status as a teacher to force students to buy him cigarettes and alcohol, especially girls. I don't know how many girls have been taken advantage of by him, but because of his status as a teacher, they have to endure the humiliation with tears. Sister, you haven't looked at his phone, have you? He has more than 20 gigabytes of Sakura Country love and action movies stored in his phone. They are all the hottest movies in Tokyo. Don't spit blood at me, you bastard. Zhou Bagwan's old face turned dark in an instant. The woman in front of him had a Beijing household registration. He was about to catch her, but at this critical moment, Cheng Jiaojin suddenly appeared and ruined his reputation. How could he tolerate this? Mr. Zhou is right, not because of his loud voice. Your reputation is known to the whole school. I didn't lie about the 20+ GB movie. That's all in the past. Why are you bringing it up, you bastard? Zhou Bagwan glanced guiltily at the woman next to him and reached out to pull her, but the woman took a step back with a vigilant look on her face to avoid his big hand. Keep going, classmate. Okay, sister, I didn't make up the story about teacher Zhou's 20+ GB movie. When Mr. Zhou was teaching physical education class, he asked the girls to line up and do gymnastics, while he hid under a shady tree and watched movies admiring the girls' beautiful bodies. Later, a girl fell down and he went up to take advantage of her. No. He went up to help her up, and that's when he put his phone on the ground. It was a boy who saw the wonderful footage played on his phone, and then the news that Mr. Zhou had more than 20 gigabytes of movies stored on his phone leaked out. Sister, do you know the origin of the name Zhou Bagwan? Isn't that the number 8? The woman looked confused. Wrong, it means stripping them naked, because teacher Zhou likes to have girls train on hot days, and it's nice to watch them take off their clothes. The woman took 2 steps back again, and her expression showed a hint of disgust as she looked at Zhou Bagwan. Sister, Mr. Zhou actually has his merits. He is very keen on comforting the empty and lonely hearts of left-behind women, and he has devoted a lot of hard work and sweat to this end. There is a dorm manager in the female dormitory. She is separated from her husband because of work. It was teacher Zhou who sympathized with her loneliness and invited her to the apartment to comfort the old lady's broken heart. By the way, the dorm manager is over 50 years old and is seriously overweight. What? He can even eat something like this? The woman widened her eyes in shock and looked at Zhou Bagwan in disbelief. Zhou Bagwan's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He pointed at Lu Fan and was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Chapter 50, Comforting the Hearts of Left Behind Women. Lu Fan sneered and reached out to push Zhou Bagwang's fingers aside. The huge force made Zhou Bagwang stagger and he almost fell to the ground. Sister, you see, although Teacher Zhou looks tall and strong, he is actually very weak. I haven't even used any strength yet, and he's almost flying out. Where were we just now? Oh, right, comforting the lonely, empty, and hurt hearts of left behind women. There is an auntie serving food in the school cafeteria. Teacher Zhou goes there every now and then to discuss cooking tips with her. She also locks the door and won't come out for more than 10 minutes. Isn't this enough to prove that Teacher Zhou has a wide range of interests? In fact, Teacher Zhou has also made great contributions to protecting the environment and keeping it clean. There is a cleaning lady in the school. Teacher Zhou often asks her to go to the sports equipment storage room to clean alone. She even brings Durex with her. The students later went to the storage room to get something and found that the hygiene had not been changed at all. However, there was a water stain on the gymnastics mat and a balloon in the trash can. In fact, Teacher Zhou often cares for girls who have fallen into misfortune, and has made unparalleled contributions to the cause of rescuing girls who have fallen into misfortune in my country. Every time when he gets his salary, Mr. Zhou goes to the alleys in Beijing to help fallen girls, using his sincerity and love to influence those girls who have ended up in the alleys because of their poor family conditions. Also, Mr. Zhou gave bad reviews on online shopping websites just to extort 30 or 50 yuan from people. After ordering takeout, I will prepare a cockroach in advance. You can figure out what it is, sister. Teacher Zhou also has an elegant nickname, Zhou Ba Pai, which means that whoever walks in front of him will have a layer of skin peeled off. Even when the cleaning truck passing by, he would chase after it and take out a handful. Oh. It's time for dinner. I'm going to eat, so I won't delay you two from going to the apartment to get a room. But sister, you must take safety measures when you check into a room with Teacher Zhou. I heard from classmates that Teacher Zhou hid in the bathroom and made a phone call about something poisonous or something. The woman in front of him had already turned pale with anger from Lu Fan's words, and the look she gave Zhou Bagwang was filled with disgust, nausea, and disdain. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Fan ran away in accordance with the principle of doing good deeds without leaving an aim. Behind him, Zhou Bagwang pointed at his back and started cursing at him. His curses were so vicious. The woman simply turned around and left, not even bothering to say a word to him. Xiao Feng, don't leave. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is slandering me. You haven't even been to my apartment to watch me perform a backflip. Look at your sister, Zhou has stripped us naked and we are done for. Lu Fan walked into the cafeteria and unexpectedly ran into the campus beauty Lu Mengran again. Lu Mengran and the other three looked at Lu Fan, who seemed familiar yet unfamiliar to them, and were all stunned. Lu Fan, how did you change so much? Lu Mengran covered her mouth and widened her eyes, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Not only did Lu Fan's height increase by nearly 10 centimeters at this time, but the ethereal aura on his body was particularly eye-catching, making people feel that this person was extraordinary at first glance. Moreover, after several times of hair removal and marrow removal, not only does this guy have a perfect figure, but his skin has also become whiter and more lustrous. His skin is the envy of all girls, and it is an effect that no cosmetics can achieve. Mengran darling, the four of you go find a seat and sit down. I'll go get you some food. Lu Fan smiled triumphantly, pushed Lu Mengran away from the line, and rushed to the food window. The lady who serves the food is still the walking dryer, a healthy Parkinson's. When she saw Lu Fan coming, although she was surprised at how much Lu Fan had changed, the old lady didn't take it seriously at all. He casually gave Lu Fan 2 spoonfuls of meat and wanted to send him away. This time, Lu Fan was on a mission with 5 people. Not enough. Bring me a basin to fill up 5 people. No, the cafeteria rules cannot be broken. I can't give you that much. Have you forgotten how to write the 3 words pi yen z? I spend my own money on my meals. You can beat me as much as you want. If you keep on whining, I'll call my aunt over. Don't. The aunt who was serving food turned pale and instantly became dejected. It was just serving food. Was it necessary to disturb the principal every time? Lu Fan brought 5 servings of food to Lu Mengran and the others. The amount of food was so abundant that it was beyond their imagination. Wow, Lu Fan, did you cure that old lady's Parkinson's? There's so much meat that I can't even find any vegetables. It would have been fine if Mao Lily didn't say anything, but as soon as this girl opened her mouth, Lu Fan's eyes were fixed on her. It seems this chick still owes me a back rub. Ma Lily felt guilty when she saw his eyes. She probably guessed what Lu Fan was thinking and didn't dare to breathe. Lu Fan, you haven't told me what happened to you yet. Why have you changed so much? Lu Mengran, who was beside Lu Fan, looked at him carefully in shock. Li Chen and He Lu also stared at him with wide eyes. Before, Lu Fan was a little silly. Although he was a bit handsome, he was known as a fool. Lu Fan is now even more handsome than the school hunk, and his aura is even more eye-catching. Li Chen, He Lu, and Ma Lily blushed and their hearts beat fast. Hee, I'm in my second growth spurt. What do you think, my dear Mengran? Am I worthy of you now? Lu Fan posed in a handsome and cocky way, which made Lu Mengran's eyes light up. Who doesn't like their other half to be excellent? Lu Fan is so outstanding that she can look forward to it when she brings him out. Lu Fan, you are already an adult, how is it possible that you are still developing again? This is the benefit of practicing. Do you still remember the 3 martial arts secret manuals I bought last time? I have spent all my energy these days on them. Unfortunately, the 4 girls didn't believe his truth at all. What era is this? He was still talking about martial arts secrets. Do you think you are telling stories to 3-year-old children? Hey. Lu Fan smiled mysteriously, stretched out his right index finger with it pointing downwards, circulated the internal energy in his body, and gently poked the table. Puff! The next second, a white light that was invisible to the naked eye shot out from his fingers. The stainless steel tabletop made a creepy muffled sound, and he actually poked a small hole in the tabletop. Wow! Lu Mengran and the other 3 stared at the small hole on the table in amazement. This was a stainless steel tabletop and it would probably not break even if you hit it with a hammer. Ma Lily was so shocked that she grabbed Lu Fan's big hand and looked at it carefully. The hand felt no different from that of an ordinary person, so how could it possibly pierce through the stainless steel tabletop? Hey. I know I'm incredibly charming right now, but Sister Lily, you should at least pay attention to the occasion. If you really can't help it, let's finish eating and go to your dormitory to study the structure of the human body and the process of reproduction together. Bah! Go to hell, you big pervert! Ma Lily glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, then lowered her head and began to eat the food in front of her. Chapter 51, The God of Chaos Dances with the Demons. The 4 girls finished their lunch while staring at the hole on the table. They had already been prepared for the strange events that happened to Lu Fan, so it was not that difficult for them to accept them. Lu Fan picked up the chopsticks and ate his fill in minutes. He sat there admiring the elegant dining posture of Lu Mengran, the campus beauty. When he turned around, he saw the express box and the plastic bag that Lu Mengran was holding. The QR code above was very conspicuous. He rolled his eyes and reached out to take out the paper box. Lu Fan, these are the phone cases that the 4 of us bought online. Lu Mengran was halfway through her words when she saw Lu Fan take out his cell phone with his eyes shining. The 4 girls instantly understood what he was going to do. Sure enough, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to receive a red envelope, and a big red envelope of 666 was directly deposited into his account. Look at the way he does it. Giving out the red envelopes is as easy as taking a laxative and going to the toilet. This scene once again stunned Lu Mengran and the other 3 sisters. The hot-tempered Ma Lily took out her new Fruit 16 mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the box. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Ma Lily still pouted helplessly when she saw the words "Congratulations on winning the super prize of 500,000" displayed on it. Lu Fan scanned again, and another 660 red envelopes were deposited into his account. He scanned more than 10 times before the words "red envelopes have been received" appeared. Damn, I'm so poor. I only received 10,000 yuan. When Lu Fan looked up, he saw 4 pairs of murderous eyes in front of him. Lu Fan, do you still have any shame? You can earn 10,000 yuan in the time it takes to eat a meal, and you're still dissatisfied with that? That's right, at least you should consider our feelings. We have tempers too. I really want to throw this unfinished meal on your face. When he saw that he had angered everyone, he quickly forced a smile and apologized. Let's go shopping this afternoon. At worst, I can buy you a piece of clothing each. Shop? Lu Mengran and the other 3 looked at each other and saw expectation in each other's eyes. As expected, money is the omnipotent thing. The resentment of the 4 girls disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the long-lost system voice suddenly came to Lu Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for being cheated 30 times. 30 points have met the lottery requirements. Would the host like to start the lottery? Lu Fan was stunned by this huge surprise and it took him a few seconds to react. Draw the lottery. Hurry up and draw the lottery for me. I'm waiting so long that the flowers are almost withered. Lu Fan checked the system panel in his mind with ecstasy, and sure enough, the 30 points displayed on it just corresponded to the requirements for the next lottery. He then remembered that he had not had any points credited to his account in the past 3 days, and his previous points had already reached 29. He just scanned the code to make up that 1 point. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill Chaos Finger. Skills? Skills again? Lu Fan quickly closed his eyes and checked the system panel, and was stunned when he saw it. Host, Lu Fan. Title, The World's #1 Idiot. Number of times cheated, 30 times. Points, 30 points. Skills, a dirty finger, a confusing finger. Lu Fan quickly checked the skill introduction of the Chaos Finger below. He was so excited that he jumped up and yelled. The host only needs to stretch out his finger, point it at the target and shout 1 finger of chaos, 1 devil dances wildly, and the locked object will instantly fall into an illusion, dancing its body according to the craziest scenes in its heart, and the dance will last for 3 minutes. Please note that the Chaos God Finger can only be used 3 times a day. This draw is over. The points for the next draw will be 50 points. The system fell silent again, and Lu Fan opened his eyes. A face as big as a basin came into view, which scared Lu Fan so much that he shouted shit in his heart and quickly stood up and jumped back. Turning around, he saw that Lu Mengran and the others had already finished their meal and left, and a familiar fat girl appeared in front of him. Isn't this fat girl the one who was hit by the chalk thrown by Professor Xiong when Lu Mengran was in class? The key point is that this little fat girl was staring at Lu Fan's face with an infatuated look on her face, and she was looking at him from a very close distance without any concealment. This was what made Lu Fan feel the most uncomfortable. If this girl had moved a little closer, I would have kissed her. If they really kissed, Lu Fan would probably puke out all the food he had just swallowed. Would you like to date, little brother? The fat girl pinched her index finger with a shy look on her face, and the foundation on her face fell off when she spoke, which made Lu Fan feel nauseous. I'm dating your sister. Lu Fan left after saying a few words. The fat girl's voice came from behind him. Brother, don't leave. You can also ask my sister out. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. My sister goes to the school next door. Lu Fan, who was running far away, staggered suddenly and almost fell to the ground due to the shock of these words. The next second he accelerated out of the cafeteria and rushed into the girls' dormitory with gritted teeth. You rumkey. As the largest logistics and trading area in Longwa, millions of logistics are sent to various parts of Longwa every day. Ren Xiaoquan's company is located here, in the urban village with the most mixed population. At this time, Ren Xiaoquan was pointing at 4 employees in anger, because just now, there was a loophole in the program they set up, and someone actually scanned the code again to receive a red envelope and took away 10,000 yuan. One night a few days ago, a loophole appeared in their program, and as a result, someone used up all the 200,000 yuan in his card using red envelopes. Just a few days after this incident, a system loophole appeared again, and someone swiped away another 10,000. How could Ren Xiaoquan not be angry? Assholes, if something like this happens again, all of you get the hell out of here, or I won't pay you a penny. Boss, the person who swept our red envelopes twice seems to be the same person. What? Ren Xiaoquan was stunned by what an employee said, and he rushed to the computer to check. It turned out to be true. The person who took away more than 200,000 yuan in red envelopes from him twice was actually the same person. Boss, I suspect this guy is a skilled hacker. He modified our program, which led to the red envelopes being taken away. Damn it, check his IP. He made me over 200,000. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Ren Xiaoquan gave the order with a cold face, and a girl's timid voice came from behind him. Boss, your takeaway has arrived. It's all vegetarian. The 4 employees glanced at the boss secretly with strange expressions. All the money in the boss's card had been cleared, resulting in him not being able to afford to order meat dishes. It is said that Lu Fan rushed into Lu Mengran's dormitory with great momentum, and this time he met Li Mei, who bullied them last time. Li Mei, relying on her strong physique and strong personality, pointed at Lu Mengran and the others and started scolding them. Only after Lu Fan got closer did he understand. It turned out that this woman became famous because of the video of her shit leaking last time. She was sure that the video was uploaded by Lu Mengran and others, so she came to cause trouble. Chapter 52 Sister-in-law shakes with me. In fact, many people recorded videos that day, but Mao Lily and a few others made preparations in advance and recorded the most complete video. Seeing that Li Mei's curses were getting more and more unpleasant, Lu Fan pushed the crowd away and walked over. Li Mei, it's time for me to pay you back, right? You should have received the notice of the lawsuit. Do you want to pay me back or go to court? Lu Fan stood in front of Li Mei with a smile on his face. This woman looked okay and had a very tall figure, but the expression on her face was too fierce, which made people feel disgusted at first sight. At this time, Lu Fan was already a big guy over 1.8 meters tall, and his aura instantly suppressed Li Mei's arrogance. Faced with the tough Lu Fan, Li Mei took a step back guiltily. Lu Fan, I'll give you the money. She did receive a notice from the court, and she had recently prepared the money. If she went to court for $3,000, her studies would probably be affected. Li Mei swiped 3,000 yuan for Lu Fan in front of everyone. Lu Fan then regretfully asked Lu Xiaoyan to drop the lawsuit. Even if the money was paid back, he would not get any benefit from going to court. With Lu Fan's support, Li Mei naturally didn't dare to do anything to Lu Mengran and the others. The woman left after saying something harsh. Looking at Lu Mengran, who had an ugly face after being scolded, how could Lu Fan let her go so easily? It just so happens that I don't know the power of the skill I just acquired, so I can test it on this woman. Thinking of this, Lu Fan stretched out his finger and slowly pointed at Li Mei's back. Lu Mengran and others behind him instantly widened their eyes. Lu Fan's ability to control shit was so shocking that Mao Lily immediately took out her cell phone and turned on the recording function. However, the imagined scene of falling to the ground and shitting did not appear. Li Mei's body suddenly froze, and then she closed her eyes and hummed the dynamic rhythm of Arabati, and began to twist her body frantically. The key point is that she was twisting and tearing her clothes at the same time. This eye-catching scene directly shocked several female classmates in the corridor. They stared at Li Mei's performance with wide eyes. Lu Fan's eyes widened because Li Mei was dancing wildly and twisting her hot body. Sister-in-law, shake with me. Move and hit. Li Mei suddenly changed her attitude. She raised one hand above her head and pulled her skirt with the other hand. Her body was twisting wildly and she was yelling loudly. Is this a change of song? Lu Fan looked at the woman dancing wildly in a daze. Only then did she understand what the system introduction meant. This was just a crazy dance. Fuck! Lu Fan exclaimed and opened his mouth again in shock. It turned out that Li Mei had already started tearing her clothes. Lu Fan's eyes almost popped out. This is too exciting. Lu Fan licked his tongue and his eyes widened. Blinking at this time would be a huge loss. Although Li Mei was a bit fierce, her figure was impeccable, and she was at the youthful age of around 20 years old. Seeing her, Lu Fan's blood boiled, and he wanted to hug the campus beauty Lu and rush into the dormitory. What's going on with Lu Fan? Lu Mengran frowned and felt a little jealous because her boyfriend was staring at another woman with green eyes. Fuck! So fierce. Lu Fan didn't have the time to answer her. He even felt that his eyes were not enough on Li Mei. The scene was already a little exaggerated. The girls around were blushing and dared not look up. Only some girls with strong personalities were holding up their mobile phones and taking pictures with great interest. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was the only boy who could appreciate this scene. Opposite the female dormitory building was the teaching building, and there was no one in the teaching building on weekends. Those who recorded the video would definitely blur it before posting it, otherwise the style would far exceed the 18+ mark. Lu Fan, let's go back. Lu Mengran was too embarrassed to watch any longer. This scene was really beyond her imagination. How could a young girl be so unrestrained? Lu Fan was reluctantly dragged by Lu Mengran towards the dormitory. While walking, his thieving eyes were still fixed on Li Mei. Oh my god. Lu Fan stopped again because Li Mei changed the song again. At this moment, the twisting of her body was almost to the point of madness, and she was completely immersed in her own world. Lu Fan had been pulled to the dormitory door by Lu Mengran, but his feet felt like they were stuck with nails and he could no longer move. At this moment, the madly dancing Li Mei finally stopped. Lu Fan estimated the time, which was about 3 minutes, and he thought the skill would just expire. Sure enough, Li Mei opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. The next second she seemed to remember something. Her face turned pale and she let out an extremely shrill scream. She broke open the door of her dormitory and rushed in like a madman. Bang! The door of Li Mei's dormitory was tightly shut, and the sound of her crying could be clearly heard from inside. The show ended here, and Lu Fan also had a general understanding of this new skill. Both of my skills are the kind of prank skills. They won't kill people, but they can make people lose face. Whenever I think about them, I feel so embarrassed that I want to pick my feet. Last time she shit in the corridor in front of her classmates, and this time she danced striptease in front of so many people. These two experiences are enough to make Li Mei unforgettable for a lifetime. The crowd watching the excitement in the corridor finally dispersed, and Lu Fan was pulled back to the dormitory by Lu Mengran with a look of reluctance. What happened to Lu Fan just now? Lu Mengran pressed Lu Fan onto the chair, staring at his handsome face in shock. Mao Lily and the other two girls also gathered around him, the four of them looking like curious babies. I'm lucky. I recently awakened a new superpower, and I just used it for the first time. What? You've awakened another superpower? Lu Fan, why are all the superpowers you awaken so abnormal? Lu Mengran and the other three looked at each other in shock. They pointed at the other person and started stripping crazily. How could there be such a perverted superpower in this world? This happened in the girls' dormitory. If someone were hit like this in class, the consequences would probably be worse than killing them. In fact, this ability is just to awaken the craziest side of a person's heart, not just to do a striptease. The woman Li Mei danced so coquettishly just now, which can only mean that she has experienced this kind of scene before, or that she likes it in her heart. Lu Fan's words left Lu Mengran and the other three speechless. Li Mei must have wanted to die now, as she had performed a striptease in front of so many female classmates, and it was even recorded by many people. Chapter 53, Bathing in the Girls' Dormitory. If this video gets out, it might lead to another college girls' striptease scandal. Lu Fan, let me ask you something. Does your ability to control shit have any other functions? What's the meaning? Lu Fan looked at Lu Mengran in confusion. Could it be that this girl wanted him to control her shit and do some fancy things with it? An image appeared in Lu Fan's mind, a handstand, a jumping. Lu Fan, you probably don't know either. Li Mei's face was covered with acne before. She would put on thick foundation to cover it up every time she went out. But last time she pooped at the door, all the pimples on her face disappeared, and the dark spots on her face also disappeared. Her skin is getting better and better. Lu Fan, don't you think she is getting more and more beautiful? Her skin is getting better and she is more confident. We live next door to her dormitory, so we are naturally the most aware of her changes. After discussing it among us, we feel that it was a blessing in disguise for her after you used your supernatural power on her last time. Lu Fan was stunned by Lu Mengran's words. He himself could not have imagined that this skill of playing a prank on others could have such unexpected benefits. Lu Fan, you should know that the reason why people get acne and spots is because the moisture, toxins and impurities in the body cannot be discharged, resulting in accumulation on the skin. After the last incident, Li Mei emptied her stomach and intestines all at once, so her skin got better. Oh my god, so my ability to control poop can also be used for beauty? Lu Fan said in shock with his mouth open, but the four girls actually nodded in unison. Lu Fan, you see Qianqian has been getting acne on her face for several years and it hasn't healed. It keeps coming back. Do you think you can? Lu Mengran pointed at Li Qian and whispered something. Lu Fan's eyes instantly widened. Is there anyone who would actively ask for shit to be sprayed? But after thinking about it, Lu Fan could understand. Li Qian had a slim figure, and as a member of the gymnastics team, her body was extremely flexible. However, she had 3 or 4 pimples on her face. She was embarrassed to go out without putting on makeup. Li Qian also looked at Lu Fan with an expression of both anticipation and worry. Sister Qianqian, are you serious? Lu Fan, I'm really annoyed by these pimples. You don't know how much money I've spent on them. I spend 2,000 yuan a month on living expenses, and I have to spend hundreds of dollars on acne every month, and it still can't cure the root cause. I can't control my acne if I eat something spicy. Speaking of acne, Li Qian has a face full of complaints. She probably doesn't worry about acne unless it appears on other people's faces. Sister Qianqian, you have to think carefully. I can't control this skill. Once I use it, you will definitely empty your intestines in a short period of time. And you will become exhausted and weak due to diarrhea. It will take at least a day for you to recover. It's okay. I can bear it. You can't understand the pain of my acne. Lu Fan had already expressed very clearly the power of his skill, but Li Chen did not hesitate at all. In that case, what else does Lu Fan have to say? Since you've made up your mind, Qian, then just pick a time to fix it. But I suggest you go to a hotel, otherwise your toilet will be blocked, and no one will be able to enter the dormitory. We still have to go to the hotel? Can't we stay in the dormitory? Li Qian looked a little embarrassed. This matter was embarrassing enough. Everyone in the dormitory was her sisters, so it was okay for her to be embarrassed. The dormitory has a squat toilet. You don't want to go to a hotel with a toilet. Are you planning to collapse into the aology? Forehead. Li Chen then realized that Lu Fan was thoughtful, but it would be too embarrassing to take this matter to a hotel. Lu Fan, how about we go to your apartment? After Qian is done, we sisters can help her back. Lu Mengran looked at Li Qian, who looked embarrassed, and suddenly a good idea came to her mind. There was a toilet in Lu Fan's apartment. Okay, my wife has spoken, what can I say? Fuck you, who is your wife? Lu Fan called her wife in front of several good girlfriends, which made Lu Mengran so embarrassed that she crawled directly onto her bed with a red face. Oh, it's so hot, I sweat as soon as I move. I have to go take a good shower. I haven't taken a shower in the girls' dormitory yet. Lu Fan's eyes rolled, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The four girls stared at his shameless behavior in amazement, but no one dared to speak up to stop him. Lu Fan walked to the bathroom door and turned to look at Mao Lily. Sister Lily, come down and rub my back later. Lu Fan, I'm not available today. Mao Lily's face turned red instantly. What she was most afraid of now was that Lu Fan would bring up this matter. She didn't expect that this guy would remember it so much. It's inconvenient, don't make excuses for me. I don't need to remind you to accept the loss, right? I'm not going to circle and cross you. Does rubbing your back have anything to do with your convenience? Mao Lily looked around helplessly, and finally looked at Lu Mengran with a pleading look. Lu Fan, how about you be more generous and let this matter go? No, I value the spirit of contract the most. You should think it over carefully, can't spell Lu. If Mao Lily is not willing, then you can replace her. Lu Fan gave Lu Mengran a lewd smile, took off his shirt in front of the four girls, revealing a perfect, masculine and muscular upper body, then pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Lu Fan, you. Lu Mengran glared at his back in embarrassment, but she was not stupid. If she went in to rub his back, Lu Fan would never let her go. She would be the one who would be embarrassed. Thinking of this, she leaned over, took her cell phone, put on headphones and fell on the bed. I don't care anymore, let it go on as it pleases. Lily, look at Lu Fan's body. He is so manly, strong and masculine. You can go and get his back rubbed and feast your eyes. You won't lose out at all. Li Qian and He Lu surrounded Mao Lily and tried to persuade her. When Lu Fan took off his shirt just now, the four of them stared at him. Mao Lily was also a little moved. When she saw Lu Fan's body just now, it was the first time she saw the body of a man of the same age, and her heart was beating fast. Li Qian was the only one in their dormitory who had a boyfriend, and they were in a long-distance relationship. Although they were curious about the opposite sex on weekdays, they didn't talk about the topic of the opposite sex much because of face. Now Lu Fan actually ran to their dormitory to take a shower. The moment he took off his shirt just now, the girls' eyes were shining. In fact, not only men like to look at beautiful women, but women also like to look at handsome men. Chapter 54, Shaving Pig Hair for Chinese New Year. The sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Lu Mengran was fine because she had seen the man inside before. However, Mao Lily and the other two kept imagining the scene inside in their minds, because the shabby little door could not block any sound at all. Sister Lily, change into some cooler clothes and don't let me look down on you. Lu Fan's urging voice came from the bathroom. Mao Lily blushed, gritted her teeth, and took off her thin coat. Mr. Lu, you are here. It's just a back rub. I have always shaved the pigs when I went home to slaughter them for the new year. I have seen all kinds of grand scenes. I have shaved more than a dozen pigs since I was a child. You are just a wild boar in front of me. Humph, I'll just treat it as shaving pig hair at home. Mao Lily gritted her teeth to give herself courage, pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. He Lu and Li Qian had already climbed onto their beds, but they also stretched their heads to look over here with curiosity. The two of them were already in a high position, looking over Mao Lily's body, so they could see Lu Fan in the bathroom clearly. It was not until the shocked Mao Lily was pulled in by Lu Fan's big hand that the sound of the door closing woke the two girls. The two looked at each other with blushing faces, their little hearts beating fast. Li Qian was so embarrassed that she reached out to pull up the curtain to block the view from outside. She was not a little girl anymore. She had tasted the forbidden fruit with her boyfriend before, and she often saw grown men with their bare chests in her rural hometown. But she had never seen a man's body that could be so attractive. The lines on Lu Fan's body could only be described as beautiful. His muscles were not at all explosive, and they looked as if they were sculpted by a magician. I secretly glanced at Lu Mengran. The careless Lu Mengran was actually listening to music with headphones on and eyes closed. She didn't take the back rubbing incidents seriously at all. This Mengran is really heartless. What kind of music are you listening to at the critical moment? You don't even care about your man. Li Qian and He Lu pricked up their ears curiously, but they only heard heavy breathing coming from the bathroom. He Lu didn't understand, but how could Li Qian, who had experienced this, not understand? Oh my god, this is a mess. Meng Ran's man is bullying Li Li. How can we separate this relationship in the future? Li Qian had some idea of what kind of men were. When a young and beautiful college student like Mao Lily was blocked in the bathroom, she knew what would happen just by using her toes. Lu Fan is a bastard who adheres to the principle of not taking advantage of a good opportunity. He has no intention of letting go of the fat meat that is delivered to his door easily. Both Lu Mengran and Mao Lily were somewhat naive. Lu Fan used his real actions to explain to them what it meant for a man to lie, even if the man was a fool. From the bathroom came Lu Fan's screams like a pig being slaughtered and Mao Lily's smug laughter. Mao Lily, are you really thinking you're going to shave the pig hair when you kill it? Be gentle, understand? Do you want to kill people for money? You pervert, you let me bully you. I just want you to know how powerful I am, so that you won't dare to take advantage of me in the future. Humph, you really thought I was easy to bully, now you're scared. I'm going to fight back now. If you dare to bully me, I will break up you and Meng Ran and let her find a new boyfriend. When Meng Ran falls into the arms of another man, you fool can go and cry. Ah, you bastard, how dare you? Li Qian and He Lu looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected that a mere bet would lead to such an exciting plot. This is simply a gathering of two happy enemies. And Mao Lily is worthy of being called a bully girl, she is so bold. Mao Lily slipped and fell to the ground, glaring at Lu Fan with an embarrassed and angry expression. Lu Fan squatted in front of her with a smile and pulled her little face in front of him, their eyes only a few centimeters apart. Mao Lily stared at the hateful face in front of her in horror, wishing she could pick up her slippers and slap him hard in the face. Sister Lily, please get out. Only the two of us know about this. If you don't tell them, they will think you just came in to rub their backs. You didn't reject me just now. If you had rejected me harshly, I would have stopped. Lu Fan's words made Mao Lily lower her head in shame again, and her little head almost touched the ground. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Fan blocked her mouth, meaning that she couldn't make any sound, so she didn't have the slightest chance to refuse. Thinking of this, Mao Lily glared at him again, then struggled to get up and opened the small door of the bathroom. Bang! Ah! Mao Lily screamed and turned back to glare at Lu Fan, her eyes looking as if she wanted to cut him into pieces and fry him in oil. What the hell are you staring at? Sister Lily is pretty good at scrubbing backs. After you graduate from college, you can consider working as a back scrubber in a bathhouse in northeast China. You'll definitely earn over 10,000 yuan a month. It's said that a college girl like you would definitely be very popular if you go to a back rub, especially in a men's bathhouse. Go to hell. You're the only one who's going to be a back scrubber. Your whole family is going to be back scrubbers. When you take a shower, the electricity will leak out and you, a pervert, will get electrocuted. Mao Lily ran away guiltily. Before closing the door, she glared at Lu Fan fiercely again. Lu Fan's proud singing voice could be heard from the bathroom, but to those people, the singing sounded extremely annoying. I love taking a bath with lots of bubbles, Leo Leo. Mao Lily lowered her head, the blush on her face spread to her neck. She was too guilty to dare to look at her three sisters. She climbed onto the bed in a panic and then secretly glanced at Lu Mengran opposite her. Lu Mengran lay on her side, revealing an extremely perfect curve. She wore headphones and listened to music leisurely, blocking out the outside world. Even when she came out, Lu Mengran didn't even look in her direction, as if she wasn't worried at all about what Lu Fan would do to her.
Mang Ran. Mang Ran you.
Lu Mengran, who was listening to the song, still looked indifferent. Mao Lily breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, but when she turned around, she found He Lu and Li Chen looking at her with a smirk on their faces.
The girl glared at them guiltily and reached out to draw the curtain.
You damn pervert, you're in big trouble this time. Hiding behind the curtain, Mao Lily's heart was pounding. In fact, she had no resistance to Lu Fan in her heart, otherwise she would not have really gone in to rub his back. She was not an innocent little girl and she must have thought about what would happen after entering. However, she did not expect Lu Fan to be so bold as to give her a social physiology lesson, which increased her knowledge. You bastard, if it weren't for the fact that you gave me a cell phone, clothes, and a big meal, I would never have forgiven you. Mao Lily found reasons to comfort herself. She lay on the bed and her mind couldn't help but wander. She fell asleep in a daze.
Chapter 55, A Slap on a Kid.
Lu Fan walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed and found that the curtains of the three girls were drawn. He climbed directly onto Lu Mengran's bed with his bare chest.
Hey Lu Fan, why are you here again? This bed is so small, how can it accommodate 2 people?
Lu Mengran took off her headphones and glared at Lu Fan in dissatisfaction, but still hid inside to make room for him. The small bed was indeed crowded for 2 people, and both of them had to press their bodies together to lie down.
He. Mengran baby, squeeze me to keep warm.
Warm yourself, you big-headed idiot.
It's almost summer, and you're telling me to keep warm? If you want to keep warm, why don't you wear a cotton padded jacket? And why aren't you wearing any clothes? This is a girls' dormitory. You're wearing pants now. Isn't it normal to be shirtless in such hot weather?
Lu Fan stretched out his big hands to hold the slender waist of the campus beauty Lu. Although he had a great time in the bathroom just now, he was so full that his eyes were full and his bird was starving that he was feeling very uncomfortable now. Seeing the beautiful face so close to him, Lu Fan leaned forward. Lu Mengran blushed and wanted to dodge, but the small bed made it difficult for her to turn over. After dodging a few times, she could only accept her fate and be bullied by Lu Fan. The dormitory is not that big, and if you breathe heavily, others can hear it. There is no way that the movements of the 2 of them can be hidden from the other 3 girls. What Lu Fan didn't know was that while he was touching the beauty of Lu University, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at him. They slept until 3 in the afternoon before the 5 of them left the dormitory. The weather was too hot, so Lu Fan just stripped down to his chest, with a white shirt casually draped over his shoulders. He put one big hand around Lu Mengran's waist and walked in front with a refreshed look. Mao Lily and the other 2 followed behind, keeping a distance from the 2 men. The 3 girls' eyes were always lingering on Lu Fan's perfect figure. Lily, you have 8-pack abs. When you were rubbing your back just now, didn't you rub the front? Did you do it secretly? Li Chen pulled Mao Lily and asked jokingly. Mao Lily blushed and reached out to scratch her nipples. You 2 are not allowed to mention the back rubbing thing again. It's so embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. I guess you must have touched it. Everyone wants to touch it. Didn't you see that the eyes of other girls along the way were glowing green? Mao Lily looked around and sure enough, all the girls passing by were secretly glancing at the bastard. Some of the bolder ones didn't even blink, and even had saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Lu Fan, you've changed so much, haven't you? Lu Mengran felt the deepest. She had been intimate with Lu Fan several times, so how could she not know what Lu Fan's body was like before? In just a few days, Lu Fan's body became extremely perfect. None of the handsome guys and muscular men he saw in the short videos could compare to him. He. This is the benefit of practicing. If I run into those bad guys again in the future, I will definitely slap each of them. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and waved it, and his palm made a loud bang. This scene stunned the campus beauty of Lu University. The 5 of them took a taxi to a shopping mall, and Lu Fan began his big shopping spree. Rather than saying that he was taking a few girls shopping, it would be more accurate to say that Lu Fan himself had run out of clothes or shoes to wear, and came here specifically to restock. As his body shape changed, all of his old clothes and shoes could no longer fit him. If he didn't get a new batch of clothes, he wouldn't even have enough clothes to change into. Lu Fan's purchasing posture made the 4 girls dumbfounded. Who would go shopping in a mall and buy goods desperately? The 4 of them were already covered with packaging bags of clothes and shoes. Lu Fan spent more than 200,000 yuan in this round of shopping. The main thing is that this kind of people don't even look at the price when buying things. As long as they like the style and the size are suitable, they will place an order directly. Mr. Liu, are you showing off your wealth to us? We know you are rich, but there is no need to do this, right? Mao Lily probably forgot about the previous back rubbing incident and complained to Lu Fan with a look of contempt. He. Sister Lily, do you want me to help you recall the scene of rubbing your back? Lu Fan's words made Mao Lily shut up. The girl glared at him viciously and her face instantly turned as red as an apple. Lu Mengran looked at Lu Fan with suspicion, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Lu Fan, did you take advantage of Lily? Lu Mengran knew best what kind of person Lu Fan was. She was fooled into going to bed by this idiot with just a kiss and a hug. My dear Mengran, you look down on me too much. I am a good youth of the new era, a civilized and law-abiding leader. How could I do such a dirty thing? Am I so unbearable in your heart? Seeing Lu Fan's dignified appearance, the campus beauty Lu was full of disdain. Lu Fan, do you still have any character? I was. Lu Mengran was halfway through her speech when she remembered that her three best friends were beside her, and she immediately blushed and shut her mouth. Hey, do you two have a story? Mao Lily and the other two looked at the two with curiosity, each of them with a face full of thirst for knowledge. Everyone sat in the milk tea shop to rest. Lu Fan called a runner to deliver the clothes and shoes he bought to the guard room of Long University. After sending all the things away, everyone felt relaxed. Otherwise, no one would be in the mood to go shopping with so many bags in their hands. I've finished shopping. Next, let's go to the women's clothing section. When they heard that they were going to the women's clothing area, the four girls' eyes lit up instantly. They have all personally experienced Lu Fan's generosity and magnanimity. Although he is a little lustful, it is understandable that every man is lustful. The four of them cell phones and clothes were all bought by Mr. Liu. Just as the five of them walked to a women's clothing store, Lu Mengran suddenly frowned and stopped with a look of disgust. Mao Lily and the other two nearby were also staring coldly at the young couple in front of them. When Lu Fan saw this situation, he immediately had a guess in his mind that Lu Mengran and the others might have a grudge against this couple. Sure enough, the couple also saw Lu Mengran and the others, especially the boy, who stared at Lu Fan with unfriendly eyes, making Lu Fan a little confused. Hey, isn't this my ex-girlfriend? I heard that you went out with the number one idiot in Long University recently. I didn't expect that the rumor turned out to be true. Ruani Qian, do you still have some shame? When did I ever become your girlfriend? You wrote and acted out all this yourself. Lu Mengran glared at the young man opposite with a sullen face, while Lu Fan looked at Mao Lily beside him in confusion. Lily, what's going on? Humph, this bastard relied on his good looks to harass Mengran a lot in the past. At that time, we hadn't discovered his disgusting face yet. He would stand at the hostess's door every day and ask other female students to bring food and drinks to our dormitory. But Mengran didn't have any feelings for him, so this guy kept pestering her for half a month, and then announced at school that Mengran was her girlfriend. Mengran was so angry that he took us to argue with him. This rubbish actually said in front of his classmates that this was a quarrel between a young couple. At that time, many classmates believed it, and this rubbish even made up stories about Mengran in school. This matter fermented for nearly a month. Ruani Twin saw that he could not gain any benefit from Mengran, so he finally let it go. Chapter 56, Dance for You. After listening to Mao Lily's story, Lu Fan finally understood what had happened. I have personally experienced Lu Mengran's innocence. I am definitely her first man. Lu Mengran even cut up the bedsheet and kept it. He guessed the other party's plan as soon as he thought about it. This guy failed to pursue the school belle, so he wanted to use the power of public opinion to force Lu Mengran. Unfortunately, this method didn't work on Lu Mengran. By the way, Sister Lily, what did you call this guy just now? A light bulb went off in Lu Fan's mind, and he remembered the key point. His name is Ruani Tian, with a deposit of 100 million and a daily upward trend. What's wrong with that? Mao Lily looked at Lu Fan beside her with a confused look on her face. When Lu Fan heard the name, he burst out laughing. Ha, you're soft for one day, why don't you call yourself Ruan for 1 year? Or you can be soft for a lifetime. Asshole, my name is Etienne, E means billions. Ruan Etienne's face turned black, and he pointed at Lu Fan and cursed him in anger. He hated it most when people made fun of his name. Mao Lily and the others finally understood what Lu Fan meant. A grown man named Ruan Etienne, what a name, TSK. You poor bastard can only pick up the worn-out shoes I'm tired of playing with. You poor students can only come to the mall to enjoy your eyes. You can't afford anything here. The things in Lu Fan and his companion's hands had just been taken away by the errand boy, so now their hands were empty. Only Lu Mengran still had half a cup of milk tea in her hand. It was probably because Ruan Etienne saw this situation that he humiliated several people. Lu Fan pointed at his nose and looked at Lu Mengran in disbelief. Mengran baby, is he saying that I'm poor? Mr. Lu, you have become smarter. People are looking down on you for being a poor loser. Ha 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 ha. Mao Lily covered her mouth with her hands while giggling. Lu Fan had made tens of millions of dollars in front of several people the day before yesterday. His wealth would definitely make him a wealthy man anywhere in Longhua, but he was actually despised by a student. Why don't you despise something else? You can say that Lu Fan is stupid, foolish and ugly, but you have to despise his strongest point. Aren't you just putting your face in his shoes? Etienne, I have something else to do. Stop talking nonsense with these poor bastards. The girl next to Ruan Etienne looked pretty good, but she had no advantage compared to Lu Mengran. The girl just pulled Ruan Etienne away. Ruan Etienne looked back at the few people and proudly picked up the bags in his hands to show off. The clothes in those bags cost several thousand yuan. Fuck. You dare to glare at me. Lu Fan got furious instantly. This guy humiliated his woman and yet he wanted to leave so easily. If I don't kill you today, I'm not the biggest idiot in the world. Lu Fan put his left arm around Lu Mengran's slender waist and put his right hand on Mao Lily's shoulder. Mao Lily frowned and was about to get angry, but Lu Fan's words made her smile instantly. Sister Lily, do you think we should let this guy take a dump in the mall, or let him dance for everyone? Forget about taking a poop. That thing is too disgusting and has too much lethality. It can easily hurt our own people. Got it, girls, grab your phones and get ready to watch his performance. Damn it, you're not allowed to bully my woman. Lu Fan stretched out the arm that was on Mao Lily's shoulder and pointed lightly at Ruan Etienne, who had already walked away. The chaotic god points his finger at the mad devils. Mao Lily and a few others quickly took out their cell phones and ran over there. They would feel guilty if they didn't record such a wonderful scene and post it online. Lu Fan also followed with his arm around Lu Mengran. At this time, Ruan Etienne had already stopped, closed his eyes and stood there in a daze. Let's go, Etienne, why are you standing here like an idiot? Ruan Etienne's girlfriend looked at him with a frown, and the next second her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ruan Etienne suddenly turned around and leaned against the pillar of the shopping mall next to him and began to twist his body coquettishly, and the amplitude of the twisting of his body was extremely exaggerated. The key point is that this guy was twisting his body with his eyes closed and a lewd look on his face, and from time to time he would stick out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. That expression made people want to beat him up, but the key point was that he was still singing, "Come on. Have fun, there's plenty of time anyway." Ruan Etienne, are you crazy? This is so embarrassing. What the hell is wrong with you? Ruan Etienne's girlfriend tried to wake up her possessed boyfriend, but found that no matter how hard she pulled, Ruan Etienne remained unmoved, and the more she pulled, the more coquettishly he twisted. Seeing more and more people coming around, each holding a mobile phone in their hands, how could she, a young girl, resist such a scene? The girl stomped her feet angrily, turned around, and walked away, keeping a distance from Ruan Etienne. Wow, this is too eye-catching. A grown man can actually twist his body so coquettishly. You actually did something so immoral in public, are you trying to attract attention? The world is going downhill. It's so immoral. Oh, he showed his abs, but it's just one. The people around were pointing and talking at Ruan Etienne, who was twisting his body in a coquettish way. His girlfriend stood outside the crowd and watched her boyfriend's hard performance with gritted teeth. Mao Lily and a few others gathered together, holding up their cell phones and laughing wildly while recording the scene of Ruan Etienne dancing passionately. The congestion of the crowd attracted the attention of the mall security, and several security guards came over and stopped a customer to ask him questions. I don't know what went wrong with this guy. He suddenly started dancing against the pillar. He doesn't look like he's filming a video to attract attention. It looks like he's taking something illegal. When the two security guards heard this, their faces changed drastically. They picked up the intercom to call for support and called the police directly. Ruan Etienne's passionate dance reached its climax. His whole body was shaking crazily, bringing the essence of awkward dancing to the extreme. All kinds of eye-catching actions were performed at will, and many adults covered their children's eyes with their hands.
Ruanitan ended his passionate dance by kneeling on his knees and leaning his body backward.
He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at the crowd around him with a dazed look on his face. The next second he suddenly recalled all his actions just now, and his handsome face turned pale in an instant.
Ah! What's going on? How could I? Ruanitan got up in panic and was about to run away. What was he waiting for if he didn't run away quickly from such an embarrassing thing? Ruanitan had just taken 2 steps when he was held down by 2 uniformed security guards. You are not allowed to leave.
We seriously suspect that you have taken something illegal. This has seriously affected the reputation of our mall. We have called the police.
We will wait until the police arrive to discuss everything.
No. You can't catch me, Xing, please save me.
Ruanitan anxiously shouted to his girlfriend in the crowd.
It would have been better if he hadn't shouted, because no one paid any attention to that girl. His voice instantly focused everyone's attention on Xing. People were also curious about what kind of girlfriend this weirdo who dances coquettishly and passionately in the mall could find.
Chapter 57, Encounter with a Super Rich Woman. Xing's face was extremely ugly.
She had never felt so embarrassed in her life.
Seeing Ruanitan's eyes begging for help, the girl exploded instantly. Ruanitan, get the hell out of here. We're done.
After the girl finished speaking, she turned around and ran away. In just that short moment, she had no idea how many times her face had been shown and how many people had recorded it in her videos. Ruanitan was taken away dejectedly by 2 security guards, and the crowd who were watching the show dispersed.
Wahahaha, this is so refreshing.
Mao Lily turned off the recording on her phone and couldn't help but hug Li Chen beside her and burst into laughter. The 4 girls were laughing together. They all recorded videos just now.
Even the gentle Lu Mengran couldn't help but took out her mobile phone to record the wonderful scene.
The show is over, let's take a break first. I'll buy you some milk tea. 4 girls are sitting in the rest area with their mobile phones, so the wonderful scenes must be edited and posted online as soon as possible. When Lu Fan came back with a bunch of milk tea, the videos of the 4 people had already been uploaded and became popular immediately. The 4 girls read the comments on the video and laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. In ancient times, there was the traitor Qin Hui, and now there is the hot dancing man. The hot dance in the mall is so sexy, the video is popular all over the world.
Excuse me for making fun of you all.
This is the silly road deer that I have raised for a few years and got lost. In fact, this guy is a gigolo kept by a rich woman. He performed passionate dances for the rich woman every day and became obsessed. I think he lost the big dare.
That's the only explanation.
Who would have thought that the culprit of all this was holding a cup of milk tea and looking at their comments?
Master Lu, this is so satisfying.
Even though your skill is vulgar and disgusting, it is very effective against bad guys.
Didn't you see that our Lu University campus beauty has become an emoticon with laughter?
Mao Lily took the milk tea from Lu Fan's hand and pointed at Lu Mengran, who was smiling. The smile of the campus beauty was so stunning that Lu Fan was stunned. Hurry up and drink your milk tea, then go shopping. Lu Mengran was in a good mood after what happened just now. The scumbag who ruined her reputation was punished by Lu Fan so badly that he probably wouldn't be able to raise his head for a long time. Lu Fan rushed into the women's clothing area with 4 girls, but he didn't expect that his good mood was instantly ruined by a female salesperson. In order to save money for Lu Fan, Lu Mengran deliberately took him away from luxury stores. From the moment they entered the store, the 2 female saleswomen ignored the 5 of them because they were obviously students and the goods in their store were all very expensive and out of the reach of ordinary students. Lu just reached out and touched a skirt, and was accused by the waitress, who rushed over with disgust.
This skirt costs 12,000 yuan. Don't touch it.
Who would buy it if it gets dirty? The waiter said as she reached out and patted the dust off her skirt. Her attitude made Lu Fan furious, and he only stopped when Lu Mengran grabbed him tightly.
Let's go.
I'm not going to buy anything. Damn it, I came here to buy something and was looked down upon. Mao Lily and the others agreed with this. It was true that they were poor students, but the man in front of them was a real rich young man with at least tens of millions of dollars in his pocket. This waiter is so blind that he actually angered Mr. Lu.
Lu Fan pulled Lu Mengran away.
Lu Mengran was holding her anger and wanted to go to the luxury store to do some shopping and then come back with the bags to embarrass himself.
Why are you so arrogant?
If you have the guts, go to the luxury store next door and spend some money. What the hell? You are a bunch of poor bastards. The words coming from behind instantly ignited Lu Fan's temper. He turned around and pointed at the waiter who was talking and cursed. Damn it, as soon as you walk in the door you are a customer, and the customer is God. Didn't your boss teach you that on your first day on the job? With your character, you can only stand here and sell things forever. Today, I will let you see the spending power of poor students. Lu Fan uttered a few bold words and pulled Lu Mengran to go to the luxury store next door. He was planning to spend millions and come back to slap the female salesperson in the face, but he didn't expect that when he went out, he saw a group of people with strong aura walking by, and the one in the middle looked very familiar. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, he gave Lu Mengran a reassuring look, and rushed towards the crowd. Sister Bai, what a coincidence that you are here shopping too. Bai Linglong frowned as she looked at Lu Fan in front of her. To be honest, she didn't have any good feelings towards this man. However, she couldn't ignore him for Professor Lu's sake. After all, she had eaten his meal yesterday. So it's you, Lu Fan. You are shopping with your girlfriend? Bai Linglong's gaze was fixed on Lu Mengran not far away, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lu Mengran was a beautiful scenery at that station, and the men and women passing by would glance at her from time to time. Moreover, compared to herself, Lu Mengran is younger and more immature. When the two of them stand together, they each have their own strengths. Yes, my girlfriend Lu Mengran, isn't she beautiful? Lu Fan didn't care about Bai Linglong's disdainful look and approached her enthusiastically. Fortunately, an assistant beside Bai Linglong had good eyesight and stretched out his hand to block him, otherwise this guy would have gotten closer to her. Sister Bai, are you here shopping too? How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea? Lu Fan looked around Bai Linglong. There were 7 or 8 people around, all of them looked like white-collar elites. Moreover, each of them has a strong aura and is obviously of extraordinary status. In addition, there are 2 big men wearing sunglasses following Bai Linglong, who are obviously bodyguards. Even the female assistant who stopped him was dressed in designer clothes and looked arrogant. No, I never drink that stuff. Lu Fan, if you see anything you like, I'll pay for it. I'll consider it as payment for last night's meal. Facing the stubborn Bai Linglong, Lu Fan had no temper, but this queen was so beautiful that he couldn't help but come over to chat with her as soon as he saw her. Sister Bai, I'm not short of money. Since you have something to do, forget it. We can get in touch more next time if we have the chance. Lu Fan smiled and extended his hand to Bai Linglong. Bai Linglong hesitated for a few seconds before she stepped over the assistant and shook hands with him. But she regretted it in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan acted like he hadn't seen a woman for 800 years. He held her little hand tightly and refused to let go. He even held it in his palm and played with it. This bastard. Bai Linglong glared at him with a cold face, but unfortunately Lu Fan simply ignored her cold eyes, smiled and pulled out his big hand, and even put it to his nose to smell it. Etc. Bai Linglong was about to enter the store when Lu Fan called her again, because the store she was about to enter was the one that Lu Fan and his friends had just come out of. Anything else? There was no trace of good expression on Bai Linglong's face anymore, and she looked at Lu Fan coldly. Sister Bai, I advise you not to go into this store when you buy things. When the 5 of us went in just now, we were despised and mocked by the female salesperson inside. Chapter 58, Being Tricked. Lu Fan, are you serious? The female salesperson in this store despises you? Bai Linglong frowned and looked at the store in front of her with suspicion, then looked at Lu Fan and Lu Mengran. If you can work as a salesperson in a high-end mall, you can't be without good taste. You are all wearing branded clothes, and your girlfriend's shoes are worth tens of thousands. Will she look down on you? Sister Bai, don't disbelieve me. The 5 of us are all angry. I'm going to go to the next door to do some shopping and then go back and give that saleswoman a good slap in the face. Next door? Bai Linglong glanced at the luxury store next door, then looked at the store in front of her, with a strange look on her face. Lu Fan, did you know that these 2 stores are owned by the same owner? What did you say? That luxury store has the same owner as this store? Lu Fan widened his eyes in shock. He only felt a group of crows flying past in his mind, and threw a bubble of ollie on his face. He is not the fool he used to be. How could he not realize that he was being tricked? If I hadn't met Bai Linglong, I would probably be spending like crazy in the luxury store next door. When I went back and slapped the saleswoman in the face, I guess she was already laughing inside. Thinking of this, Lu Fan's face darkened and he glared at the female salesperson in the shop in the distance with an unfriendly look. Lu Fan, tell me what happened just now. If that female salesperson really spoke rudely and mocked you, I will help you vent your anger. Bai Linglong stood in front of Lu Fan and said with a cold expression. Lu Fan was surprised to see a hint of anger in her expression. After listening to Lu Fan's story, Bai Linglong's face instantly turned cold as ice. What a great Malian clothing company! They opened 2 stores to act as a double act to stimulate customers' spending. They used this method to trick customers in my territory. Assistant Lee. Bai Linglong said in a low and cold voice, and the female assistant beside her hurried forward and bowed carefully. Boss Bai. Issue an order in the name of Baiqing Building, requiring Malian Clothing to suspend business for 10 days for rectification, and all employees must be retrained. Also, conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Baiqing Building. Any store that uses this kind of tricks on customers will be shut down for rectification. Okay, Mr. Bai. The female assistant wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Bai Linglong's order had a huge impact on the entire Baiqing Building. Lu Fan looked at the scene in front of him in confusion, and it took him a while to react. Sister Bai, is this building yours? Well, Baiqing Building is 100% owned by Baiqing Group. It is a very important project under our Baiqing Group. Fuck. This building must be worth hundreds of billions? Sister Bai, are you that generous? Bai Linglong glanced at him expressionlessly, then walked away arrogantly in her high heels. Pedestrians on the aisle gave way to her wherever she passed. Her powerful aura could be felt even from 100 meters away. Who was that just now, Lu Fan? It was not until Bai Linglong led the people away that Lu Mengran and the other 3 came over curiously. The female president of Beijing Baiqing Group, a super wealthy woman with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Wow! Lu Mengran and others exclaimed, looking at Bai Linglong who had already walked away in shock. They are still worrying about the monthly living expenses of 1 or 2,000 yuan, while she is already a domineering female CEO in charge of hundreds of billions of assets. It can be said that they are from completely different worlds. I know about the Baiqing Group. They control real estate, jewelry, film and television industries, and are among the top companies in the capital. In the past, only the Lu Group in Beijing could compete with them. However, recently, Lu Group has been in dispute over shares for some reasons, and its market value has also plummeted. Lu Mengran and the others' eyes lit up, and they looked at Lu Fan with strange eyes. Lu Fan's face turned dark and he glared at Mao Lily fiercely. Don't bring up that. Lu Corporation was founded by my father. Now that he's gone, all the property and shares were originally left to me, but they were later swindled away by those relatives. So Meng Ran has no chance of becoming the Lu family's young mistress? Mao Lily's words instantly made Lu Mengran feel embarrassed. She and Lu Fan were still in the stage of passionate love and it was still too early for them to talk about marriage. Lu Fan took a few people to another store and bought a set of clothes for Mao Lily, He Lu, and Li Qian respectively, and bought 3 sets of clothes for Lu Mengran, his official girlfriend. It was already getting dark when we walked out of the mall, so needless to say, Mr. Lu treated us to a meal. It's still the same seafood barbecue stall in the same private room as last time. The 5 people who were full and satisfied couldn't help but talk about what happened to the 3 hooligans last time. Last time during the meal, Lu Mengran was almost taken advantage of. Lu Fan used his supernatural powers to make the 2 hooligans fall to the ground and shit. As a result, the owner of the food stall gave all 3 of them a severe scolding. At this moment, Lu Fan's cell phone rang. He opened the text message in confusion. His number was an internal number of the telecommunications company, which was issued to him by his father when he was still alive. There would basically be no harassing text messages or phone calls like that. But when Lu Fan opened the text message, he was dumbfounded. This scene also attracted the attention of Lu Mengran and Mao Lily next to him. The 2 girls stretched their heads and took a curious look. Just with this one look, strange looks appeared on their faces. Master Lu, didn't people who wanted to have children in the past put advertisements on telephone poles or in toilets when they paid a lot of money? Could it be that the city management is now stricter and street advertisements can no longer be posted, so the scammers have upgraded their tactics? They've even switched to texting directly. It turned out that the information displayed on Lu Fan's mobile phone was an old-fashioned message of paying a large sum of money to have a child. This kind of scam was very common more than 10 years ago, but in today's developed internet, the scam of paying a large sum of money to have a child can probably only fool a fool like Lu Fan. The first line of the text message read in large letters, "Substantial money is required to have a child," and below was a detailed introduction to the scam. I am a wealthy wife in Hong Kong, with assets worth hundreds of billions in Hong Kong. I am 31 years old this year, young, beautiful, sexy, charming, and have a hot body. Because my husband died early, there is no one to inherit my huge assets. I am now specifically asking you to pay a large sum of money to have a child. After the success, I will reward you with $2 million in cash. If you are interested, please call or send a message to this phone number. Wow, a 30-year-old wealthy woman with a billionaire's worth. What's the point of considering this? Lu Fan's eyes instantly lit up green. He saved the other party's phone number and added the other party's WeChat based on the number. The WeChat avatar is a young woman with a noble temperament. She is indeed young, beautiful, sexy, and charming, exactly as the other party described. The four girls next to him looked at Lu Fan's operation stupidly. How could you take such a fake scam seriously? Chapter 59, Paying a large sum of money to have a child. Lu Fan, you're not drunk, are you? No, you only drank 2 bottles of beer. If you're not drunk, why are you doing such unreliable things? Lu Mengran touched Lu Fan's forehead speechlessly, confirming that he was normal and not having a fever. Hee, what do you know? You can imagine how hard it is for such a beautiful and sexy young woman to be in charge of hundreds of billions of assets. As a three-good youth of the new era, what's wrong with me extending a friendly hand to help others? Lu Fan's phone rang, and the other party directly approved his WeChat friend request. This scene made Lu Mengran and others twitch their lips. This guy just wouldn't listen no matter how they tried to persuade him. Lu Fan, didn't you pour the wine into your brain when you were drinking just now? I suggest you tilt your head and pour it out, maybe you will sober up a little. That's right, Mr. Lu, I guarantee that the person in front of you is not a cunning old man who picks his feet, but an old lady who will make you unable to eat for 3 days. You don't really think that such a pie in the sky will fall on your head, right? Hee, since pie really could fall from the sky, why can't it hit me? I, Lu Fan, have been stupid for 20 years. During this period, I believed everything anyone said. All my family property and shares were swindled away. Now that I'm better, it's time for the pie in the sky to fall on my head. Lu Fan ignored the reminders from several people and directly sent a video to the other party. For Lu Fan, this is a good thing that is sure to bring him both wealth and beauty. If the other party is a liar, then this thing will come true with the blessing of the system. If this is true, then I will be able to gain both wealth and beauty. He is a super tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How many single wealthy women like him can there be in Hong Kong? Lu Fan didn't care about the 2 million reward. What he cared about was the hundreds of billions of assets. The video call took half a minute to be connected, and Lu Mengran and others quickly stretched their heads to look over here. While the four girls were stunned with shock, a graceful, elegant, and stunningly beautiful woman appeared on the other side of the phone. Her looks were no less beautiful than Lu Mengran's. It's just that she and Lu Mengran are completely two different people. Lu Mengran is young, pure, youthful, and beautiful, while that beauty is mature, charming, sexy, and alluring. She is like a ripe peach. Fuck. Is it so exquisite? Just one glance and Lu Fan's eyes widened with green light and he was almost drooling. Hee, handsome boy, are you satisfied with your sister? The beauty in the video smiled charmingly, revealing a shallow dimple on her face, adding a touch of cuteness to her. The beautiful lady opposite was obviously very satisfied when she saw how handsome Lu Fan was. Satisfied. Sister, do you really need a child urgently? Of course, I have hundreds of billions of dollars in assets in Hong Kong. My dead husband passed away early and did not leave me any offspring, so I urgently need a child to inherit my huge fortune. Little handsome boy, you are just one of the people my sister contacted. When the time comes, you all need to come to Hong Kong. I will have to interview them personally before I can determine who the final person is. But don't worry, I will reimburse all your travel expenses to Hong Kong and your labor expenses. You just need to go through the formalities yourself. The beautiful woman's charming smile almost took Lu Fan's soul away. Lu Mengran next to her pouted angrily. Her man was actually having an affair with another woman, and in front of her. It would be strange for her to be happy. Sister asked me to tell you not to choose. I am young, handsome, tall, and strong. I am good at sex. I can definitely satisfy you. No, I am satisfied. Hee, handsome boy, I only talked to you for so long because you look okay. If you were not so good looking, I would have blocked you directly. You still have to go through the normal process. Just take some time to come to Hong Kong. Seeing that Lu Fan was chatting enthusiastically with the beauty, Lu Mengran interrupted angrily. The next step is for us to transfer money to you for a deposit? If it's a scam like the ones posted on normal telephone polls asking for a large sum of money to have a child, they will definitely ask you to pay to reserve a spot. But the beautiful woman was stunned and actually pointed the phone at her back. When Lu Mengran and the other three saw this, they were dumbfounded. The background behind the beauty turned out to be an extremely luxurious supermansion. Looking at the furniture and decoration, it is extremely luxurious. The huge crystal chandelier that is more than 10 meters high is probably something that ordinary people can hardly achieve in their lifetime. The golden decorative style demonstrates the majesty and luxury of the mansion. It's fake, it must be fake, your background is virtual, right? Lu Mengran said in disbelief, but the beautiful woman opposite smiled slightly, walked around the mansion with her phone in hand, and finally sat down on the sofa. My mansion is located in Repulse Bay. Real estate in Hong Kong is measured by square feet. Converted to your mainland terms, this mansion is more than 4,000 square meters. In addition to the decoration and various customized luxury furniture, my husband spent nearly 10 billion on this house alone. Do you think I care about your deposit? After the beauty finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. Two pretty girls dressed in maid uniforms stood respectfully beside her. One poured her a glass of red wine, and the other knelt on the ground and gently massaged her legs. Forehead. Lu Mengran, Mao Lily, and the other three were stunned. This kind of life of wealthy ladies was too far away from them. They could feel the aura of this woman even through the phone. Handsome boy, I am very satisfied with your appearance. You are likely to be the one who stands out in the end. I am optimistic about you. You are a young man and you probably don't have much money, right? Send me your card number and I'll transfer some money to you for the trip. The beautiful woman's words made Lu Mengran and the others even more confused. This picture was not right. Lu Fan sent the photo of his bank card without hesitation. The beautiful woman in the video said something to the person behind her, probably arranging for someone to transfer money to him. In less than a minute, Lu Fan received a text message alert on his phone. Lu Fan clicked on the information, which showed the changes in the bank card balance. When he looked at the amount, he saw that there was actually 200,000 yuan in the account. This scene made the four girls who were sticking their heads out nearby stunned. Normally, shouldn't the beauty ask Lu Fan for a deposit or something to secure his spot? Did this scammer directly transfer 200,000 yuan to me, or is there some other trick behind this? Handsome boy, I have a meeting to attend. I'll send you the address on WeChat. See you in Hong Kong in 3 days. The beauty in the video hung up the video directly, and finally threw a seductive wink at Lu Fan. This kind of seductive look is not something that little girls like Lu Mengran can learn. The extremely charming style made Lu Fan squinted and his heart instantly filled with heat. Chapter 60. Believe that there is light in this world. Oh my god. What's going on with Mr. Lu? I feel like my worldview has exploded. Mao Lily yelled at Lu Fan in shock. This should have been an old scam. When it came to Lu Fan, he was strangely given another 200,000 yuan. That was 200,000 yuan. How many people could not earn this amount in 3 years? If we give them 200,000 yuan, wouldn't that cover all their future tuition and living expenses? The four of them went out with Lu Fan for 2 meals in total. The last time Lu Fan scanned the code to receive a red envelope, he ended up scanning more than 200,000 yuan. During this dinner, Lu Fan once again took advantage of the good fortune of paying a large sum of money to have a child and earned another 200,000 for free. It seemed that all the unreasonable things became reasonable when they came to Lu Fan. This weird scene made the four girls confused. Ha, you see, there are still more good people in this world. You know I spent money on shopping and eating today, so I specially sent you 200,000 yuan. Isn't today's expenses recovered? You must believe that there is light in this world. Why can't people have a little more trust in each other? Lu Fan proudly held up his mobile phone to show off, which made the four girls so jealous that they wanted to pull out their size 38 shoes and throw them in his face. After eating and drinking, they took a taxi back to school and went directly to Lu Fan's apartment. Because then Li Qian took the initiative to ask Lu Fan to use the obscene finger on her. Lu Fan had harmed many people with this skill, and this was the first time someone took the initiative to ask for it. Li Qian's face was red all the way. Thinking of what she was going to experience next, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to pick up her feet and scratch them a few times. Sister Chanshan, come with me to the bathroom and let them wait outside in the living room. Lu Fan pulled Li Qian to go to the bathroom, but Li Qian's face instantly turned red, and she hesitated and didn't dare to go in. Lu Fan, can you just use your powers here while I rush into the bathroom? Having just experienced an erotic bath in the afternoon, how could Li Qian not know what kind of person Lu Fan was? If she went in with him, she would inevitably be taken advantage of by this pervert. Lu Fan understood what the girl was thinking as soon as his eyes turned, but how could he let go of this lamb that came to his door on its own initiative? Confucius once said that if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. Lu Fan is a firm believer in following Confucius' truth. He. Sister Chanshan, you've seen my special ability. Do you think you have enough time to rush to the bathroom? If you want to perform a shit show in the living room for your 3 roommates, you'll have to clean up afterwards. Li Qian blushed and lowered her head. She hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly following Lu Fan to the bathroom. Lu Mengran and the other 2 sat on the sofa and watched the scene awkwardly, especially Mao Lily. She was the victim of the pervert Lu Fan, so how could she not know what would happen next? But she had no intention of stopping it from the bottom of her heart. Instead, she had the idea of everyone getting into the water together. Lu Fan pulled Li Qian into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Lu Mengran outside gritted her teeth at the sight. Lu Fan, why did you close the door, you bastard? You can just use your skills and come out quickly. Is it necessary to close the door? I'm just worried that Chanshan will be embarrassed. Lu Fan's obscene voice and Li Qian's suppressed exclamation came from the bathroom. Lu Fan, don't. I can do it myself. Asshole. Pervert. Lu Mengran cursed angrily, stood up and was about to open the bathroom door, but Lu Fan pushed the door open with a smile. Almost at the same time, crackling sounds of bombing began to be heard behind him. In an instant, the stench filled the entire living room, and Lu Fan pulled Lu Mengran's little hand and ran out. Mao Lily and a few others couldn't stand the pungent smell, so they covered their mouths and noses and followed out. Damn it, my apartment is in trouble now. If I can't sleep with anyone tonight, I'm going to sleep in your dormitory. Lu Fan stood at a distance in the apartment, looking at his residence with a grim expression, not knowing whether Li Qian would block his bathroom. No, Lu Fan, you're just wishful thinking. From now on, you are not allowed to go to the girls' dormitory again. Lu Mengran's small hands twisted Lu Fan's waist hard, and Lu Fan immediately took a breath of cold air. The small hands of Lu Mengran, the campus beauty, were so cruel that they twisted people like pliers. It hurts, my wife. Lu Fan screamed in pain, and Lu Mengran finally released his fingers. Everything that happened today has proved that Lu Fan is a thick-skinned guy who will try his best to get any bargain he can. As long as he gets the chance, this guy will never let go of any opportunity to take advantage. Judging from Mao Lily's situation, Lu Fan must have bullied her a lot when he was rubbing her back. And Li Qian just now was probably taken advantage of by this guy. How could Lu Mengran give him another chance? If Lu Fan went to their dormitory a few more times, her 3 good sisters and roommates might have been harmed by him. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Next to Lu Fan's apartment was a huge playground. Some boys were playing basketball on the playground. Some girls nearby were staring at the tall boys who were sweating profusely with shining eyes. Call. As luck would have it, a basketball flew towards Lu Mengran. Lu Fan, who was quick to react, took a step forward, stretched out his big hand and accurately caught the flying basketball. A handsome action made Lu Mengran's eyes brighten suddenly. Lu Fan looked at the boys in the distance with unfriendly eyes. Many people from Longda's basketball team had borrowed money from him. He could see a lot of familiar figures at a glance, and the basketball just now was not an accident. I guess these people threw the ball over here on purpose because they saw the campus beauty Lu University was here. Stupid Lu, throw the ball over here. A boy's mocking voice came from the distance. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and a fierce aura surged from his body. After looking at the basketball hoop about 30 or 40 meters away, Lu Fan jumped and threw the basketball in his hand towards the hoop. 30 or 40 meters to shoot, what a dream! There were mocking words from the boys in the distance, but Lu Fan's shot was beyond their expectations. Amid everyone's shocked expressions, the basketball drew a graceful arc in the air and landed very accurately in the grove at the other end of the basketball court. Ouch! Which bastard threw the basketball? I'm not done with you. An angry roar came from the grove, and the next second a boy came out of the grove with his pants held up and an angry look on his face. In his hand was the basketball that Lu Fan had thrown. Forehead. Lu Fan was also a little confused. It was his first time touching a basketball. Although he was very strong, even a dog would shake his head when he saw his poor aim. Unexpectedly, although the basketball didn't go into the basket, it happened to ruin the date of the young couple. Why do we say they are a young couple? Because a girl followed closely behind the boy, and her face was blushing. Considering the boy's action of pulling up his pants before, it is not difficult for people to imagine what they were doing just now.